Hello. Welcome to day 2 of the September Conscious Business Showcase. Our theme today is all about healing addictions. And my throat is a little bit under the weather, so I'm going to let Virginia speak and share the rest.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for being with us today. We have an awesome lineup of speakers today. Yesterday, the whole September showcase was, and I think we mentioned it yesterday, that we don't usually start out with a theme in mind. And sometimes a theme doesn't really appear. But we've noticed that the last couple of times, as the speakers start to come in and the topics start to show up, there starts to be a little bit more of a theme going on. So September turned out to be about mental wellness and about addiction. So yesterday we covered, a lot of our speakers covered topics on mental wellness and things that they're doing now. Some of that involves recovery from mental wellness. Some of that is just their story and how they got through that. And on to other things. So we encourage you to check that out if that's an interest for you. Today, our speakers are really around speaking about addiction and healing around addiction and all of that good stuff. So today I'm with you, but I'm looking at another screen so I can read it here. So today, of course, at 9 a.m., that's Christine Cardoza and myself, Virginia Fantasia. We're the co-founders of the Healing Soul School, and we started the Conscious Business Showcase in December of 2020. And Christine had a vision of bringing people together. We know that on our healing journey over the years, how, I guess, challenging it felt to find someone to help you in an area that you needed help at that moment. And good morning, Christine. And so our vision was to bring together different healers, different light workers, different coaches, different whatever they're serving in the world, bring them together into one platform and allow them some time to shine a light on them and the beautiful things that they're doing to help other people in the world. So it has been an absolute honor for us to meet and share space with some of these amazing humans. They're really doing some awesome things, and I don't think it will ever get old. So today is no exception. We have a fantastic lineup. At 9:30 a.m. we have Effie Mitsko coming. She's going to be talking about healing addiction. So this is going to be a really powerful interview, I'm sure. And if this is an area that you could use some support or someone you know, be sure to tune in and check that out. At 10 a.m. we have Russell Beebe. This one, I'm super excited about all of these, but this one sounds interesting because finding purpose in recovery. Because, and I don't know exactly where Russell will go in his conversation, but I can only imagine that when you're recovering from an addiction, it's something that you're used to doing all the time. So you often are looking for a replacement for that thing, right?
Yeah.
And so I love that he's kind of guiding people to find purpose in that and to get something back from what it is that they're doing, right? I mean, I can only imagine how much that's going to help someone on their recovery road.
If I can piggyback a little bit on that, like with addictions, it's a need that's wanting to be met. So an inner child need or a coping method, something that wasn't met most likely in childhood that is your patterning and is wanting to be met now. That's generally why we numb or we turn to, different things for our addictions. And so by being able to give that to yourself first or in another way, then you're able to do that. Like smoking, for example, when I looked it up in the Metaphysical Anatomy book that I absolutely love to use, is smoking just means that you're wanting self-care. There's some kind of a need there. And when people go and smoke, they're taking 5 minutes for themselves. Mm. So regardless of what's going on, you're getting that 5 minutes. You're doing self-care is what it is. So when you know, don't beat yourself up, say, great, I'm taking care of myself right now. And then what you can do is start to wean yourself and other self-care things that you can do instead of that cigarette. Or if you're able to do that first, then maybe the desire for that nicotine hit or whatever it's giving to you is going to diminish slowly. I mean, like, whatever, everyone's journey is their own journey, but just looking at it from that other perspective or angle is that it's just a piece of self-care. All addictions or numbing, you know, any of that. And today is going to be really powerful because all of the speakers coming on today are going to be giving tips on how to do better self-care. I feel is going to be, you know, our theme for today. And yeah, super powerful.
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And then so Russell is at 10 a.m. And he's going to be speaking with us for 45 minutes. So that's going to be a really awesome conversation. At 10:45, we have Kendra Toothill, I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name, on transforming scar emotions. So this one is very interesting. I don't know Kendra. But I have been following her socials and some information in a group she has and that she's been posting on Facebook. And she really, I can't say that I have, I know exactly what it is that her top or conversation will be about, but I'm really intrigued. She has piqued the interest for sure.
So we met through a business, a cohort, so to speak, and she's taking whatever your scars are in your body, maybe any shame, or she's spiritual, so she's even connecting. I have goosebumps right now of like what that scar could mean for you, diving into the emotions, clearing out the garbage and the stuff that maybe is holding you back with that. And I'm going to come back on. Virginia normally does the mornings, but I'm going to come back on for that one because I've had a breast reduction and I've had a hysterectomy. So I am like, my whole torso is scars, but it's mainly around the breast reduction because I was so shocked. I mean, I teach mindset and I understand it, but how I felt after the surgery, we're going to talk about that later because there was something there. And I'm just curious with her expertise, you know, to go deeper into that. So if you have any scars or maybe you want to hide them or you feel shameful when you take off your clothes in an intimate kind of endeavor, then this is definitely a session to tune into.
Interesting. You know, I never even thought of it until you just said your surgeries. Well, I had 3 C-sections. So of course I have a scar.
Yeah. Goosebumps again.
Yes. Yeah, like I honestly never thought of it until you just said that. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. You know, how
we'll talk about that. I'll bring that up too.
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Then again, Kendra is on for 45 minutes. So that's going to be a beautiful conversation as well. You know, we're trying to give these people who have a lot of information a little more time to kind of say their thing.
Yeah. Do you mind, Virginia? I'll continue on this little list here just because I know who they are. And
yeah, I know. I thought you were going to do it. Sorry. So yeah.
Oh, good. No, it's okay. I appreciate because I know you're helping me this morning. So Sabrina and Dane, they are sobriety coaches. So if you have had any kind of, you know, addiction around alcohol, and it's going to go for other addictions as well, they are so fiery and they are fun. Like they're the couple in the photo booth at a wedding with all the silly stuff on their head. Like that's just how fun they are. And they're going to talk about the sobriety, like just addictions and sobriety. And they actually have a program for people. Which is really beautiful. So that's going to be a really, I mean, everyone's going to be great today. We always say that. Juan, him and I, he owns a gym, a boxing gym in the US. And we chatted really about metaphysical stuff. I was like, hey, like to interview you, let's just jump on a 15-minute call, just simply to interview, like just to make sure that the energy was good. I like to get on a call, read people. We talked for 7 hours and I'm like, wow, everything he was saying, I was like, yes. So I was like, you know what, let's get you on the show and talk about, he's going to talk about breaking addiction with the law of rhythm. And I love this, using the universal laws. So he knows so much about metaphysics and the universal laws. And so that's going to be a great conversation. This was interesting because we normally do 30-minute speaking spots, but for these speakers, they're like, oh, they just came solid. They're like, I can teach this and I can teach this. And it could be more than 30 minutes. I'm like, great, 45. So this is a good day to book for me because this day filled up so quickly. You know, that was great, but just how how strong and solid the speakers are going to be today. And then Adele Wang, oh my goodness, her stories on Instagram are freaking hilarious. She's very like, I mean, in a way, like kind of stoic. You don't expect that from her, but she is so funny, and she has this offshoot sense of humor. And she's going to talk about the law of attraction and breaking the addiction of it, because a lot of people are frustrated, like, where's my man? Where's my, big bank account? Where's the new car in my driveway? And so she's going to talk about the myths of law of attraction. That's going to be really great. She's a healer. So you have questions, you come back on for our Ask a Healer session. And this is your opportunity to ask questions in the comments and to really get some help for yourself and really tap into that, because that's free coaching for you, and it's there. And then afterwards, myself and Karla, we're going to come on. We're going to talk about Naked Alchemy, a new program that we have started. We're going to talk about like what it is and what it means, and do a teaching piece. But we are also healers. And so if you have any kind of shame around, being vulnerable or being in intimate situations, or you even just have a hard time connecting to yourself, you don't love yourself, this is going to be a really powerful conversation, because the whole point of this program is to have safe vulnerability, to really connect with yourself and to feel good about that. Breath work, meditation, connecting to the quantum field. Like, we're going to go in today on this in like a real soul deep dive. And so if energy healing or anything has interested you, then I would say, definitely watch that either live or on the replay, because we're going to help you a lot today with just what it's like to be comfortable in your own skin and to not hide. I feel that a lot of today is going to be, let's take off the inner masks. We're one way with outside in the world, and we're another way when we're quiet and with ourselves, right? And so there's often a lot of shame or guilt or anger, fear, whatever's hiding in there when we are alone. And it's being able to take off that bandage or to take off that mask and really see, where it is that we're hiding, and heal that. Like, it holds us back and it doesn't need to. So that is going to be another powerful session.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's going to be an awesome lineup.
Mm-hmm.
I had pulled another card. If you were with us yesterday,
we love oracle cards.
Pull a card, yeah. And so this morning, before Christine and I got started, I thought, okay, well, sure, I'll pull a card. I kind of got that little nudge, and of course, I always ask, what is the best message for our group today? Be the speakers, be the people listening, and whatever. And I pulled this again from my postcards from Spirit Deck. I shared the one from yesterday in the group. If you didn't see that post, this is the deck. If you're looking for that,
Wow.
The cards are by Colette Baron Reed.
Like her.
And they're beautiful. They're just nice little messages that we get. But here's the card that we have for today. So I just want to read this to you. Dear you, now is one of those times you're being asked to add some distance. Take a step back and do nothing but observe. Don't worry about how long it will take to regroup. Just know it's temporary and actually an opportunity to take a breath. Slow down and look at how far you've come. Decisions for the highest good are made when you have clarity, which comes from being open to information from both the intellect and the intuition. When you step into the role of observer, it's as if you turn on a switch that allows your soul to be an essential part of the information gathering and decision-making process. In this way, you can approach things from a more neutral and non-judgmental place. We know you'll make the right choice. Trust us when we say, now is not the time to get too close to the fray. Step back now. You will be glad you did. Love you.
So powerful.
Yeah,
So
I love that. I was going to save it, but I just thought, no, you know what? Let's just call out this card and see what the day holds.
Yep. It's all about coming home. And the reason why I love oracle cards is because I was taught that they were taboo for my whole life until the last 2 years. And so I pulled one this morning as well, just when I get the hit I do. And I really like this deck, the Lightworkers deck. Nice. So it's Work Your Light by Rebecca Campbell. And if you have any desire to help people in the world, this is a really good deck. If you're a coach and you're helping people with their vision or their spiritual vision or their businesses, that's a really good one too, because it's always bang on and I love it. Today I pulled Share Your Voice. So this was the card for today, and it's all about like coming out of the cave. So I feel that this has two purposes today. For those who are suffering from any kind of addictions or you just want to heal and get better, then come out of the cave. It's okay. It's safe. You know, we're moving into the space of beautiful feminine and masculine energy where it's okay to be in your vulnerable feminine, to ask for help, to ask for support. We have been taught to give to everyone else and not really to look at ourselves or to go within. And I have goosebumps right now. Like, really, it's just you get to come out of the cave now, and it's safe, and you can come out. And it says, from any persecution or expression, and this is your opportunity to share your voice. The second piece of this that's coming in, you know, as I'm intuitively, tapping in, is that what are you here to create? What's your voice? What are you here to share? I feel often it's what you've overcome. So if, you know, you've come over some kind of abuse or mind control or, you know, whatever that is, there is purpose in your pain, and that you're able to heal yourself, but then also, you know, be that light to reach out to other people who are suffering and going through a dark spot, maybe are in that same situation that you've been in, because you've been in that hole. You know what it feels like. You have a different level of empathy than anyone else who studied that in school, in my opinion. And so that's what we do at the Healing Soul School. Funny, we didn't even introduce ourselves, but we're business coaches and meditation, mindfulness. We're teaching you. We really want to help people, light workers, mystics, coaches, healers, anyone that feels that they have something to bring out into the world, but you just don't know how. Either you need to do some healing, or you've got all the pieces, but things just still are not clicking. Then that's an energy thing, and we'll help you get to that energy block. I see patterns. I can help you just like blow through that. And what we want to do is we want to help you rise up so that you are here, you're strong, your message is strong, you are so in love with what you're doing, and you know how to run a business. That's another piece of it. A lot of people get into coaching and they do these great things, or they're like, I want to help the world with this. And you have this big, huge heart, but you have no idea how to run a business, you know? And so that's also what we're doing. We created a business village for that, for anyone, and this is me and my heart speaking, because this is my background and my past of like being raised in fear, walking on eggshell, you know, the traumas. And so I know my own, coping methods and how I've been running business. And there's times when it's so easy to numb versus doing the things I'm supposed to be doing. So I'm so grateful for Virginia, because she just gets shit done and she knows, and I just follow her. And so we've created this village on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. You have a support coach. It's one of us. Tuesdays, I'm lifting you up. We're building your confidence. On Wednesdays, Virginia is going to talk about logistics. She's our meditation and expert and mindset coach as well, and a healer. So she's able to offer so many things there, and just like a great person to talk to when you're in the hole or you're on a ledge. She's my walker off her ledges. And then on Thursday, we're talking business. We're lifting up your business and connecting the energy and the consciousness of your business. And what do you need? Bring me your pieces. We're going to put that stuff together so that you feel really good. The energy is good behind your wording and what you're sharing out there, so that people are drawn to you. Now you're in this pull energy where people are coming to you because they're like, you are the person to help me. So we're just really excited for that. Just reach out to us. If you have any questions with anything we've been talking about over these days that you've been with us, then we're here. Again, we are a safe space to come and ask for help. Let's reorganize those pieces you have, or whatever's been holding you back, and get you on your way. Because our heart is that when we have you standing really strong and confident in who you are and who you're serving and what your messaging is, then now you go and you heal more people. And that brings us so much joy to know that we're having a hand in that. It's part of our contribution into the collective, and it's so beautiful. And we are just so grateful for you and for being here in this space.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was going to say too. It's really just about coming together as a community of entrepreneurs so that we're not alone.
Yep.
Right? We, first and foremost, we have the experience to guide you, to work with you, and to elevate you. I mean, that's really what it is about. It's like, when you're in the dumps and you're doing everything that you think you're doing, and you're, you feel like you're not getting anywhere. That's really where, it can get lonely as an entrepreneur. And, so the idea of the village is for everybody to come together and to support one another and to lift one another up and to share ideas and to brainstorm. They do that in big companies, right? When you're in a board meeting or when you're in a big sales meeting or when it's about brainstorming. It's about all of you in the room coming together and thinking of, what's this product that we're going to launch? What's this marketing campaign that we're going to launch? How are we going to approach this? It's like minds coming together to find a beautiful solution. An entrepreneur who is on their own can't always do that because they don't always have the people that are in the same headspace as them to be able to help them. And that's the whole point of creating this beautiful community, is for people to come together and to get that support. Mm-hmm. So I thought I would do just a little bit of a mindfulness meditation just to kind of help everybody just to settle in and get ready for the show, and just kind of be present, right? Because there's a lot of information that we're going to cover today. And so just kind of bringing us into the room, so to speak, and getting comfortable. So if you're in a position to meditate, like not driving a car, I invite you to join us and just listen along. And okay, so just find yourself into a comfortable chair, seat, lying down, whatever feels good for you. And just close your eyes. Just relaxing. Taking a breath. And just noticing your breath. Noticing the air coming into your body in through your nose or in through your mouth. And where does it feel like that air goes when it comes into your body? Just follow that. In and out. And just notice that when you're pulling the air into your body, it stretches, it expands, it feels, it receives that beautiful breath. And then on the exhale, you're releasing, relaxing, letting go of tension. Just notice your muscles relaxing, your feet, your calves, your thighs, your pelvis and your lower back. Relaxing with every breath and every exhale. Relaxing your upper back and your shoulders. Feeling that tension just melting away. And bringing notice to the sounds around you. Just coming into the room, into the here and the now. What do you hear? What do you smell? What do you feel? Is it a blanket against your leg or your arm or the seat that you're on? Just bring your awareness to all of your senses and the things all around you. And allowing yourself to breathe and relax. Let's just take a minute here just to sit in this quiet and feel the beautiful breath coming in, relaxing our body. Opening our mind, opening our senses. And now I invite you to think of a few things that you're grateful for. Just go through some things in your life. It can be one thing, it can be 10. Whatever feels right to you. Think about and feel the gratitude for that thing or person or whatever it is. I'm grateful for my home. I'm grateful to have food. I am grateful for love. Just feel into and receive that gratitude. And then coming back into the moment, coming back to your breath, coming back to the room, wiggling your fingers, wiggling your toes. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes.
Awesome. That is being in rest and digest. That's being in your parasympathetic nervous system. Feels so good. And if you're newer to meditation or you have some kind of, your brain's always going or you're here really for the addiction stuff today, reach out to us. Meditation is really powerful. We have meditations in our Facebook group, My Soul Reconnection by Healing Soul School, and on our YouTube page. The idea is we can't quiet the mind, but to just come back to your breath, come back to a safe space. And as you're learning, and I'll just share my story. When I first started to meditate, and Virginia's like, just go into a quiet place. And I would get so angry because I felt everything was black and it was scary. And so if you're in that space, it does get better. It takes a little bit of practice. Virginia is so good at helping people with that. So reach out to her if you want more information. Maybe you want to chat about the meditation stuff we've been talking about in the group, like what people need.
Yeah, I'm going to, next week, I'm going to kind of create a poll in the group because I see the need from the members as members come into the group and they answer the questions that we have. Almost everyone that comes into the group is looking for meditation. And we have meditations in the guides tab and everything like that. But I feel like there's something more. So it's really the poll that I want to create is just kind of asking that. What do you guys need? What are you guys looking for from a support area? Are we looking for classes? Are you, I'm just not sure, but I want to make sure that we're able to help you because meditation is such a beautiful tool in anything you're going through to support you, to help you reconnect to yourself and to be able to move through things. So
yeah, it rewires your brain. And so you're in this like frantic space, or maybe you're thinking all the time. And what the meditation does is it calms you, but it's also reorganizing your brain at the same time, bringing in hope and maybe giving you the messages or the answers of the things you've been looking for. So it's really powerful from that angle as well. Yeah. And connecting to the quantum field, like you can create your own DMT like they do with plant medicine and, different things, or even, weed. You can do that for yourself in a meditation, which is really awesome. And your day is so different when you start that way.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. It makes all the difference in the world. And even that little tidbit at the end there that I did about just looking for some gratitude, just that in itself can raise your vibration, can raise your emotion, can just start your day off on the right foot, right? Yeah. So it's an excellent tool. I just put in the comments our calendar link. If anyone would like to book a time to chat on anything, please feel free to do so, or send us a DM, whatever's easier for you.
And put in the message if you can, like there's a space, like what are you looking for? That would be just really helpful, because then we'll just know a little bit ahead. We can hold space for you before the call and just kind of prepare as well. So that's super helpful. Right. I want to say thank you so much to the gratitude post this morning. Thanks, Anita, for being here. Jane and Christine for just saying how much we've blessed you. Honestly, thank you. And we're so grateful and happy. You also bless us by being here and by commenting. So even in that meditation, I was curious, did you feel anything? Did you feel like, whoa, this is too much, it was too scary, or when is it going to end? Or were you able to get into that comfy, delicious zone? We'd love to hear. So please pop that comment in the chat and let us know how you felt during that meditation, because that's part of your medicine. It's part of like what your next step is and where to go.
Yeah. Beautiful. Love that.
All right. I'm going to sign off.
Okay. All right.
Go.
Christine
See you in a bit.
is off and running, and we are up today with our first guest, Effie Mitsko, and I'm going to bring her on stage. Thank you, Christine, for doing the banners. Hi, Effie. How are you?
Hi.
Hi. You look beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm doing well. How are you?
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. I was so excited. A lot of people know that Christine does a lot of the main booking for the people then the speakers that come on the show, and I'm doing the back end stuff. So I was so excited to see that you were coming on and speaking with us today.
Yeah, last time I got to be interviewed by Christine, and so now this time it's you. So I'm excited to speak with you today.
That's right. And interesting, because I didn't really know this about you. I mean, I know your business is Soul Body Healer, but your topic today is healing addiction. So I'm curious about your story and how this is a part of your business and the way that you show up in the world to help other people.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many avenues that I could talk about actually, but addiction was, so when I did my master's, we did these internships and these placements, and my placement was at a addiction recovery center. Mm-hmm. And I always remember what my supervisor told me then was, when you're working with people to help them with their addiction, so addictions treatment, you actually learn all other treatment modalities, because it's not just, oh, this is one thing. You're not treating just the substance use. Right. You're treating their mind, their body. And I mean, in that facility, they did some spiritual stuff.
Beautiful.
And I mean, I tend to gravitate, well, I all of it, right? Mind, body, soul.
Right.
So I incorporate more soul stuff as well.
Yeah.
Because I mean, and there's all different levels. And I actually don't even really like to say the word addiction, because it can be so stigmatizing, and then sticks an identity of, oh, there's something wrong with me. I have this addiction and it's taken hold of me, and this is me. It's no, it is not you. You are a soul having a physical experience.
Yes.
A human experience. You are not this thing. And all this thing is habit. Let's say it's a limiting habit, because the brain has now been patterned to really go for this, let's say, substance. But it could be, habits are anything. You can get addicted to really anything. Like social interactions, like codependency, for instance. Food, obviously, the ones that we know of are substances. Food, alcohol, harder drugs. These things tend to be in place of coping mechanisms to cope with a whole bunch of other things in life. So people who tend to go towards a substance, and like, we all do it. I mean, has anybody not reached for, let's say, coffee in the morning to wake up?
Yeah.
Or sugar to self-soothe. Yeah. Or saltiness.
Yeah.
I mean, we all kind of know what that feels like.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, social media can be one. Right? Netflix. I mean, those can be just as addictive. And again, we all know it. So it's about finding that balance and And yeah, I suppose coming back to what are you hiding from? What are you, what in there, what are you coping from in the severe cases when you're really trying to run away from something, right? What are you hiding from? What are you trying to cope against? And then maybe from, on the lighter side of things, if you want to say that, for Netflix or whatever, what are you avoiding? If you're going to sit down and binge on Netflix for the day, is that okay? Sure it is. But not if you're avoiding something. If it's a way to get away from something else, like then you got to look at that, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that trigger, let's say, trigger cravings, and it could just not be just one thing. In general, people who form, let's say, let's say an addiction is a strong pattern. It's a strong brain pattern. These habits, when they're habits, they become automatic.
Yep.
So it's not that you're consciously choosing to do something that ends up actually bringing on a uncomfortable consequence. So if you're, I don't know, binging on Netflix all day, it can be, I actually tell my clients, if you need to relax, TV can be a relaxation tool. It's just when it gets too much. So you decide what too much is. And too much tends to be when it's limiting your life in a certain way. Right.
Yeah. That totally makes sense. And I liked, Christine mentioned something at the beginning. I don't know if you heard it. We were at our intro there, and she gave an example of smoking. If you're, trying to quit smoking, oftentimes that smoking and going for a cigarette can be the self-care. Because that's you taking time for you. And I really identified to that. I didn't mention this to her at the time because we were chatting, but I totally saw myself in that way. I mean, years ago, I was a smoker. I smoked for many years, and I had 3 kids by the time I was 27. So, and was a single mom by 29. So smoking I totally relate to that. That was totally my way of getting 5 minutes to myself. And I remember even saying that. I remember even saying, like, just give me 5 minutes, like to the kids. I probably should have went and meditated, but, I just need 5 minutes, and that was my little getaway. So I wonder, how that plays, again, it's all part of the psyche, right? All part of our relation to it. And I love that you're kind of avoiding the word addiction, because I agree with you. It's then placing that stigma on somebody when really, is that what they just attach to them because it's hard drugs, or because it's alcohol, or because it's that, maybe something a little stronger as opposed to smoking a cigarette?
Yeah, let's call it an unhealthy, let's say even unhealthy. I'm very big into non-judgmental stance. So
yeah,
the mindfulness principle, right? So you don't really hear me saying like negative, right? So even unhealthy. So let's say unhelpful.
Right.
It's an unhelpful habit, but definitely right. I mean, it's a lot of what people use for coping, like cigarettes, is time to myself, stress release. And you know what? In the whole, I mean, if it's so in the model of harm reduction, well, you could be doing something that is more harmful to you. So if that's what it was at that time, in order to be a more present mom, then that's what you're doing, right?
Right.
I mean, now with the resources that you have, you're like, oh, I could have done meditation.
Right.
Which is funny because I was thinking of the same thing, because I have clients, that have kids, and so they're like, I can't meditate. I have no time. I have no place. And then so I said, well, how about when you're in the bathroom?
Yeah.
maybe the kids can just hold off for the few minutes you're in the bathroom and you could do it in there.
Yeah,
It's some
exactly.
meditation.
Yeah. Although most of them follow you into the bathroom, I will say that you need to set boundaries and close that door.
Yeah, close it. Maybe like install a lock or something.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So with healing addiction, what kind of, do you have a program or something, a group program, a one-on-one program? What is it that you do in your business to help others? I know you said that your experience when getting your master's was in the recovery center, and I love that it had some spiritualness brought into it, and that you're bringing that into it, because I think that's a huge component. But what, where are you? That was obviously what kind of launched you into this direction. So how has that shown up in your business career and helping others?
Yeah, through the years, um, I was actually working in addictions, and there was this one facility where I developed a group. Um, and then now I'm in private practice, so seeing individuals, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff that just comes up. So sometimes it can be an unhelpful pattern. When you're talking about smoking, for instance, so in this example, for instance, we used hypnosis, but hypnosis with other discovery techniques, because yes, there were reasons why he wanted to quit smoking that were motivating. But then when we really got into the unconscious mind or subconscious mind, what was going on in there is that we realized that, so we got him down to 3 cigarettes a day, just as an example.
Yeah.
And we realized that those 3 cigarettes were sitting smoking with his wife, having a coffee. And they
Yeah.
represented connection with his wife. And his wife wasn't willing to quit. And that you have to be willing, right? You have to want to. You have to want to give that pattern up. It's like a part of you kind of, it's a brain pattern. A part
Yeah.
of you kind of dies when you
Yeah.
let that go. And
Yeah.
so he said, you know what? I'm really happy I'm down to 3. He realized that it was a connection with his wife, and he said, okay, I'm gonna stop here, because he wasn't willing to give that part up, and that's fine, right?
Yeah.
What what
Oh,
works well for you. So that's kind of how it shows up for me now.
yeah.
These limiting or unhelpful patterns or
Yeah.
habits, and then we're kind of uncovering the pattern, the root of the pattern, and then I use a lot of mindfulness meditation, hypnosis, cognitive therapy, and then also soul stuff. So you probably want to hear about the soul stuff.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You read my mind.
When did I do this course? 5 years ago. So I'm also a Kundalini teacher, and I fell in love with the Beyond Addiction program, which is created by Satyaram. She's a naturopath and a Kundalini. She's a Kundalini master teacher,
Nice.
and she also collaborated with Dr. Gabor Mate, who is that addiction doctor out in BC, and he's like pretty famous. Wrote a lot of books, and he's famous in my world. When I saw him, I was starstruck.
Yes.
In one of his seminars, I was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah. Awesome.
So in that course, she went through, well, because she's a naturopath, so definitely brain chemistry and how to with nutrition, supplements, and of course Kundalini, body exercises, breathing techniques, and then there was also a psychology component and the soul component, because Kundalini yoga is a very spiritual. I mean, all yoga is spiritual. It's
Yeah.
uniting. That's what yoga is. Unite your inner self with your outer self.
Yeah.
This one just kind of goes more in depth because there's chanting about it. There's, anyways, specific movements and things. So incorporating that, and then also, let's say, my own experience in uniting with my soul, and also, I mean, releasing my own unhelpful patterns, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's one of the big things, let's say in the beginning, is to really get clear with what are your values? What are your virtues?
Mm-hmm.
What are your needs? Because so we want to get to what are your needs, and are these needs that are helping you, are hindering you? Can you meet them yourself? Let's let's get a hold of what your needs are, because when your needs are not being met, there's going to be a lot of anger, disappointment, uncomfortable emotions, and uncomfortable emotions will pull you back to any automatic habit.
Yes.
So depression, anxiety, and actually cortisol levels, stress hormones. That's something in common with people that have this pattern of this habit pattern. Let's call it, right.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Is that it's like continuously high stress levels.
Yeah.
So stress is part of an emotional response. So we want to help that. And then when you calm down your emotional response, you can get to, well, what do I value? Am I walking in line with my values? Because if I'm not, if I value myself and I hope to be and strive to be a kind person, and then all of a sudden I snap at somebody, well, I'm probably feeling stressed,
Yeah.
resentful, anger, whatever it is, that big emotion, you're not that emotion. You are the soul, right? You're not that emotion. You are the person that you are when you're in a calm, content place.
Yeah.
But then I believe I'm a kind person and I snap at somebody. Uh-oh. Now I'm going to feel, on top of that, let's say anger, let's just say. Now I've snapped at somebody. Now I've sandwiched on guilt.
Right.
Two uncomfortable emotions are way harder to deal with than one. So the thing with people that have, okay, I'll call it an addiction pattern, is that an ingrained one where they go straight to, let's say, even something more disruptive, substance, let's say,
Mm-hmm.
is that the emotions are so big. What am I going to do to relieve it? And that pattern's there. You go to an automatic, easy pattern. I'm going to reach for this substance. So we want to make sure that we're helping to calm the emotions, walk in line with values. What are your virtues? What are the qualities of your soul? Let's do soul connecting type of exercises like meditation, like hypnosis, to really get in contact with that inner you, the energetic part of you, the part of you that you feel is your best and highest self. You've experienced it somewhere, right? When you're happy, when you're joyful, when you feel like life is easy, things are going my way, I'm helping people, I feel compassionate, that part of you.
Right.
That is the true you. We want to help you connect. I want to help you. Right? Yes, my higher self, your higher self. We want to help you connect to that part of you just more often, without the judgment, because you're going to be knocked out of there. We're in this, we're on this planet. This planet is not easy. We've got these brain patterns that secrete all these uncomfortable emotions, that inform uncomfortable thoughts, and let's say unhelpful behaviors. That's normal. Let's not judge that. Let's try to help you identify what your needs, values, and virtues are, so you can just behave a little more with your authentic self. A little more, a little more, a little more. Eventually that becomes your dominant pattern. Then it's
Nice. Because that's what I was thinking was, how do you get there? I mean, because I get it that, from an addictive pattern, I saw that my ex-husband was an alcoholic, and I now understand and see that it was really a coping mechanism for him, and something that he turned to when his brother was in a serious accident. And I think a level of guilt there, because he felt he should have been in the car with him, and whether or not that would have made a difference, of course, nobody knows, right? And that was his journey to travel. But but I see the coping and that, don't want to deal with that. So the first thing is go grab a beer, or whatever. And then just make jokes and just make fun of everything so that you don't have to focus on anything. So you don't have to feel it. Yeah. So I don't know unfortunately, he's no longer on this earth plane. So I don't know how to see that, how do you get down all those are some deep, dark wounds. And I'm sure a lot of people are dealing with some deep, dark hurts that have gotten to them to this point of needing to have that thing that kind of takes them away from it all. So I get it. I understand it. And that's what I was wondering is that, so you're just kind of teaching them how to reconnect and giving them more tools and encouraging them just to continue to do it more and more often. So it's not like you're saying, stop drinking that beer, stop taking that drug, but before you do, start using these tools. Try this first. Like, is that kind of how does that make sense? I just want to make sure I'm understanding it properly.
I think it's definitely individual for everyone, because some people, they have to make that commitment. I cannot do this pattern, this substance, whatever, this behavior, social media, whatever it is, right? I have to stop and be abstinent, because that pattern is so disruptive. I can't even do the work. And then other people, they can cut down, like my client example of down to the 3 cigarettes, for instance.
Yeah.
Because one experience that I personally had was when I did my Reiki level 1 training, I had this really big, let's say, spiritual awakening that the unhelpful pattern that I was engaging in was taking away from my soul and my expression of a soul and my mission on the planet. And it just like that, gone.
Yeah.
I stopped.
Yeah.
And so sometimes you can definitely have those experiences as well, where that needed to be, it's like there was a certain level of self-love and love from, let's say, creator that came, that said, you're such a precious being. This is taking away from the amazing person that you are, the amazing soul that you are.
Yeah.
So
that's beautiful.
I think there's definitely, depending on the person, some sort of also self-esteem issue, because in working with, so that treatment facility that I was at was working with women, and in the literature, 85% of women that also have addictions or experience that pattern have a report serious trauma in their life. And so
I would say that I would go out on a limb to say that that's pretty darn close for men as well, right?
Well, they say for women that number is actually 100%.
Wow.
Because in people who are experiencing helping these women. For men, it is lower. I don't know I'm not sure what this statistic is. It is lower for men. Men have, there's trauma, yes, a lot of trauma. There's a lot of like mental health issues as well that go on. But then what's mental health? Trauma is a mental health issue.
Right?
But also boredom. Boredom plays into it as well.
Yes.
And
there's nothing to do. Yeah.
It is uncomfortable. So
yeah, because getting ourselves to slow down and be present can be hard for people, right? Because just when you said that, I can totally think of people in my life that it's like, well, what else is there to do, right? Like it's go for that smoke or go for that beer or whatever. That's very interesting. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense that boredom could play a big part in that. I mean, I'm sure there's still, like you said, some other stuff in the background, but once the habit is created, it becomes that thing. And recovering from that or stopping that unhealthy pattern or addiction pattern. Yeah, I know that when I was quitting smoking, it took me a few tries. And I never had any assistance. I was just doing it myself. And I had tried a couple of times, and I had tried, like you said, cutting down and just telling myself that this was my time and that I could, smoke or whatever. And I learned a lot about myself in that process. And one of which was I can't do it half-assed. I'm either all in or I'm all out. And that was just who I am and how it worked for me. I've seen, so many people. My husband used to just smoke on the weekends. I'm like, how is that even an option? Like how, but there's people that, like you said, they do it. That's their version of maybe self-care or that time that they spend with themselves or with their wife or husband or whatever. But yeah, it's very interesting, this world of addiction patterns, and just how big it is. I really appreciate that you're not using that word and sticking it on people, because it just doesn't apply to those big things. It applies to some of the other regular things that we do in our life, and how to work through those or move past those, and learn to become and show up in the world in the way that we're meant to, right?
Yeah. And doesn't it seem like when you just call it an unhelpful pattern, it makes it smaller, more manageable, yes. And then it makes you feel more empowered. Like, I got this. Right? I'm doing this. I'm going to get a handle on this.
Yeah. Our words are so powerful. We forget that, but they are so, so powerful. That's beautiful. Well, Effie, thank you so much for coming and speaking with us today. We have your website up on the banner, www.soulbodyhealer.com. Is that the best way to get people to get in touch with you? Do you have any programs or anything that you want to offer? I apologize because I forget if you said something.
Well, currently, yeah, you can definitely get my contact information through my website. Mm-hmm. I currently am just seeing people one-on-one virtually. Yep. So Mitsko is a shortened of my maiden name, which is on my website, Mitskopolis. And I never know what name to put up because my Facebook has my married name, so I have a couple names floating around.
Look for that smiling face.
But yeah, like in the beginning when I said, so when somebody has that unhelpful pattern, you're really working with everything. You're working with an anxiety pattern, a depression pattern, lots of emotions. So it's not just an addiction. It's anything really.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I agree. I like that, you call it a coping mechanism, because it really, really is. But maybe it's time to get off the coping mechanism and get down to the root of things and clear that shit out, right?
Yeah. Actually, the other thing I was just thinking of mentioning is on my YouTube, I have a lot of yin yoga
nice.
on there. And so I will teach mindfulness and have, let's say, brain-friendly, empowering type of things when I say when you're in a meditative state while you're in a yin yoga shape. So that's also nice. I have meditations on there as well. So that's awesome. Kind of like free stuff that I've been working on for a long time.
Perfect. And you know what? Sometimes it's just a way for people to get a feel for how you work and the things that you do before they take the next step of working with you on a one-on-one basis. So I think that's beautiful that you're offering that. And you said that was on your YouTube channel?
Yeah.
What is your YouTube channel?
Soul Body Healer.
Okay.
You can actually get the link off the homepage, off my on the website, which is easy
Okay,
to
perfect.
see on a desktop.
Yeah.
Eventually, so I do have programs. Like I have a Healthy Habits Kundalini Yoga program, but and depression program, self-esteem program. They're just not running right now. And I have a mindfulness program as well. They're just not running right now. If I had like a lot of people asking, then I definitely put it on.
Right. Yeah, that's great. Exactly. So there's room for that to come into your world as well.
Yes.
If there's call for it. That's beautiful. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Effie. It was beautiful to have you with us. Thank you for who you are and how you show up in the world. You're doing beautiful things, and we congratulate you and just, sending you a ton of love. Keep up the great work.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me and the way you show up in the world. Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
All right. Take care.
Take care.
All right. That was awesome. There's Christine in the background putting the banners up for me. We have Russell Beebe coming up next. Let me pull you up here. Hi, Russell.
Hi, how are you?
Very good. Nice to meet you.
Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, you're coming through just fine. No worries at all.
Awesome.
So very nice to meet you. I know we have not had a chance to speak individually, but I'm loving, as I was doing the back end stuff and the posts and whatever, and I saw your topic.
Yeah.
I loved it. I'm super curious. I think I love it before we even talk about it, but just kind of let's start with who you are in your story and how that kind of developed into who you are today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's really like when I think about where I've gone with my business and the way that I help people, it just goes right through with my story, which is being in recovery, getting in recovery, relapsing in recovery, and then getting better recovery, and then wanting to help people, and then getting into the clinical field. These are my licenses up here. Getting burnt out and overwhelmed in the clinical field and trying to get back to a way of helping people that really speaks to me. And to also in my own recovery, find health and balance in my life, which for me was to create my own business so that I could have control over how I did things and when I did them and who I did them with. That became a wellness coaching program for me, which I did for about 5 or 6 months. I still have that program. I don't do much work in that. And then I realized that I could help other people that were in the healing profession, clinicians, counselors, people in recovery that want to move in that direction, that work in the treatment field, to help them that were experiencing the same thing that I was experiencing, which was overwhelm and burnout, and wanting to bring balance back into their life, through having a vocation that worked better for them. Yeah. And so I got inspired to start a coaching business to help people launch their own coaching business. And I've been doing that a lot with, mental health professionals, but I've started to see this trend of because I know there's a lot of speakers here. We're talking about addiction and recovery and everything. The universe sends you the people that you can most help. And so I started to see it wasn't just mental health professionals, but it was people in recovery that wanted to take their expertise in recovery, and turn that into a business, into a coaching business, which many of them think in order to do that, they have to go to get a master's program, go to graduate school, get licensed. And many of them do that. That's exactly what I did. And then they kind of hit this wall of clinical acuity and realize, well, this isn't exactly what I wanted to do. And so to sort of help those people realize they don't have to go that direction, as long as they don't do clinical work, they can have a helping business, a coaching business, that really works for them. So anyway, that's kind of the story of how I got to where I do, and that's what essentially what I help people do now, and it seems to be trending pretty heavily towards people in recovery, which is great because I'm in recovery, and I like working with those folks. So
that's awesome. Well, I feel like all of us come into a business when we get to the point in our life where we say, hey, how am I showing up in the world? And I want to show up in a better way.
Yep.
And you've come through something. Most of us have come through something.
Yep.
that we can speak who we are and to other people, and in some way you're helping them, right? And that's what I feel. And then by now taking that and helping other people with it is in making a business of that. It's really just about all of us helping one another and coming together and doing and showing up in the way that we're meant to in the world. That's awesome. Beautiful.
Yeah.
So do you want to talk about your and I like that Effie doesn't I don't know if you heard Effie talking prior to you, but we had her topic as healing addiction, and she doesn't like that word. She doesn't like to use that word. And I love that she called it the addiction pattern, because then there's not that big stigma. As soon as you call it in a pattern, it just made it so much smaller. It made it so much more manageable.
Yeah.
So are you comfortable in talking about your past and your, what kind of transpired in your life?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's interesting. And I only caught part of her talk, but it was really great. And I do think it is a pattern. I mean, and I'll talk about it and I'll relate it to my own experience. But, it's with addiction, it's really clear. Like it's a pattern that's usually specifically like, the person is using alcohol in a certain way, or heroin, or food, or sex addictions at times. But there's all these humans in general are very addictive, for lack of a better word, addictive beings, in that we get into these patterns that even when we notice that it doesn't make sense that we do a certain thing, it's hard to break that pattern until there's a significant amount of pain that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the thing that about addiction is it's a pattern that even a significant amount of pain sometimes is not enough to just break that cycle. So, and what I mean by that is, so for me, it was, without getting into the, all the details of my story. I mean, it was alcohol, it was drugs. And at some point in my journey of drinking and drugging, I made a decision that I no longer wanted to live that life.
Right.
Yet, and because there was consequences that were showing up in my life, legal issues, relationship issues, and like the just feeling like my life was going nowhere, you know what I mean? Which is perhaps one of the worst parts about it. But once I made that decision that I was no longer going to live that way, I found out really quickly that I suffered truly from addiction, because I wasn't able to make a decision and just stop. So I made that decision, and then a couple days later, I'd be drinking again, going, "What happened? I thought I was never going to do it again." You know what I mean? So the biggest symptom of addiction is the inability to stop despite negative consequences. So that's the issue, is breaking that pattern, that cycle of addiction, which is really, and you guys touched on it on the previous talk, which is, and I kind of do hold to the 12-step definition of powerlessness, because it's just, I have this inability to stop. But the healing from it is, so I don't have control over this destructive pattern in my life. The healing comes from dealing with the sober person, so the underlying issues that are there. And when I do that, I break that cycle. And I could get into more details about that, but I really didn't have, I did have a drinking problem, but what I really had was a sober problem. So in other words, I couldn't live my life sober in a way where I felt I felt good and comfortable in my own skin without, after some period of time, this restless, irritable, and discontent. I just wanted to pick up a drink and it would start the whole cycle over again. So I had to deal with the sober problem in order to actually get sober and to live a nice life, if that makes sense.
That totally makes sense. And because, you know, I can see that being a huge factor for so many people.
Yeah.
You know, because it becomes a way of life. It becomes kind of a part of your identity and how you just show up.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm thinking of, you know, someone on the top of my head that, that totally fits.
Yeah.
Now, how do you walk them through that? How do you help someone identify as a sober person?
Yeah.
Because there's the friends factors. Everybody I know drinks, or everywhere I go, or I don't have any other friends, or like there's just so many things that that could contribute to that, right?
Yeah, I mean the way. So I'm gonna. You were saying, how do you connect with somebody and help them through that? The very bit, and it goes back to this thing that we talked about at the beginning, which was, you know, following our story. You know what I mean? So I have found, and this is why sometimes I'm not saying this is all the time, because there's plenty of people out there that don't have addiction or in recovery that can help people with addiction. So I just want to be clear. But sometimes the best people to do that is somebody that's been there. So when I'm trying to, I get, you know, every couple of months, I'll get a call from a friend or family, and they have a friend or a family member that's struggling, and they know that I do the counseling and I'm in recovery. So they want me to talk to the very first thing that I will do to get the person open-minded to the potential of recovery is to tell them a little bit of my story, but it's not like all, you know, like the war stories of recovery. It's really just like, what I'll say to them is, this is what happened to me. I don't know if this is your what happened with you, but this is what happened with me. When I start drinking, I can't stop. You know, like even if I sit down to dinner and say, I'm just going to have a couple of drinks with dinner, that never happens. I have another and another and another. And then, long story short, I end up drinking too much and I don't remember what I do. And that's where I can put some of the war stories and things that happen.
Yeah. And
I explained to them that I didn't know that was the thing. Like, I didn't know I couldn't moderate. And then I'll tell myself 100 times that I'm going to stop and make myself a promise. But I have a mind or that takes me back to that first drink, even when I know it's going to not go well. Yeah. So it's this obsession that leads me back to that first drink, and I live in this cycle. So usually when I say something like that to somebody that really has this, now they're listening to me. And I don't lead with, you need to deal with all your underlying issues and you need to have a spiritual awakening and you need to do the 12 steps and all that stuff. I just tell them this was the cycle that I lived in, and it made my life miserable. And so once I have that person listening to me, then there's a we there, like there's a connection.
Yes.
And once that's established, this is the same thing in business. You know, if you're trying to help somebody, it's best to connect with a story, and they start to feel like, well, you're a person that has an answer. And then if I make that connection with the person through my story, and they know that I'm 12 years sober, they're going to be really curious about what I did to get there.
Yeah.
And that's where they're going to be more open-minded to be like, look, unfortunately, it's going to take some real serious personal growth potentially for you to get sober. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's kind of like how I would connect with people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. Because there is some serious personal growth and work that they have to do. And for the people that are, you know, viewing now or on the replay that have done some work, have been doing the, you know, the work, the personal work, the understanding, the clearing out of the triggers, you know, for the coping. Now they're just stuck in the habit of it.
Yeah.
Like you said, they don't know how to be sober.
Right.
You know, so I'm just curious, like, how is that also, is there still more stuff to do? Like, because sometimes people feel like, well, I did the work, man. Like I, you know, and I don't disagree. They're a completely different person today than they were, you know, yesterday or a year ago or whatever. But there's those that are, you know, I'm going to call it, what do they say? A functioning alcoholic, for example. I'm sure that applies to a functioning drug addict. I mean, I'm sure that there's that kind of stuff too. I don't really know, but you know, I don't know, how do you get to that? How do you get past that? And you know, when you feel like you've done the work, is it just more work to do? I'm not sure where to guide them from there.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I think what you're saying is people that get into recovery, they do a significant amount of work, but there's still something that's life sober is not what they imagined it would be.
Right.
And by the way, I had 6 years of sobriety at one point, and that was exactly my experience. I did a bunch of work, meetings, 12-step work, therapy, did a lot of stuff, but there was just something that was missing. And over time, I had a pretty serious anxiety issues and depression. So I was like, could not get out of bed in the morning, but I was 4 years sober at that point. And that's what I was saying earlier is, that's my sober problem. AA calls it the spiritual malady. And it's indicative of why they believe a spiritual experience is necessary to really get this thing. But so I had that, and I did eventually relapse. So people in that state where they're sober, but if they're really honest with themselves, it's not everything they thought it would be. And maybe they're being dishonest and they're having depression or anxiety or something's come. Sometimes it's a real co-occurring disorder. It can be a mental health issue as well. And that's kind of a different topic. Well, it's part of what we're talking about.
Right.
But, so the way that I have learned, and I don't know, I relapsed, I went into treatment, I got back into recovery, and I really started working on the sober person through 12-step work, through spiritual practice, meditation. Yoga was a huge thing for me. I know the previous speaker was talking about yoga.
Yes.
Most people in recovery that try yoga really get a lot out of it. So there was all that kind of stuff. And then over time, the second time around, I just started to feel whole inside. And I don't know if I can point to a particular thing, except just to say that, like, it's like, for lack of a better way to put it, I took personal development and spiritual growth by storm.
Yeah.
So there was a point at which I started to see, like, I started meditating in treatment 10 minutes a day. It was just basic Vipassana meditation. Some people did some guided stuff. And I started to feel that benefit, started to not feel like I didn't want to get up out of bed in the morning. I wanted to get up and you know, and so I started to feel the benefits of that practice. And so what happened for me, and this is the answer to your question, what happened to me is I caught fire around wanting to have this personal growth because of the benefits that it was giving me. And I have found that the people that, one, stay sober long-term and just have that life problem is much better. That, you know, so I don't have the anxiety, I don't have the depression anymore. I can wake up in the morning, I look forward to my day, I have a satisfying. The people that really take the personal development skills beyond just the necessity of getting sober at the beginning, those are the people that sort of they have, like, what I consider to be like whole recovery. So not just sober, but they're living their absolute best life. And that doesn't mean everything's perfect. It just means like on my worst day, I pretty much, I'll go to bed. I'll be like, that was a really crappy day. I wake up, I still feel like that whole person.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I think the catch is like, I became interested in personal development and spiritual growth.
Yes.
And that's what got me there. So those people that are there, that's what they have to start to seek out beyond the 12 steps and beyond just being sober.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Because I feel like what you're describing is really just you getting in touch with you.
Mm-hmm.
And you getting connected to yourself, your higher self, your guidance team, creator, whatever you want to call it. Because once you feel that wholeness and that connection, it changes your life. You see things from a different perspective, and you approach life. You start to show up in life as that whole person. So
Mm-hmm.
I love that. That's great. And that's a great tip for somebody who's on that fence of I'm doing the work, man. I'm,
Mm-hmm.
and I get that it can be one step at a time. Sometimes it's a lot of stuff at the front. So maybe the addictive pattern is not stopped right away.
Yeah.
Maybe the addictive patterns are continuing while they're working through some of this stuff on the front end.
Yeah.
To get them to the point that they're ready, then, now, okay, so how do you make that decision? Because you're right. It is a decision that I don't want to be this in my life. I don't want to show up in this way. I don't, really like, is that where you then make the decision? I'm stopping today, because I know that there are some physical things that can happen in your body when your body gets accustomed to something that it's been receiving for potentially years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you deal with the physical stuff of just like sometimes cold turkey is not an option for some people? Yeah.
You mean cold turkey of getting sober, or people that are sober and it's like cold turkey of like the personal growth?
Well, cold turkey of getting sober, like they've done a little bit of work on the front end, and now, they see that they see it.
Yeah.
They see the potential. They see where they want to go, but they can't seem to figure out how to get there, and how to, again, comes back to that, how to be sober.
Yeah.
How to have a life, how to have friends, how to show up at a party and not have a drink, or not have a smoke, or not have a whatever,
Yeah. I mean, and it really, and also it depends on what they're, let's just say with substances, what they're using. So sometimes it's a matter of the person has to go to detox just to get the withdrawal symptoms out of their body. Then they can start the personal stuff. Sometimes that's not always the case, but I don't know. I think the answer to that is, this was just my experience, was if I was at home and just doing and using and just doing that stuff, it was very difficult for me, even to be like, I want to try to get sober. I'm going to go to an AA meeting. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I really needed, I needed like this break of like where I wasn't committed like psychiatrically, you know what I mean? Yes. But I went to detox and I couldn't leave. It was in November, and it was getting cold in the Northeast at that point. And so like walking, I could walk out if I wanted to, but I was looking out, I could see from the detox, it was Worcester, Massachusetts was kind of where I ran. And I was like, boy, I don't have enough money I can't even get a hotel room. You know what I mean? But and then I went to treatment, and just being around a lot of people that are in recovery. That's why even in AA, they're like, call somebody every day, go to a meeting every day. And you just, at those beginning points, a lot of people just don't like, I hate to say this, but a lot of people trying to get sober don't like to be in AA and different. And some people do, but I think the point is that you need to find a group of people that can support you in your personal development around that. So maybe if it's not AA, it could be the Course in Miracles, where you go to virtual meetings 3 times a week, that kind of thing. where there's other people that are struggling with their own stuff. And what that does is when I go to an AA meeting and I sit next to somebody that's in recovery, I just suddenly become this honest person, like where I might struggle with that with my wife, you know what I mean, and my family, but with the guys that I barely know in AA who has the similar story to me, I just suddenly this degree of honesty comes out. So I think for people trying to get sober, whether they've been sober for a while and they're uncomfortable in their sobriety, or they're trying to get sober, truth and honesty is a really good starting point. And sometimes it's best to find other people, even a therapist or other people that are working at the same thing as you, so that you can just be honest about what's going on with you. You just show up and you be like, I am miserable, sober, and I just want to drink all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I see those people in AA. They come in, it's the first 30 days or something like that. And they're just every single day they show up to the meeting and they're like, I'm miserable. I want to drink. I'm miserable. I want to drink. And then all of a sudden one day they're like, the craziest thing happened. I'm no longer miserable and I don't want to drink today. You know what I mean?
Wow. Really?
So it's that connection, that soul connection really with other people that I think you have to find, whether it be in 12-step groups, in a treatment center or whatever.
Yeah.
It's hard to just do this on your own.
Yeah.
You know?
Beautiful. It's hard to do life on your own.
Yep.
We all need one another. We all need community. We all need, whatever we deem as family, our people, right? And I think many of us, just in what's going on in the world today, people have felt like that, finding your community, keeping your people close, and living your life in the best way that you can.
And you can still be an introvert and you can still value your alone time. Like I need that connection with people, like-minded people, but I also need to retreat into hiking by myself and being by myself, because I do have this introverted side of me. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you can also honor that as well. I don't go to 7 AA meetings a week. I do 1 or 2.
Yeah. Beautiful. I love that. Yeah. And you're right. I'm going back years. My first husband was an alcoholic. Mm-hmm. And I remember when we were not together at this time, and he was really going downhill and having a lot of health issues and stuff like that. And my 3 boys they didn't understand, right? They didn't know. And I didn't know, I was just a young mom. I'm in my 20s and I don't know how to help him or you, the kids. I mean, I see that you're seeing what's going on. And then I had learned about Al-Anon. And so I had taken the kids to an Al-Anon class, and they went to one, and I honestly don't know if they got anything from it or not. They all just said, yeah, we don't want to go back. And I was like, okay. I mean, I don't, because I agree, you need to find that community that you're getting that support in. And that just obviously wasn't for them at the time. Because those of us that are, and do you work with people that are on the other side of that have a spouse or a family member or a friend that they're trying to guide, offer guidance, offer support to? And how do you coach them into helping them and not enabling them? Because that is a huge problem for a lot of people, right? There's that codependency where that person that you're connected to and very close to is actually just kind of enabling. And although they think they're helping, and I know that most of them are coming from a good heart space, it's not helping, right?
Yeah. I mean, so it's interesting because I've worked, when I worked as a clinician in treatment, although primary focus was on the clients that are, being treated for substance use disorder, there was a lot of communication with family. And so you see, so just an example, Jimmy wants to leave treatment, although it's not a good idea. He's not done with his treatment yet, right?
Yeah.
And mom will come and pick them up because she just doesn't, you know what I mean? Which on one hand, like we definitely like don't want Jimmy to be then walking down the street and be on the streets, you know what I mean? But
Right. Yeah. Because chances are he's going to go anyway if he wants to go, regardless of whether mom picks him up.
right.
Right?
But, and I hate to use mom as an example, plenty of dads and moms, brothers,
Yeah.
sisters, uncles. It's not just mothers, although mothers have that caretaking instinct for their children. So I did, you know, we dealt a lot with family members, and it's exactly it. It's like finding a balance for them. One, helping them understand the illness. That one, it's like I think it's in Al-Anon, they call it the 3 C's. You didn't cause it, you can't cure it, and you can't control it. You know, so where it's like you can love this person, but if they're powerless over this, you are too. You know what I mean? And there's not, unfortunately, a lot that you can do other than decide for yourself what are the boundaries that are going to keep you healthy.
Yeah.
Because and I'll call it the Al-Anon, that's how they would refer to it in AA, but the codependent, or there's a term out there called pro-dependent that's coming out, which is another way of looking at it. They get the same spiritual illness or the same obsession, addictive obsession, with many times, not all the time, but many times, with the person that's suffering from the addiction. So it becomes they actually, the addict is avoiding reality or how they feel sober by using the substance, whereas the family member, the non-addicted family member, is actually putting their focus on the person with the addiction as a way to avoid their pain around what's going on. And a lot of times, majority of that pain for the family member is related to what they've been through with the person with addiction, but it's not the whole picture.
Right. Yeah.
There's a lot that's their stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so the best scenario in the addictive relationships is for both of them to be in recovery separately, and then obviously the person with the substance use issue or the addiction issue, best scenario is for them to be sober. They work on their recovery together, and then they meet in the middle. Right. Unfortunately, for the family side of things, they don't always feel like they need to be in recovery. And so as a clinician working in a treatment center, we were always coaching the family members to be like, we really encourage you to let us deal with your loved one in treatment. We really encourage you to go find some support for yourself on the family side of it. And we would try to educate and coach them on that kind of stuff. But they just wanted to know how their loved one was doing.
Right.
You know, because their well-being is tied into how well this person does. And in Al-Anon, they say, this is about you. It's not about your alcoholic husband. You know what I mean? Yeah. And a lot of people don't like to hear that, but it's the truth. And some people stay with the alcoholic, and some decide through their own strength that they can no longer live with that. Yeah. Either way, it's a tough scenario, but I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of how I conceptualize the family part of this. Yeah. Yeah.
That totally makes sense. You know, isn't it always interesting, right? Those things I know now, I wish I knew then. Right. Yeah. But wow, that's incredible. It really is a journey, and can sometimes feel pretty lonely, I have to imagine, you know? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So what are you doing? Because finding the purpose. So let's go to the title of your talk, finding significance and purpose in recovery. So how do you do that with people, with clients? Are you kind of explain how do people find purpose?
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because I do a really specific type of coaching, which really is to say that I help people launch their own coaching business. So the solution or the thing that's going to help them in their life is really specific, what I do. It's not it's not, well, let's just talk about whatever you want to do in your life. They, in order to work with me, they actually want to want to start a coaching business. However, it's usually the result of their life being in disorder somehow. So just as an example, for myself, like I was working in a treatment center. I was the clinical director of a treatment center, and it was a really great job, and they paid me well, and was working with really great people. But I was working, 50, 60, 70 hours a week, getting interrupted on the weekends, after hours. And I enjoyed the work, but I just couldn't stay healthy doing that. So that was this problem that I have. So when I work with people, even before they come on and do coaching with me, we want to find out, like, what is their current situation that they want to move away from. And so many times that I'm overwhelmed at work. I'm not getting paid enough. I feel like I can't really do the work that I want to do. So maybe this is a case manager in a treatment center where the caseload is really high, and they want to do more spiritual work. Like I have a client right now, she does Reiki and she does spirituality and meditation. And like, that was the work that she wanted to do. But what she was doing is she was working with people in early recovery, and it was very chaotic at the place that she was working.
Yeah.
She really wanted to work with people that have established recovery, that want to take it to the next level. So, so one of the first things that I do with people is we get really clear on what they want in their life.
Yeah.
The business aside. So like, let's just say, for example, your life is not what you want it to be right now. What do you want? It's that basic life coaching exercise that many of us have gone through, which is write a couple of paragraphs about, if you had your way and there was no fear that you couldn't have it, what would your life look like? And most people, I just did this the other day with one of my clients, almost across the board, it's like, well, I want to be able to have freedom and flexibility in my life, be able to do my own personal development without being overwhelmed and chaotic all the time. And I want to be able to do the work with people that I really want to do it. And then I also have them to list what they don't want. I think this is really important. Like, not only the thing that you want, but the thing that you're wanting to move away from.
Right.
And then they look at that every single day.
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning, what I don't want and what I want. And then the goal is to make a decision. This is the decision I make with people at the beginning of coaching, that for better, for worse, we're going to work on this on a daily basis for you to get to where you want to go. And then for me, that solution to them is to create a practice, either a clinical practice, which most of the time it's a non-clinical practice that people want to do, a coaching business.
Yeah.
Is to create that and create it in a way where they can get paid well enough and not have to work with 40 people at a time.
Right.
You know
Yes.
what I mean? So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the purpose. The trick is for people to really, because we get into recovery and things start going better, and then we go and do things like get a job so we can support our family and do all this stuff, and we don't. And then after a period of time, we start. If you're really self-aware, I started to realize, like, yeah, my recovery is going really well, but I'm really unhappy in this area of my life. How can I make a change? And then you ask yourself, what is it that I really want in life? And for me, it was like, I wanted the freedom. I wanted life on my terms. That's like a Tony Robbins thing, right? Life on my terms. And then when I looked at what my life was actually like, it was nowhere near that. Like, there was so many things going on that controlled what I was doing. We don't always have control over things, but so defining the purpose is to start with, well, what is the life that we want? And am I putting up with things in my life that if I just made a decision and started to work towards changing those things, I could move towards, a better life. And then, and then the purpose is to really find, like, well, what is the unique thing that I have discovered through my own personal journey that I'm not uniquely qualified, but I'm qualified to help another person do.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it goes back to that story. So we find our purpose in our story.
Yes.
I all of a sudden realized I really liked marketing and sale, like not a better word, sales, but like I liked marketing.
Yes.
And so I took the wellness approach and my skills that I gained to try to do my own wellness coaching program. And I combined those for people that were suffering like me in the job, in the treatment center and agencies that wanted to start their own coaching business. And boom, purpose. You know what I
Bingo.
mean? That's my
Yes.
mission.
Yeah. Yeah. And sometimes you don't know what that is, right? I love that you suggest to write down what you want it to look like and then what you don't want it to look like. That is such an important piece because you really have to have awareness.
Mm-hmm.
You really have to bring awareness to all facets of your life in order to know what you don't want, to move on. And I think too, that it's okay to not even know what you do want. You know, like to know that you're, you know that you want your life. Like you said, I want flexibility. I want freedom. I want to be of service to people. I want to make a difference in the world. Like whatever that is, you can, you know, I want to be there for my children. I want to, whatever that is, you know, writing that down. And I think the key is that it's okay to not know how to get there.
That's right.
You know, it's okay to not, maybe people don't even realize that they would be a good coach because they just got to start taking the steps to get to the life they want. And the things the opportunities will just start to show up for them if they just start taking those steps. Right.
Yeah. And I call that the essence of what you want. So the quality of what you want. I wanted to be able to be out to dinner with my family and not worry that the on-call phone was going to ring. You know, I called that freedom and flexibility in my life. You know what I mean? That might be totally different. But as soon as people understand the essence of what they want, what would that look like in their life? Then they can seek out a solution to that. Like, how could I get that? You know what I mean? And then also once we start asking, you know, I remember praying, well, what is that? What is that for me? You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, you know, this stuff starts hitting you and you're like, okay, I'm going to look into that. I'm going to look into this. And then over time, you really can whittle down what it is that you want to do. You know what I mean?
It's about starting to, when those things start to show up in your life, it's about starting to say yes. You know, instead of, because it's almost like a knee-jerk reaction on the things we need. Sometimes we just go, nope, I don't have time for that. Or, you know, I don't have any money, or I don't have, you know, whatever. And really it's just about, you know what? I have no idea how this shows up or why this is showing up on my radar right now, but I'm going to watch this video. Or I'm going to, because you know, sometimes it's just a nugget in that video that makes all the difference for that person on just a next step, whatever that is. So yeah, really getting clear on what you want, getting clear on what you don't want, and being okay with saying yes.
Yeah. And then I had this funny thought, and then all these Facebook ads for what you want start showing. Facebook is freaky. They know what you're thinking. Don't trust them. I'm just kidding. It's so weird. I mean, I can't even tell you how many times I'd have a thought about writing an ebook, and then all of a sudden, a thought, I didn't put it anywhere, and then all of a sudden, I see ads for crush it with ebooks.
We started. My husband and I were killing ourselves laughing about a week ago or something. We were talking with some friends about something, a particular topic. I don't even remember what it was. We were talking. We were in a room. All of our phones were there.
Yeah.
But we were talking. We were not on our phones. We were not whatever. And then all of a sudden we went on our phones and it was like, did you just see that ad for like whatever we're like, they're listening.
Like, honestly, really like makes me think that they are.
I know. We did too. We laughed at it, but at the same token, it was a little freaky. But yeah, you're right. Sometimes I trust that the things that I need are going to show up in my life exactly when I need them. And I don't question that anymore. I just go, okay, apparently we're going to try this out. Apparently we're going to look at this.
That's right.
Okay, I'm open to that. You know, it's really about being open to try new things. You know, because I feel like people that sometimes get stuck in those patterns.
Yeah.
It's hard for them to try new things. It's hard for them to accept change.
Yeah.
And because they've always maybe viewed it, maybe that's a belief that change is a bad thing, or a comfort, it's a comfort level, and maybe it, something like that. But
yeah, there's always fear. I mean, I deal with this when I'm trying to encourage somebody to do coaching with me. You know what I mean? Like, they have the problem, they want the solution, but there's this, there's a belief issue. Like, okay, what if I pay this person money and then it doesn't work?
Right.
But everything that I ever did that didn't work, I learned something from. You know what I mean? So
yes,
nothing is ever, I think I had a life coach say, nothing is ever lost. All our experiences lead to who we are and how we do things now. So you're absolutely right. The best thing to do, you're going to start seeing the popcorn pops out at you, and you say, oh, that's a possible. Go try it. Go do it. Try a bunch of things and see what happens, and just be willing to realize, well, maybe that isn't the right thing, and I'm going to try something different.
That's right. And sometimes it can be just the right thing that you need for that moment.
Yep.
And then you come on to something else. And I think that's kind of the thing is just always moving forward, right? As long as it's always moving you in a forward direction, and you're enjoying it. I mean, I've really kind of come to that in my own life is, if I'm not having fun and I'm not enjoying it, then I need to really think about it, what's better serving for me and my highest good,
Yeah, absolutely.
So, well, that was so awesome. A great talk. I loved having you with us today, Russell. Like,
absolutely.
it was just beautiful. Thank you so much for all you do in the world. You're doing great things. We just loved showcasing you today. That's your Facebook page, so people can get in touch with you there. Yep. I think you said that was the best place for people to get in touch with you, but did you have any other coordinates or anything that you wanted to share?
Yeah, I mean, they can go visit there. They'll find my website there. They'll find a free training there if they're curious. Website is very basic, but tells what I do. I'm on Instagram at @Russell_BB_. At Russell_BB2. Okay. But Facebook's the best way to find me. Just reach out there. We can have a conversation. And I do a lot of posting about what I do on my personal profile. So it's just kind of all there.
Yeah. And I mean, and you've been doing this for a while, so you're pretty connected.
Yep.
So even if it's not something that you're maybe, looking for in your world and what you help, you might have some suggestions and that for other people as well. So
yeah, whatever you need, I'm there to point you in the right direction. I've been on the online marketing space for a bit, and then all around recovery and mental health. So not just to do coaching with me. If you have anything, let me know. I'm happy to help. I'm in Messenger all the time talking with people. So
awesome.
Feel free to reach
I love
out.
that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Cool.
Well, thank you, Russell. It has been an absolute pleasure having you with us. And again, thank you for all you're doing in the world. You're doing great things. So keep it up.
Same to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. Wow. That was just so powerful. That was just a beautiful, beautiful conversation. Thank you, Russell. Next we have coming up, Kendra. And Kendra, I don't know if I'm saying your name right, so I'm going to wait until I get you up here so that I don't say it badly. And there she is. Hi, Kendra. All right. So Kendra, I want to say Toothill. Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
Sorry. It is Toothill, Kendra Toothill.
Toothill. Okay. I wasn't, and I'm do the back end stuff. I'm doing posts and whatever. And I'm like, I really am not 100% pronouncing that right. So
totally. No worries at all.
So welcome. Thank you for being with us. Christine wanted to pop back on here too, because she just, she was excited to have you on and be a part of the conversation. So welcome. Thanks for being with us. And I was saying at the beginning of our show this morning, when we were talking about the different speakers that were coming on, that I was in your group and I was following some of your posts, and I'm just super curious. Scars matter. Transform your well-being by working with your scars. And, Yeah, you did a post, and I forget what it said, and I think it was last night, and it was something about your scar being connected to your well-being or something, and I was like, ooh, like it just, I couldn't wait for this conversation today. I was like, oh, how does that work? So yeah, welcome.
Before she starts, I just want to say, so we found each other through another business person in one of my masterminds that I was in. And as soon as I heard what her program was about and her group, I was like, this is so cool, because many people do have some shame around their scars. And we are so glad to have you. Kendra, you have the floor. Tell us your story. We love the story part because we feel people can really relate to that. And then how that moved you into what you're doing today.
Yeah, sure. So thank you to both of you, Virginia and Christine, for having me. It's so nice to be here on a lovely Saturday morning. I am in Costa Rica, so to just spend some time with all of you.
Beautiful.
I'm in a place called Uvita. It's
Okay,
about
You're
3-hour drive, like from San Jose. Yeah.
I lived in Manuel Antonio
Yeah.
for 4 years, and Virginia just moved back to Canada from Panama. So podemos hablar en español, entonces. I'm kidding.
There we go. We got it. We got all Central American, all connection. Good. And I'm Canadian, so there we go. We're all connected. So my name is Kendra Toothill, and I'm a holistic women's health therapist. And I help women understand the power of the scars that they have on their body. I help them understand that the scars that they have meaning and significance, and we can trace all of that back, all of the physical challenges that people are experiencing, the emotion, the energetic kind of struggle, we can trace all of that back to the scar. And so my system, Scars Reigniting Your Feminine, is really about how we can like unearth all of that and work with that in a transformational process. So my background is as a clinical therapist. I've been a clinical therapist for nearly a decade now. I started out working in sport. I was an athletic therapist, and I would do like a real true Canadian hockey in the winter, rugby in the summer. And and it was really that journey that helped me recognize that it wasn't really deep work that I was wanting to do. And I was craving this meaningful kind of connection and powerful transformation that I wasn't really getting in the sport world. So just through my own personal transformation and through my professional transformation, I slowly started to just refine how I was working with people. And around the time when I was terribly unwell, and probably around 2015, my worst was 2016, my business world was awesome, but everything else was just falling apart. I had all of the mental health stuff going on, chronic pain, food intolerances, relationships down the tube, all of the like sleep problems that people are experiencing, sleep paralysis in particular. And it was a challenge because I was living this kind of parallel life where I was really uncovering something that was really transformational, which was working with people's scars, recognizing that when I was working with people's scars, it was incredibly healing and powerful and really, really kind of shocking at first. Like I have so many stories of all the amazing transformations that happened unexpectedly. So it's really over the years that I've refined how I work, and I help. One of the pieces that's so big is I help women understand like what they're feeling has an answer. Like what you're going through, there's a reason why. And just that as a foundational piece is so transformative because it builds confidence. It gives you that sense that you're on your journey, you're on the way, you have an empowering process kind of behind you that's fueling you. And that is really just a process of walking yourself well over time. It's really this amazing process that kind of unfolds as we go.
That's so interesting. And so when you say you were working with people's scars, how did that come to you? Was it like intuitively you were picking up hits on, hey, like a connection, or how did that work?
So when I got out of university and I started just my professional career, I just dived in the most intense neurology courses. I was incredibly geeky and like Western oriented in that way. So I was doing all the courses and trying to pack my brain full of stuff, which I think eventually kind of got me in the end, because I was really trying to mind my way through life. And I was missing this embodiment piece that's really part of my system, like reconnecting with your body. So around that time, I was just learning so much about the nervous system and neurology and biomechanics. And there was pieces, like really small pieces of these courses about scars. But when I really started to dive into it, it was like, this is everything. Like everything that we're talking about can be worked in the context of scars. And it was really the kind of beginnings for me that led to me choosing to exclusively work with people who have physical scars.
That is just so cool. So
Yeah.
I don't want to like put anybody on the spot, but can you give us an example of what something like that looks like?
Yeah, sure. So I
use
tell
ours?
this story.
So I'll share. So Virginia had C-sections. So she had her scar on, she mentioned in the video this morning. And then I've had a breast reduction and a hysterectomy. So my whole torso is. And the hysterectomy was okay. The part that was the hardest for me was before, when I realized that I wasn't going to have my own children. Then I had, the crying part then. And then afterwards for the breast reduction, I went into it so super excited, and I was like, great, they're just going to help my back. That was mainly why I had done it, and be able to wear like normal clothes as well. But then afterwards, like I fell into such a depression over how my body looked. And I was like, wow, I did this to myself, kind of thing. And it just felt like kindergarten kids, when they're hacking up just felt like, something a kindergarten kid had put together with, construction paper or something, when I'm looking at the front of me, and I was like, wow, I didn't expect that part of it. And so those are our scars, if that can help you in your conversation, and I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for sharing both of those. I have a way to kind of assess, like, how can you decide if the scars that are on your body are really causing impact or not?
Yeah.
And one way to just really easily tell is if you have a scar anywhere from like the tip to the tail, like the top of your head to your pelvic floor, it's going to be significant, because all of the important stuff is right there. That's where all of your organs are. That's where your breathing, comes from. That's where all of these energy centers are. If you have a scar on that area, it's incredibly impactful. And so we want to unpack that in a way that's appropriate to the person. Christine brings up a really interesting point about breast reductions, and I'll just take this as an example. Lots of women, like you were just describing, get a breast reduction and feel really good. They feel like they are themselves now because they can dress the way they want. They feel like they don't have that pain. It's almost like something shifted gears. And that sounds like it's something that you wanted, but because of, your own circumstances and how you felt through your own personal journey, you kind of had the opposite effect. And so that's why it's so important when you work with people holistically that you recognize that there's a human being in front of you, and you need to take their life into account. So the way that this all rolls out is incredibly individualized, and how you would work with a breast reduction scar would be really different to how you would work with a hysterectomy scar. They could be like very different dynamics. When you're talking about hysterectomy, you're talking about your fertility, your femininity, your like entrance or exit into a whole different lifestyle. Like you become a different person after a hysterectomy. There could be grief and sorrow and all of these different emotions that can play completely differently to a woman who had a breast reduction and feels like herself now, that she has like breasts that allow her to move and present herself and show up in the world the way that she wanted to. So all of these things absolutely are something to consider, but I'll just share just briefly an example of when people don't recognize that they have scars that are impacting. And this is really early on in my career, is a really good example of just, whoa, scars are super intense and we need to recognize and pay attention to them. I always say like two things: scars matter, and every scar has a story. So appendix scars in general, from what I've seen, have a similar kind of story. And this was outlined really well in this example with this female client. if you have an appendix scar and you are a woman or a man over the age of like 40, 45, because if you're over that age, back in the day, they would leave you in the hospital overnight and you'd be without your parents. You were little, didn't really understand what was happening. And so when I started working on this appendix scar with this woman in particular, it was something that I could tell physically looked like it needed attention just by the way that it looked a bit like, gnarly and kind of wrapped into the body. But as I was manually working it and she was doing some breathing practices during it, she was telling the story of her experience around staying in the hospital, being afraid. And it was just like this eruption of energy and like intensity, like flew out of the scar. And she basically, burst into hysterics because she had this extreme recognition that, and this is across the board with people who have appendix scars of that age, is that there's an abandonment feeling going on. And that abandonment feeling that's birthed from that appendix scar event gets carried through people's lives, and they don't know why they have this story. And so when you start to trace these really important, meaningful things back to a scar, it's incredibly validating and so important that people understand, like, okay, I had this abandonment issue because this, and I can actually go to work, not just on the physicality of the scar, but working physically on a scar gives you like an awesome access point to just wrapped up, stale, kind of stuck emotion and energy that's within the scar. So when it comes out, it can come out in examples like that. That's a pretty extreme case, and I've learned to be a bit more gentle in like the way that we move through these kinds of things. But at first, I remember just being so shocked, and it was so powerful. It's like the room just exploded with all of that held tension from this woman who was in her 60s and had no idea why she was, feeling this flavor of abandonment throughout her life, and all the digestive stuff and all the other things that come with having a scar on your abdomen. So that's just an example, and really kind of piecing together the physical qualities as well as the emotional and energetic significance of scars and how to work them.
That is incredible. And what an excellent example. I mean, as soon as you said that, I thought of my son. One of my boys had to have his appendix out. I think he was like 13. And I had to leave him in the hospital. And I felt horrible for leaving him there. And I remember at the time his dad cracking a joke, and I'm like, this isn't funny. Like, don't freak him out, and I remember being so concerned about him. So I totally get how those emotions could be trapped in that scar. That's incredible. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's so significant.
Sorry, it reminded me of kids who go in for tonsils and eardrums as well.
Yeah.
They're left in there. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So I find when people are struggling with their mental health, their physical health, they're like, their emotions, they're feeling reactive, they're really like down and struggling through life, which, I mean, if we really get real, we're all struggling in some way.
Yeah.
Getting this kind of validation that there's an answer for what you're feeling is just such a beautiful start for people. It just takes the pressure off, and you go, oh, that's why I'm feeling that. And then even more so, I love to bring like the humanity, like the humanness piece, that we are all struggling, and we don't need to be pretending that we're okay. This is like one of the main problems of social media, as we all know.
Right.
But once we really get down to it, and we can connect with that humanness, that we're struggling, and that it's okay, and that I need to just work through something because I'm a human, I have the potential to grow and transform. That is really like the crux of the journey that I offer to people, and the mode at which we kind of have this transformation around is really the scar work, which is so much more than just the manual work, but it's an incredibly beautiful and inspiring process to go through with people, which is why I still continue to do it, because every time I'm like, that was amazing.
Yeah, it would be. Yes. Because it's like doing the mindset work, right? And Christine and I have worked with people that are doing inner child stuff. They're going back to stuff from their childhood, and often, dealing with trauma, that's where you're going. And this almost seems like a shortcut. Let's cut right to your scars first, because that almost, let's clear that out of the way first. Let's deal with your
Absolutely.
scars. And like you said, dealing with the emotion surrounding how that, and helping them clear through that. It's like a shortcut. I love that. It's not a shortcut,
Yeah.
but you know, from a
Yeah,
coach perspective, I would think that's, you know, that's beautiful.
Yeah, in some ways it is. So I often tell people, and we're all more comfortable now, thank goodness, with mindset stuff and talk therapy and psychotherapy and guided, you know, meditations and inner child work. And the kind of maybe challenge with that is when we think that we've done those things, we can kind of check that problem off our list. But what my system is really trying to incorporate is that there's an embodiment piece, like a down and in, like a reconnection to places that you've been disconnected from. And anywhere you have a scar, there's disconnect if you haven't worked it. And so it's really like balancing the really truly like the body and the mind. It needs to come together in harmony. So even if you've done incredible work in all of the things that we all know about, and I listed some of them, just getting into that scar and like physically giving your body input, bringing awareness back there, letting all that stuck stuff start to move, it's a whole different level of working with your body and working with that problem that is it's not really a problem. I always call scars transformation hotspots, because a lot of the time they're like these wells of transformation opportunity that most people have no ideas on their body. And so I want to just help people understand that the scars don't need to be a place where you're struggling or where you're challenged or where you know, the reason why you don't look at yourself in the mirror anymore when you walk by, which is really common for women who have hysterectomies or C-section scars. They just don't like the way that looks, that area looks anymore. It doesn't need to be like that. It can be a completely like flip that on its head and use that as a driving force through life, because we all are human and we all have the capacity to change and transform.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love that. Have you ever come into any clients that have birthmarks? And would that be considered kind of a scar in the sense of transformation and stuff?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Same, I've gotten a lot of questions like, is a belly button a scar? And how do you work with that? Like all of these kind of things that can come up in the womb. And if we're talking about energetics and you know, the way that your mother is during the pregnancy and all the kind of stuff that can get packed into that situation, I really do feel like those are opportunities again to really transform some stuff that may be stuck inside of your body. So you can absolutely explore birthmarks, particularly if they are like large in size or in that area that I spoke about from the head to the pelvic floor. They would be interesting to investigate. And just the kind of energetic thought process, like a belly button is truly like your connection to like primordial Mother Earth.
Right.
It is like the gateway to mother, to nature, to the universe, however you want to say that. So there's a lot of cool ways that you can think about it when you are going through these processes.
That's awesome. I did in the last year, I don't know when it was, but I did a guided past life regression, and we were guided, you know, you could do it just yourself, or if you had a scar, we were guided to go into the past life that related to that. Sorry, not scar, a birthmark. And holy hell, what an amazing experience. It really, and like you said about transformation, I mean, it was really, in my case, I connected to the healer in that past lifetime of who I was, and shone light on a situation in that lifetime, and was rewarded with, you know, beautiful energy gifts, and it just kind of helped me stand in my own power. You are a healer. You are this person. You are, you know, how you're supposed to show up in the world and everything. And it was absolutely a transformational experience for me. So, and that was a birthmark. I mean, I could, you know, I can totally see how this could be so transformational for people, you know. And it's interesting because when Christine and I were talking earlier about the scars, and she was saying about her scars, and I was like, oh, you know, I never even thought about it, but I had 3 C-sections. I have a scar, but until she mentioned it, I'd never thought about it. So would you think, you know, as a person that deals in that, because it's not really something that's like, I don't attach anything to that. Like, I can't even think of anything negative, to be truthful. Like, how would someone like me benefit from services like you, or in this case, do you feel like I've worked through that? And it's more of if you have a mental connection still or something, like, how do you tell?
Yeah, so I generally, when people have a scar on their abdomen and a C-section, for example, I list off a list of physical things that are very likely for the person to be experiencing. And in general, as soon as you have a scar on your abdomen, you have a pressure problem in your body, because your kind of intrinsic core, which is like your diaphragm on top, that ends up being your pelvic floor on the bottom, your abdomen in the front, and your back, you know, you're visualizing almost like this party balloon inside your body.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you were to like deflate that party balloon and like start to rub on it, like start to pull and stretch where a C-section would be, and you blow that balloon back up, there's a weakening there.
Mm-hmm.
And so that weakening, that pressure problem, can absolutely be experienced as vulnerability in the low back. So like tweaky, kind of niggly low back, where you're like, man, I just picked up my bag and I just, you know, threw out my back. It could be that as a pressure problem. But because we're all connected, and we're drawing a really big line, and in between, like inside this party balloon, is all of your digestive organs, all of your reproductive organs. For women in particular, we're also talking about the health of your nervous system. We're talking about the health of your digestion. So we're thinking like bloating, food intolerances, you know, challenges with inflammation and distension, incontinence, fast digestion or fast bowel movements, slow bowel movements. Like, we start talking about this stuff locally, and then a pressure problem is actually the whole body. So you could be experiencing like a lot of congestion in your face. Like the pressure, once you start thinking about these words as not labels, like I have this diagnosis, this and this, but we're talking about like a symptom of pressure, talking about seasonal allergies, sinus stuff, congestion, nasal drip, brain fog.
You're like
headaches.
Talking my language here. I'm like, I'm just like,
yeah, exactly. So this way of describing people's problems is so much more clarifying, because you think like, oh, I have all these little micro things I got to deal with, and like I got to change my food, and I got to like, no, it's actually you got to do one thing, and you got to work on the scar. You got to work on that area. So there's a physicality that comes with all scars.
Mm-hmm.
That's very important. But equally as important is the emotion and the energy. So that's why I always like to talk about this body-mind balance. So with each of your C-sections, each of those births, there's a different story. There may have been like challenges in like what you thought your birth plan was going to be and what actually happened. There can be like relationship dynamics that play out like during that birthing process. Lots of women feel resentment towards their like spouse or whoever's taking care of them in the moment. There's just, because you're freaked out, there's a layer of unknown and fear. And when we have that veil over in front of our eyes, we can start interpreting people's, actions as different than what is. So people are often very upset and hold resentment or bitterness towards the medical staff, even if the medical staff had the biggest heart and the intention to help. But when you're in that place, it's like, it doesn't feel like that.
Yeah. I was in a teaching hospital, and, they were like, oh, do you mind if we bring in people, students and whatever? That, I think they brought him in once. After that, I was like, get the hell out of my room. Because it was like, I get that you're trying to learn here, but you're not learning on me. Like, it was So that's so funny when you say that. You kind of take it out on the people around you. But
yeah, absolutely. And then, so there's, in the energy and the emotion, I'm always talking about it from 3 parts, because this is a lot more subtle than physical, because we like look down in our body and like, oh, it's right there, or like you can feel like I'm bloated. That's a lot easier to like physically understand. But for some people, the energy and the emotion is kind of like this abstract, subtle thing. So the roadmap I want everyone to think about related to the scar is, what was your kind of feeling, your inner dialogue, what was your life like, what was going on before the C-section or before the scar? You know, were you stressed, strained? Were you feeling like, I don't think I can do this, I'm full of fear, like any kind of, you know, whatever's going on in your mind, as well as just the whole energetic signature of that period. Then the during the birth or the event, there's always fear, especially if it's like a surgery, like a breast reduction surgery, because the medical staff will, rightly so, list out all the stuff that could go wrong. And that's like totally freaky.
Yeah.
So there's always fear involved in those relationship dynamics between who's taking care of you and the medical staff, like I mentioned. And then there's the after, which a lot of the time we just get told, like, this is just how you are now. You got to just deal with it. And that's not the truth at the end of the day. That's totally not the truth. So it is all of that, as well as the simple thing like a woman doesn't look at in herself in the mirror anymore, which is really common for C-sections, or they're just changing their life slightly and they're like grooving a whole new path based on this scar. So we don't recognize it as being impactful, but it is. And it needs to be, it can be traced back and worked on. So your whole self-confidence, if it got depleted or kind of smashed because you don't like the way your body looks now, instead of just doing mindset stuff, or instead of just trying to boost your confidence from the now perspective, you want to go to the source of when it really got challenged, or when it really kind of broke or fractured. So in the example that you had given with the, you know, the students, whatever kind of feeling that gave you, did that kind of get lodged or kind of condensed inside of you, and now you have a trigger? So lots of people who go to the hospital often really don't like going to the hospital anymore. They get really triggered because they don't trust them, or they have resentment from a past experience, or whatever it is, and then they live their life because of that feeling. So they completely change the way that they view the world and how they live in the world. So the more you can feel your story in the scar, it starts to really impact what could actually be going on and what kind of resolution you could be on your way towards.
Very, very cool. Because I can say that at this stage of my life, I deal with hip pain and low back pain. And a number of years ago, the medical system wanted to put things in my SI joints and all, and I was just like, no, I'm just not doing that. So I've chosen another way. I work with an osteopath personally, that helps, in a lot of ways. But I just find that very, very interesting, how really just unpacking what you went through. Because as you're saying that, I'm thinking about each pregnancy and each delivery and each, and how that was, and how very different each of them were. And the emotions behind each of them were all very, very different as well. So yeah, that's very, very cool. So now, because obviously you're also dealing with the emotional part of it, what about the physical part? Like what, someone like me who has a C-section scar, can you get rid of that? Can you lessen that? Like, is that something that we should be, that is kind of something you're striving towards also, as well as releasing this, or is that even a factor?
Yeah, it's always both. And most often I start in helping people understand like the physical qualities that we're looking for, because the physical, like I said, is like the tangible world. So if I just briefly do a like crash course on like the physiology of a wound, when there's like an opening to the external environment, the body doesn't like that because it doesn't want an infection. Because as soon as the body has an infection, it's like all systems on deck. It's all hands need to start to fight that infection. So it's going to close up as quickly as it can, and in a very irregular fashion, which actually we use to our advantage in my system. But particularly in the abdomen, and this is true for anywhere, but particularly in the abdomen, it's challenging because the scar, as it's healing, is looking for a solid, reliable, stable structure, so that as you move from your C-section, as you go to the bathroom, as you eat, as you twist, as you reach, the wound has to make sure that it's good to go for all of those vectors of movement, has to make sure that it doesn't reopen. So what is it looking for? It's looking for bone. It's looking for that solid, reliable thing that it can really anchor onto to make sure that it doesn't get exposed again. So in the abdomen, that's a problem because it's really soft. It's all like soft tissue and organ. So depending on where your scar is, and for C-section, it's going to go down. It's going to go down towards your pubic bone. It's going to go down towards your pelvic bones, also called your hip bones. And if you, for example, have really slow digestion, like you're just more on the constipated side, that means that your hollow organ that should be hollow is actually more often not. It's more often solid. So you can have scars starting to bury into the gut, like the large intestine, for example. If you're one of those people.
Uh-oh, did we lose her?
This is really common. Are you still there?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Saying is if it can bear to you, but if who has a bladder that's you attend a lot of Zoom meetings, or this is really common for a teacher, then the scar tissue will start to latch and move into your, like, try to find that solid, stable anchor point, which is your bladder. So all of this creates a lot of challenge. And so we absolutely want to like remove that anchoring, give the body back the function that it's looking for, which is muscle stability and like the neurology functioning correctly, and take the heat off of the scar doing all the work, because the scar shouldn't be acting like a muscle, but it is. Because wherever there's a scar, the muscles underneath are not acting to their fullest potential. So there's a whole physical thing that is kind of my foundational work that I was really confident in the beginning, but through the process, I realized, whoa, there's a lot of emotion and energy that's stuck in there as well. So it was really like a physical thing that started out, and the example, like the appendix, it really became more than that over time.
That's incredible. That's incredible. I just all these scenarios playing in my head when you're talking and saying all that, and even other people, friends and family that and things that they've maybe gone through emotionally or physically and whatever, and just understanding that's incredible. So now part of your program to physically work with scars, what does that look like?
So my system, which is called Scars Reigniting Your Feminine, has 3 different pillars in it, which is growth markers, which is all around like understanding your baseline, like where you're at. Like when you had those like ping, ping, ping aha moments going like, I'm feeling all that stuff. Like we want to know like where we're at, so that we can move through that and see the change over time. It's your transformation, and you want to be on board with all of that, because that's the most important thing at the end of the day. As a clinical therapist, if I'm crossing off everything on my paper, but you don't know what's going on, it's not so great. That doesn't make any sense. So that's a really important pillar that I help like people understand, like how everything's connected. And like once we go through that, then we have progressive methods. So I have 6 body practices that I actually choose depending on the person, the situation, where the scar is, and all like the variables of the scar. So we have breathing practices, for example. We have self-massage. We have different types of movement practices. I've developed a type of movement practice that helps to move and flush the fluid systems, like the lymphatic and the circulatory system. When you start moving all that scar tissue and all that stuckness, it needs to go somewhere. So I've found that flushing this style of movement really helps. Then there's manual work, which is the obvious, like the touching one that everyone's probably thinking about. Then there's pelvic floor re-education and reconnection, because as a woman, we all got to go down and in and reconnect with that area, because it's just an area where there's so many reasons why we've disconnected and kind of detached and come up and out from the area. And then the final one, the 6th one, is helping women understand the power of their daily vaginal secretions, like their mucus patterns. You can see so much from your mucus patterns, like your stress level. It's not just, am I ovulating or not? There's also a ton of other information that we just never got the education on. And so I want to bring that in as well. So it's a really embodied experience, because in my own experience, and I don't know if you guys have had this as well, you can't just brain your way through life, because if you just mental your way through life, you'll just burn out essentially. So the process is really about coming back in and connecting.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love that. And all of this you're doing and working with clients in on an online environment?
Yes. I have for so many years was in person, and then I spent some time in the UK and I started to work online, and then the pandemic hit and it was like really online. And a really great silver lining came from that, which was that I recognized how much more empowering it is when you have to do everything yourself. It's a very engaging, active process because you're doing it and you're feeling the change. It's not me just going in with my hands and me feeling it. Like, you're totally on board with it. So it actually worked out really well. So I work exclusively online, and I work one-to-one. I have a 6-month program, and I also have a group program that's a year long.
I love that. That's awesome. And you're right, because working on yourself and teaching people how to do that work, even the touch part of it, on yourself, they would experience those emotions and that connection and, exactly what you said, that release in the end, right?
Yeah. 1,000 times more powerful.
Yes. Wow. I love that. So now I know you have a group on Facebook, and I believe it is also called the Radiantly Alive Woman. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That's my Facebook group. Yeah.
Perfect. And for the most part, the best way for people to get in touch with you is through your website that we have here on the banner, theradiantlyalivewoman.com.
Yep. So that's my website. You'll find all the information about my system, about the body practices, a little bit more about my story. And yeah, you'll also be able to find my community, the Facebook group, through that as well. Pretty easy to find. I think I'm the only Kendra Toothill around. And everything is the Radiantly Alive Woman on Instagram, Facebook, and my website.
I love that. And I love that name. It, after talking about your story and what you're doing to be of service in the world, that is such a beautiful title, and it just sums it up. It's awesome. I love it. Christine, did you have anything else that you wanted to ask? I know you've been sitting quietly.
Yeah. No, I just want to say thank you, and that we love your magic. Like, just what you're able to do for women and men who find you, I think is just so incredible, and never even thought about the emotions in a scar, but it makes so much sense.
Yeah, I'm sure we're not alone. Many people, I'm sure, I would never have made that connection in that way.
So cool.
Yeah. So awesome. I'm looking forward to watching more of what happens, and maybe picking up a few little tips myself.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do. I go live twice a week inside my Facebook group, and it's so important to me that people have education as well as practical application. So there is tips and like how to move forward. There's lots of stuff in there. So yeah, that would be great if we just all start moving forward in a little way.
Yes. Yes. Beautiful. That is it. Thank you so much, Kendra. It has been an absolute pleasure having you with us here today. We hope that you'll come back. I think we almost might move to 2 shows a month, because everybody is just so awesome. We want to have them all back again. But thank you so much.
Awesome. I love that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pura vida.
Have a great day.
Bye. Pura vida.
Pura vida. See? Oh man, how interesting is that? I just love some of these topics and how people are showing up in the world. I would never have thought.
Yeah, I know. When I first saw her group too, I was like, what, scars? And I could kind of understand, but then once I understood a little bit more and like how deep she's going, I was like, oh my word, this is amazing and super helpful for anyone who feels shame around a scar. You know, Christine, thank you for mentioning in the comments about your cancer scar that you went in for something else and they found it, so they removed it. But she says afterwards she was in shock and cried for days because it was so big. And absolutely, like, I feel you, you know, when you have that scar after and you're just like, whoa. For my hysterectomy, normally it's across the bikini line. And he said, like, you have so many fibroids, we might not be able to do that. He told me that before. He's like, I'll do the best I can. So I come out of surgery and I'm cut from like above my belly button right down to the pubic bone, like straight down. Like, it is massive. And so it's like, it's shocking. And there is that whole piece of it I never even thought about looking at and healing, because that's still a stuck energy or an emotion that's inside. And if any shame is wrapped around that, then definitely getting some work done on that, because with the healing addictions theme, like it kind of goes along of here's where it started from, you know, kind of have a look at. And if you can't look in the mirror and you don't feel like you can say, I love you to yourself, or even just that mirror, any kind of mirror work is scary to you, then maybe that's even a place to start, is what scars do you have, and maybe what is around that. Did you feel abandoned in the hospital? Were you young? Were you little? Or yeah, so many of the emotions around.
Well, and the physical part of it, right? The physical part of it, I was really taken with that too, because when I think of the emotional part of my scars, although she did bring up some great things to think about, and my state of mind, or my where I was in my life at those particular times, there's nothing, I don't feel any shame. I don't feel anything, you know, when I think of those things. But from the physical things, it's like, oh, isn't that interesting how then a scar in your abdomen would go out and try to connect to something solid. And here I am working through some hip pain. And so wouldn't that be interesting that right? And and my osteopath has said the same thing, right? There's that pulling, your body is pulling. And I have neck pain. Makes totally sense that it's pulling down because your body can't do that anymore, right? So very, very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. I'm interested to see more of her teachings for sure. So, okay, I will get out of the way. Christine is taking over from now. Thank you, everyone, for spending the morning with me. I will be in the background if you have any questions or need anything, and really looking forward to our next conversation. So have a great afternoon.
Ciao, ciao. All right, let's bring up Sabrina and Dane. Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
We're echoing. Do you hear that?
Do you have a device? Two devices now. Turn one off.
I think she's checking now. I think we're gonna take a look.
We're gonna have to listen one on each ear.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it.
Is that right?
Yeah, we're gonna
so
have to be all
excited. So
snuggly.
Sabrina and I
She's
met
muted.
in an ex-Jehovah's Witness group, and I've interviewed her already. Back in May, day 2, there was a whole day for ex-Jehovah's Witness coaches who are doing great things out in the world.
Yes.
And I loved how you're helping people with narcissism and all of that. So just, you know, showcasing that we've already had you on, and that was just so incredible. And I wanted to have you back. And it was actually you two are the whole reason, and Russell, who was on earlier, for this whole Healing Addictions Day. As soon as you had said what you wanted to come on and talk about, you know, your business of helping others with their sobriety, I was like, perfect. Let's do an addiction day. So if someone we know is struggling with that, then there's a whole bunch of coaching here today that can help them to move through that. And so super excited to hear about you. So tell us, whatever feels good. I mean, I know that you're intuitive as well. So what feels good is what we like is tell your story so that people can connect you and that they can really understand kind of your transition, and then how that came to be the business you had today. Maybe even how you two met. I think you two are just adorable, and I love watching you guys on Facebook.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christine, for having us here, and for everything that that you're doing with Healing Soul School. So my story, I guess you should start.
Yeah.
Can you hear us okay?
You're good.
We're kind of connected here because we had some echoing issues. But
two lovebirds. You look like parrots. They're lovebirds.
It's a crazy story, I guess, when I look back. I tell it all the time, and I'm so grateful to always tell it, because that's how I identified. Somebody told me their story, and it was like my life, as it relates to alcohol. So I was addicted to alcohol. Didn't have much of a drug story, but kind of just a high level view of what happened to me. I did the traditional route. I ended up getting addicted to alcohol and using it daily to medicate, and didn't even realize it actually, how bad it was until my family got involved and helped me figure that whole thing out. But I did the traditional detox center and then a rehab after that, and then I got help outside of that after that, and it was kind of a lengthy process. But my story started out as me growing up in a great family in the Midwest in Minnesota, and a huge family, and drinking really didn't affect anybody around me. So it was interesting that I got the great affliction that I'm thankful for today. But finding out that I just never felt like everybody else. I always felt different, right? Some people may identify with that, some people may not. But I ended up going through the grades and into college and getting into the medical side. So an EMT at first, and then I wanted to be a paramedic. But I got recruited to get into procurement, tissue procurement. So I was procuring bone and skin and connective tissue out of cadavers. And that left me with crazy hours. It left me with getting home, at 3 a.m. or odd hours where nobody was around. And back then they offered counseling and stuff after some of the traumatic cases. Most of the cases were traumatic because they had to kind of die a healthy death. So suicide, murder, car accident, sudden death type stuff. So it was young. I was young, and it was a lot to handle and carry, and pretty sheltered growing up. So I didn't see a lot of horror movies and stuff. But it was really tough to get home at night and then not be able to sleep. So there was no one to really talk to. So long story, I became a functioning alcoholic. Made good money, paid my bills, treated my wife well, and did everything that I was taught to do. But I just was secretly drinking excessively in the background to be able to go to sleep. So I would come home after recovery, and there was opportunities where they would offer what was called debriefing. And no one ever wanted to raise their hand and say, yeah, I want to have counseling. I want to talk about what we just saw. I want to talk about the case we just had. So we would just all go home and act tough and not talk about it, or with humor or something, we would handle it. But it really got to be a lot. And fast forward maybe 10 years after I kind of got into that, I ended up burning out and getting out of it, and then really accelerated my drinking. And it was a specific day that my family came and said, hey, we think you should maybe get evaluated and see somebody because you're drinking a lot and you're blacking out. And there's a ton of horror stories that I'll save for another day. But at that given day, I was so miserable. I said, all right, I'll entertain you. I kind of just wanted the heat off. I wanted to get him off my back. So I went to, unbeknownst to me, they had all this background planning. Back then, there was a reality show called Intervention. It was kind of popular. And I don't know if that's what kind of affected my family or inspired them to do this, but they talked to my employer, they talked to everybody in the community, and they really rallied, and they kind of had it all planned. So I ended up going to a place, a mental institution, a detox facility. It was literally like one flew over the cuckoo's nest. And I remember going in there, and they asked me a bunch of questions, and I answered half of them honestly, and the other half I knew this will look wrong. I can't answer yes to this, that, and the other. And then they had me blow in a straw, and I blew in the straw, no big deal, because I hadn't drank since the night before. And he said, "Did you drive here?" And I said, "No, my wife did." He said, "That's good, because you would have been illegal. You've been arrested if you got pulled over." And I was amazed because I always drank that way. And I went to work and I wasn't drunk, but my body still was processing the alcohol at that time in the morning. So I was caught. And they said, "You're going to stay here. Your family has made arrangements. They packed a suitcase that you don't know about in the back of the Suburban, and next thing you know, I'm in the process. So it was really kind of I was blindsided, but that's the way it had to happen for me. A lot of the people I work with today, that's not the course they go through. But for me, it worked, and that's the way it had to be for me. You know, that's the route we went. So from there, I went to rehab, which I fell in love with a couple of the counselors that I'm still close with today, 13 years ago, and that was the answer for me. And I learned coping skills, and I worked through a program, and here I am today teaching other people how to do it. That's kind of my story in a nutshell.
How long have you been sober?
And it's been 13 years. 13 years that I've been sober, and this wonderful woman right here has come to me and she said, you know, you're working with all these people. You should be doing this. You know, I didn't even realize that I was recreating what I learned at Hazelden and at the other centers that I'd been through. It was kind of like new to me. I thought you did this because you're supposed to, not because it was a calling. And she helped find that in me, and now it's my everything. You know, it's absolutely my life's mission is helping people realize that they can get sober and stay sober without spending a ton, you know, all the money and all the time and all the letting down the family members and everything else. And we'll get into that. Mm-hmm. Why don't you tell us your story? Yours is very different than mine.
Yeah, so I did not have a problem with alcohol. My story relates to, you know, me coming on your show the first time, and I was being abused in a relationship, and one of the ways that he would manipulate me or sexually abuse me was by basically getting me wasted. So as soon as I would walk into his house, he'd have a huge, not like a normal glass of rum and Coke, but like a big gulp size of rum and Coke, and basically just get me plastered and take advantage of me in ways that I wasn't necessarily okay with. And of course, arguing goes along with that, jealousy goes along with that, and just a lot of blackouts, a lot of being a shitty mom, the next day. Mm-hmm. And you know, because I have a hangover, so I'd go out on a Friday, go out on a Saturday, and then try to take care of my son the following morning, and just being a horrible example of a mom. Granted, my son was a baby, he was little, so but still, you know, I knew it wasn't something that I wanted to do. So just one day, literally just one day, I went over, we were all going to be hanging out, going out, and I just chose not to drink. I'm like, I'm not drinking tonight. Partly because we were like in an argument, and I didn't want him using it against me or manipulating the situation or anything with it. And so I kind of did it as like, you're not going to tell me what to do, and I'm going to prove you wrong, that it's not me being the crazy one. And it was great because the following day I woke up, still had fun on a Saturday, and then Sunday woke up and I was like, good. And I picked up my kid from daycare, and we had a great day, and I was like, this is amazing. So from that day forward, you know, I just kept refraining, and then it got to 6 months, and I'm like, I'm going to go for a year. Did it for a year, and I never really had the stereotype of being sober or, you know, living a sober life. I literally just chalked it up to being healthy, you know, looking to be healthy, looking to be a good mother. And I bragged about it constantly. And 1 year became 2 years and 3 years. And now I don't even know the day, which I'm kind of jealous of Dane in a way, because he has like a definitive day when he stopped drinking. But my son was about 1, and my son is now 16 or 17. So I've been sober somewhere around 15 to 16 years. I don't even know. And so anyways, when I met Dane, he is the one that actually introduced me to this entire world of sobriety and this like secret society group of individuals who don't drink. And I had no idea. I had no clue that this existed. And I was also somewhat frustrated because I was so proud of my sobriety. Like, I told everybody that I didn't drink. I thought that it was, or think that it's so cool to not have that. in essence, poison going into your body. And when I met him and, the individuals that AA and the rehabs and all of that, I noticed that a lot of them are kind of shy about it. And they're almost like, what would you say?
So, and partially in the defense of that 12-step organization, it's meant so that the person that comes in and succeeds for a little while, and then next thing you know, you're seeing them out in the community drinking too much, slurring, and people associate that as being a tool that doesn't work because people have boasted about it and talked about it. So they're encouraged to be anonymous about the solution, and that's kind of the mentality of keep it to yourself because we don't need to be advertising what doesn't work is kind of the idea behind it.
So I didn't like that. And I was like, we should create a society, in a sense, of individuals who are proud of their sobriety and who can, speak about it and to openly help and to openly communicate with individuals on how important it is to drink less or to not drink at all. And so Sober Society was born.
And
That's awesome.
This is the mother of it.
Yeah. Awesome. I think that's really beautiful because I think that there is a lot of shame that people hold of going to a 12-step program or that they're going to AA or, and in any of the other different dialects is what's coming to mind, but any of the other programs that are part of that. So this is really good, that you can be out in public or you can be yourself and not have to hide. I like that.
100%.
Yeah, it's so important. It's so important. And with anything else, Christine, if you had a cure to cancer or diabetes, or a hack to get around it or deal with it or manage it, it becomes your responsibility to preach it, to get it out as fast as you can, I think. And so many of these institutions and rehabs and programs and whatever it may be, so much of the time it's rule based and shame based, and it's great that there's now environments where you can be who you want to be, and there's not always a right and wrong way. There's just a way that works, and that's kind of what we're doing and why it's so successful.
Right. Mm-hmm. Just a you way. That's so great.
Yeah.
I had used alcohol as well as I'm going to say that I was addicted because I'll tell you the last part of the story, but I have traveled the world. There's usually always alcohol involved with that and partying, and that includes men. And the drugs never appealed to me either because for some reason I was scared of them. I don't know if it was just, my mom growing up or that commercial of your brain being fried, that whole pan, Jehovah's Witnesses, I don't know, something was put into my head where the drugs weren't really an appeal. And I moved to Taiwan to teach after my divorce, and it was so interesting because I was watching people doing hard drugs at the beach parties and stuff I was at, and I was watching them come off their high the next day, and I was like, you look like shit. I do not want to do that drug because yes, they may have felt good, but with alcohol, I knew what to expect. I knew how many drinks I could handle to be able to handle myself. And I also knew the blackout kind of alcohol drinks, how many I took to get to that point. And it was just always evolved around the emotions and how I was feeling about myself, whether I went really hard or I could go and have a couple drinks and be okay with it. So it was like this, years and years and years of traveling and partying and all of that. And when I came back home, after that, I moved to Costa Rica, same thing, more partying and drinking less because we were getting more into doing yoga at the beach and that kind of thing. But being at home, I raised a little one. And so I went through a series of depression cycles, especially 3 years ago. It was really bad. And as I had been learning how to heal and come out of that and really learning the mindset and brain work behind why we do certain things, it was just before the lockdown where I was going out with friends, and I've been a go person because I didn't feel comfortable staying home by myself. So I was addicted to going out and being in public as well, just the social part. And I was starting to drink shots before I would go. I'd be waiting for the ride to come pick me up, and I would be in my kitchen and I'm like, I need a couple of shots. And that had never happened before. Like we used to do pre-drinking, and that's something totally different, I feel, like socially, but it was almost like this need. I had to have this crutch of these shots before I could even feel comfortable, that liquid courage to go out the door and be in hanging out with my friends, people that I knew and loved and felt safe around. But it was so interesting how my body, my mind had kind of turned towards that. And thank goodness for the lockdown, because I'm not one to drink by myself, and my family doesn't really drink so heavy. So being home and having, going within and really learning how to heal myself, that feeling and that desire for that now is gone. And so if I feel like having a drink, it's more of for the social aspect of it, not this, I need it in order to feel better. And I'm so grateful, because that is a path where it's so easily to slip, and then all of a sudden, you're at this spot in this place and you're like, wow, how did I even get here? And so grateful for you and your community and what you're building, that you have this safe space. I have goosebumps right now, where people can come and they can be themselves, they can get the help that they need, that it is safe to ask for help. I think that's one thing that the world is really shifting into, as we are talking more about mindfulness and going within and, more of taking care of ourselves, is that no one is perfect. We've all had our own stuff and we've had our trauma. Like everyone has a story. And it's okay. But what do you do with it? And how are you living today? Are you still bogged down by that? Or are you able to find ways and help and support to lift yourself up? And then community, I think, is just so key, because we're not alone. Like there are people who are just like us, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so, share it with us more. Like, what is it like in your community? What is it that you do for people?
Yeah.
So there's a few different things. So we have a Sober Society community Facebook group. Where it's just a free community that you can join and talk and converse and ask questions. And there's people in that community that need help, people that are curious about sobriety, and then long-term veterans like Dana and I who've been sober for a very long time, and we kind of act as teachers for those people. And our actual curriculum that's pulled from that community is kind of two faces, I guess. One of them is kind of acting like an actual rehab after detox, where once somebody comes off the drug, we can then come in and we have an entire curriculum that we go through in order to refocus them from the addiction that they were on to their brand new life. And it focuses on health, relationships, prosperity, and joy, which are the four, circles of life that Human Better 365 kind of has created. The second kind of phase that we have is they do detox, they do rehab, and then we come in and actually take them from their rehab and fly, walk, drive, whatever, to their home. And we actually act as an advocate or a shield for them walking back into their home. Because at this point, they've been away from their family for most of the time, at least a month.
3 to 4 days. Yeah.
And, it's weird. The wife, the mother, the father, the husband doesn't know how to react to the other individual. It could be that the family is walking on eggshells and they don't want to say the wrong thing because the person's going to drink again. Or it could go the opposite, where the family's mad because they just got to go on a 30-day vacation in Florida a lot of times. And they're still at home with the kids, mowing the lawn, doing the dishes, and trying to keep up with the household. So the individual who just came off of alcohol is met with a lot of resistance and bitterness and jadedness. Resentments. So we come in as sort of a shield, walk in with them, and we kind of open the floor in more of a family-friendly communication type way. We have a whole curriculum for that also. And it's all based on communication with your spouse, your mother, your dad, your children, and really allow the space to be able to speak real feelings, but with monitors so that, everyone stays calm and everyone is heard. And there's a lot of crying And, you know, with that, we get the family together to do healthier things together. We work on relationships. We work on issues in their career, their education, where they're not feeling quite fulfilled. And we sit down and we create an actual action plan with that. And then we find areas where they're wanting joy, you know, dig down and figure out what they have always wanted to do. What are some things that you have always wanted to do that you've just never taken the time to do? You know, we find that people have wanted to learn how to dance. People have wanted to learn how to play the piano or the guitar. And but they don't talk about it. You know, they don't talk about it. It's just something that just, they think about it sometimes. But we actually create the space for that. So they actually have some joy in their life. And in order to replace, you know, the addiction, basically, the addiction. So Dane's really good at also helping with the health aspect, if you want to talk about your cycling.
Yeah, and I think
before you jump into that, just what I'm feeling called to say is like Gabor Mate is so great at teaching people, you know, addiction has such a stigma, but it's really, there's a core need that's asking to be met.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. And so when you can replace it with something else that brings you joy and lifts you up, whether it's dancing or painting or something where it's your own thing, that it's this self-care piece, then the other parts, you know, it melts away, where that addiction, you know, now you can put that energy into something else. And
Exactly.
I just love what you're doing. And I don't know if you have this, but I just thought of it as like so good for you to have, you know, a space for the person who's left at home to look after the kids or the house, or, you know, maybe where some of that resentment understandably can come from, but also so that they understand what their person in rehab is going through and how to talk to them when they come back. That's a huge piece, because
Yes.
I'll even say, you know, I have some family members who have chosen, they went to AA and chose not to drink as well. And so now family functions are totally different. And I'm even going to say weird, because, you know, I knew them as this person and we could have beers and drinks around and stuff and no problem, or wine on the table. And then it becomes this hush hush thing of like, hide all the alcohol, you know, we can't have it on the table. And now I'm pouring it into, I'm still going to drink because I've said that, I'm like, it's my family function, I want to drink. And so now I've got it in like a Togo cup, like a takeout cup or something that doesn't look like alcohol is in there, you know, It's like totally different. And I'm like, okay, what is going on here? And like how to speak to someone, or sorry, just even for us, I guess, as a support to someone who's chosen that, and really what to say and how to be around them. So it's not uncomfortable for anyone.
Yeah.
That's the aftercare that we're talking about, that Sabrina talks about. It's so important, because imagine you come back from, she called it a vacation. And this is where we see so much of the addicted to rehab stuff come into play. It literally is that you don't have to answer email, answer your phone. It's all about you. And they tell you that you've got to fix you, because you can't help anybody else until you do. And that can really quickly turn into something where you're all of a sudden your main focus all the time. And then you go back with that, and it's not, you know, it's not rewarded by family members or appreciated. So one of the biggest success is, let's be serious about this. It affects the whole family. You know, and then you bring the person back into the family and they're shiny and excited and they're happy. A lot of times they've been in yoga and been getting these great smoothies and meals and fellowship and pats on the back. Now they're back in Iowa, where they're supposed to work on the farm with overcasted days more than they're used to seeing, you know, in South Florida or whatever the case is. So by us helping them with this aftercare where they live, we come in and we work with the whole family, because for instance, this last case we had, the guy was so focused on his recovery that his wife was just an afterthought, you know, and it came to be where everything extra is what she got. So we worked with just so many different techniques. You know, both of us are trained, and we work with NLP, and really teach these people how to interact with their family once they get back. Because we don't have enough time for this, but it's not about the actual addiction a lot of times. As you said, there's a bond with something else, and they're using that. But it also is a physical adaptation. Your receptors change, the physiology, your body changes. So it's not their fault, right? They're addicted. It's a physical and mental addiction. But once you get over that, that's when the healing starts, and we help people find the new way of living and design that with their family. because the poor family member doesn't know it, but they've been supporting this behavior for so long.
Yeah.
Now they're out of a job. And we wonder why so many relationships fail when people get sober. It's not because they're not doing things right. It's because the family as a unit isn't working the way it was designed to from the get-go. So it's such an important piece, in the rehabs and the centers that we support and work with, and we have, partnerships with. They love it because it's all about the aftercare. And as you know from your past, Christine and Sabrina and me, I come from this religion that's very like, you're in a box, you do things a certain way. There's a right and wrong way to do things, and that's so old.
I think it's
so archaic.
You're wrong. Like the piece of like you're wrong, or you're less than, or you're unworthy if you don't fit in this box. And it's like, that's bullshit. Like
Totally is.
We're whole and complete as the day we were born. And so good, because I think so many things affect us, whether it's our environment, how we were raised, parents, religion, if that was involved. And I think that's a key piece of it too.
It really is. It's realizing that you can pave your own way. So many of these people are living for their parents. Their parents are deceased, but they're still living their life like they're being judged from their parents, and they don't realize it until they really break down and get really granular with, why do you think this way? Why do you think that is? And they start to spit it out, all of the answers, because they're being asked the right way. And it's profound. It's like a huge eye-opener when they realize, oh my gosh, I stopped doing that because my dad said I'm too old now to do that. A lot of these people started using when they were 15, 20, young, and they stopped progressing and growing emotionally in a lot of ways. And there's just so much to it. But it's encouraging that we can actually work with a lot of these other processes and groups, whether it's a 12-step, whether it's Celebrate Recovery, whether it's a recovery center, and we can take from everywhere all the good tools, and we can take for each person what works and build their own toolbox, and it's amazing. Instead of saying, these are the steps, these are the principles, these are the rules, this is the way you do it, or else you'll fail. So many of these people have heard it in the past, that if they don't do things right, they're going to become a statistic or they're going to fail. So they're set up to fail from what we've been taught.
Yeah.
Cool.
100%.
And then is there a health piece that you look after for them as well?
That's what you were
There
talking
is. Yeah, we actually
A whole person. I love it. Like,
it's actually kind of funny. We actually take, one of our days is we take the person and we actually break down who do they want to be from an aesthetic standpoint. That people actually so often, more than not, want to be somebody other than who they are. But they're playing the role as a dad that they're supposed to be, right? Because that's what they were taught to do. But they're not living an authentic life. They're not.
Right.
And they can. And when they can, it just creates this magical person that's been locked up inside for so many years. And it's no wonder they're medicating, or they're unhappy, or they're, a lot of people are in jobs that they don't even want to be in. Every day they're going 8 to 10 hours to a job to pay a bill that could be paid many different other ways. And it's really unfortunate. They're losing a life.
To get back to the health thing, so Dane is really big in triathlons and cycling. So one of the things that he also brings to the majority of our clients is that love that he has for that. So individuals, like what he was saying, that might be taking the role of a dad bod, and kind of just being like, well, I'm a dad, this is my body. Letting them realize and visually see and acknowledge that they actually wish it to be different. And then, Dane providing tools as far as healthy eating and actual regimens for, training for something that's in their future, in order to allow them to be able to have that confidence physically that they yearn for, but have kind of given up on.
And that's your original question I didn't answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So we actually, our program is largely around cycling. Again, our workbook is got that on. There we go. It's actually a really good tool, because it's like a thinking machine. So much gets processed on that bike when you're biking long hours on a road bike, or long miles. And every one of my clients can do it. That's something that you don't have to be super coordinated with. You don't have to spend a ton of money necessarily. But we do it together. Every year we have a ride in South Florida, Sober Society Cycling Summit, where we all get together and we can share our experience, strength, and hope. But the bike has been a huge tool. It gives them a new purpose. And it's also a way of unwinding at the end of the day or winding up at the beginning of the day. But it's a really huge tool that so many people fall in love with. That ordinarily they wouldn't even go there. But you can think back probably to when you got your first bike and how emotional it was, learning how to ride bike and how great it is. So it brings a lot of good stuff back to these people. And it's something that we can do together. And it's all about working towards what you want instead of running away from what you don't want. So it gives them something to focus on. It gives them a new identity. Now they're a cyclist wearing tight underwear out in public, and it's like this whole thing. It's a good thing.
Riding a bike is so freeing. Like I did it in Mexico last year when I was there, and there's a couple of videos on my phone, and I am just like a kid in a candy store. Like I am so happy and so free, and so riding the bike definitely is fun. I think maybe I'll come to one of your retreats one year. I'll be the water girl or something.
It is so much fun. And when you're riding together and your wheels are like this close and you're like a flock of geese, and you're rotating, it's this whole thing. It's this energy I can't describe.
That's really neat.
It's very cool.
It is really neat. We appreciate it.
So I love the fact that you're raising awareness, though. You got back to people being at home because of COVID, and we're actually seeing a huge increase in people activating the bug, whatever you want to call it, the disease, the affliction.
They did it opposite of you.
Yeah, because I could be working with you right now, talking about planning an event for next week, or in a whatever meeting, the multiple meetings people have. You don't know that I've been drinking. I don't smell. I'm not slurring my speech. I'm controllable. I'm actually sometimes more animated or whatever. Yeah. So you don't know what's going on. So you're not checking in. You're not having to drive. It offers a really big opportunity for people to activate this monster.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
100%.
There's a lineup at our door, like for the liquor store. There's a lineup before it opens, and it's just like my heart is like, wow,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The cool thing about our program also is we go to you. Sorry, we go to you. So you're not having to leave your job necessarily, for a week or 30 days or however long to get the treatment that you need. Once you're detoxed, we can actually go to you and work the program around what you have going on, and you can get the same assistance that you would get anywhere else, but not necessarily have to make a big deal about it with your employer.
Yeah, and everybody worries about that. I did anyway. Having a car parked in a parking lot that you can be identified in your community. There are some great programs, but they're not anonymous. They're really not. They're designed to be, but people are people, and they screw up all the time. And people just don't always feel safe with that. So it's good to know that you have an option outside of it.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, I think even just the support, like being home. We've never been home so much, and like home with ourselves and home with our emotions and things that maybe, we struggle with or don't like about ourselves, or, whatever's going on, the frustrations. And yes, we can numb on social media or watching Netflix, but that gets boring. And then, sorry, I have a kitten that has woken up from her nap. Go to sleep. I have too many wires and everything around me. It's too exciting for her.
Yeah.
And it is very easy, and also easy to hide, because who's going to know what's in your cup if you're on a meeting, or we're just home, and you're not really needing to drive as much or be responsible in the sense that you got to be at this meeting or the PTA meeting or wherever you used to go to volunteer. You're not expected to show up, and so it's very easy to hide and start down that path. Definitely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We've noticed it in our own neighborhood. We walk at night sometimes, and just enjoy the palm trees and the moon and everything. And the recycling containers that used to not be there are there, and they're full of whatever the brand is. And we're like, wow, it's happening right here on our block, and people on our block know what we do. But it's really alarming as to some of the changes we're seeing.
And one of the things that we also talk about is the advertising. Since so many of us were at home during COVID for such a long period of time, watching Netflix, watching Hulu, watching our shows, we didn't necessarily notice the amount of drinking that happens on those shows. Being in the industry that we're in now, Dana and I notate that sometimes. Like, have you noticed that there's been like 7 times during the show where somebody reached for alcohol and not really necessarily realizing that when somebody is in front of a show like that, the pull or the taste that comes in your mouth when you're addicted to that pulls you towards your kitchen to be able to have that. Just like anything else. I can't even tell you how many times Dana and I have been watching a show and they're eating pizza. And then all of a sudden, within 20 minutes, I'm like, I really feel like having pizza.
Yeah.
And then you start to realize, oh my gosh, it's because they were freaking, and it's not commercials. A lot of times people think it's the commercials that are really yanking at us and marketing that on us. And is that true? Yes. But also the shows themselves have so much alcohol in them. And one of the things, if you notice, is the alcohol industry has been so clever with making sure that everybody knows that you can use alcohol to celebrate anything. You can celebrate a good day at work. You can celebrate a divorce. You can celebrate a marriage. You can celebrate, birthdays, grief. They've used it in a way where at any given moment, anything that's going on during your day, alcohol is a really good idea. And the reason that this has come to bay is because of television. If you even just think, I use the analogy a lot of a birthday cake. And I know we're about to wrap up here, but a birthday cake, how do we know that a birthday cake is supposed to be at a birthday? Well, television told us that. If we were ever to go to a birthday party and there was no dessert table, people would totally be talking crap. Like, where's the dessert table? Where's the birthday cake? There's supposed to be birthday cake at a birthday party. And that's the same exact thing with alcohol, where, when we do certain things in our life, we assume that there is going to be alcohol. Barbecues, like what you were just saying. And that's what we're fighting against. That's exactly.
What was it? Every third commercial we were noticing was an alcohol commercial.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
And it's brilliant. It's smarter than we are. It's called programmatic display.
Yeah.
It's marketing sold at a live auction, just like a Super Bowl commercial, designed to be shown to people who already they know are aligned with wanting that product.
100%.
Super smart.
100%. So we know that we're up against something that's stronger, visually than we are at the moment, but we're working really hard to curve that and to make sure that people are educated in both directions.
We also believe that as smoking, we're not here to say it's a character flaw, but as smoking has been less and less okay, and it's not acceptable now to walk through a cloud of smoke as you enter a store. It's frowned upon. When I grew up, it was normal. I think we're going to find with alcohol, people are getting smarter. They want to live longer and healthier lives and more fulfilled lives because they're being educated in so many different ways now. It's going to be a thing of the past. I really believe in 20 years, commercials will be different on the television, on the different devices we use. Yeah. So we're moving in the right direction. There's just a lot of people that are losing life and losing a lot while we get there.
Yeah, I think so. And, to bring back to like our community is the spiritual community is getting away from alcohol because it calcifies your pineal gland. And so if you want to have, a really strong connection to source and spirit and create, even in meditations, how you can create DMT in your own body through your breath work and really focusing and going within, the alcohol can offset that. And so I'm finding even more and more in the spiritual community, they don't want to even drink alcohol, or they've stopped because they want to have that deeper connection. That is a way better body high and a mind high to connect to your own inner self and source spirit creator than alcohol has ever been able to give me. And it's awesome. And so there is going to be that shift, I feel, as more people come home to themselves, to nature, to going back to how I feel our grandparents lived, where it was just more simple, where you followed what you felt like doing in the day, or connecting to yourself just on that deeper level. It's really neat. It's cool that I think we're a bridge in a sense. Like we know what the old was like, but we also know the new part now, and with social media and how fast everything's been going and all that fast pace, is like we're just in this beautiful space of being able to create what it is that we want and what feeds our soul, not so much what's numbing us, but what's actually making us come alive. As you guys have been talking, the thing that keeps coming up is emotion. You guys are recreating a different emotional experience for them, right? So if it's salsa dancing or biking on a bike, you are creating a new habit or them doing something for themselves. They get to think, clear their mind, but it's all around that emotion of like, how do you feel, you know, and recreating maybe a new self-care, a new hobby that makes you light up inside and makes you feel so good that alcohol or whatever the other addiction is kind of lessens, because it doesn't give you that same kind of inner satisfaction that's longer lasting. And no shame around it, right? You feel good about it. You're like, cool, look what I'm doing, right? As opposed to hiding around the alcohol and the shame.
That's 100%. So well said. We were just talking about that this morning. Yeah. Drinking in so many instances is you not wanting to show up to life, so you do that, and it makes you feel okay about it. It means you're hurting. It means you're missing connection, and that connection is huge. And that's what we want to provide in our society, is that we want to feel the connection and the energy.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Awesome. Our next speaker is running behind, so I'm just seeing if I have a message. I don't.
He's also alcohol, right?
No, we're going to talk about the universal laws. So he's a boxer, so I'm sure.
Oh my God.
Part of it.
Was a boxer.
Oh yeah?
That's a huge part of my story. Yeah, I boxed Golden Gloves and I boxed Junior Olympics. That's where I got this great nose. That's funny. I'm going to tune into that.
What's that like being in the boxing community? It's like alcohol, I would feel, is a big thing there too.
No, not at all. I got sober and a guy approached me. He said, why don't you come to my boxing classes? And I went, and I've never been in a fight in my life. And I went, he's like, you're good. He's like, come back. I went back. He said, I'll have you fight. I'll have you in the ring in a year if you give me everything you got for a year. I outgrew that coach, got really serious about it, and it was huge. It changed. It was my new addiction. I loved it, and I taught. It took my life. It was my purpose for many, many years. It was a great experience.
Yeah, he was married with 2 kids boxing.
Yeah, and I would come into work with my eyes swollen shut and stitches, and they would just be like, "What the hell? Are you drinking again?" And I told them I never got in a fight when I drank. I became this nice guy, nicer than I normally am when I drank, type of thing.
If that's possible.
They were just confused. They're like, "What is going on with this guy?" They just, at that age, you don't start boxing, But I totally did. I started boxing in my 30s.
Yeah.
Hello, friend.
Hey, are you coming? I got another boxer that wants to talk.
We're waiting for you.
Yeah, I thought you said join in at 12:30, 12:15.
Yep. Come on now. We'll wait for you.
That's wild. You didn't tell me that.
Here we go.
I didn't know. It doesn't say that.
Before he comes on, I have a question around alcohol, because people take it, I think, so you're really stressed out and you want to have a drink. And people take it, I feel, to calm down. But from the scientific part, do you know how alcohol works in the body? Because I think it's the opposite. And we're just tricked into thinking that it calms us down.
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm not a medical professional as it relates to alcohol, but I will tell you my experience. And my experience is it brought me up. Right. So I had to drink a lot and fast for it to bring me down as a depressant, but it acts initially as a stimulant for me, and then a depressant. But yeah, it has different effects for everybody, but it depends on the intensity and the volume and the intake. And then for me, it depended on the alcohol, believe it or not. They say it's not supposed to, but if I had hard alcohol versus wine versus beer, 3 different reactions every time.
Right.
So each individual person has their own response to it. From a medical standpoint, it's classified as a depressant, but there's so much that goes into it. That's the thing too, is people don't realize they're on a lot of maintenance medicines, and how those relate to how it interacts with your brain, your physiology, and your even your mental status. It's different for different people, is my answer.
Yeah. There's also the myth, I guess, that alcohol can help you sleep, which goes along with the depressant. But
Complete opposite.
It does the opposite
facts.
also.
Yeah.
because of all the sugar and the chemical changes that happen. Actually, they have done dozens and dozens of sleep studies on an individual that hasn't drank alcohol versus a person who thinks they need alcohol to sleep, and doing the actual vibrations of the body, and notice that the REM sleep that you need in order to actually sleep well is all disarray with an individual who is drinking alcohol to sleep versus an individual who is not on alcohol.
I'd like to talk about even like the smoking relationship. So people think smoking calms them. And when they take that breath and they draw it and they're like feeling that they just did self-care and they're feeling good, it's a stimulant. But the fact that you're breathing, it's more of the ritual of sitting down, cracking the beer, that's calming your heart rate, that's making you feel good, and you feel relaxed. It's the ritual of watching the show or the game or whatever it might be. That there's so much more that comes into play than the actual poison or chemical that you're taking in.
That's so good. And thank you for sharing that, because I think that there are so many misconceptions with alcohol and what we think it can do for us, or why we're wanting to have it versus what it's actually doing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and until you associate way more pain than pleasure with it, it's hard to make that jump from I don't need this, I don't want this. I literally sit here in front of you today, nauseous if I sit and think about drinking right now. Like long enough, I actually get like the salivation that you would feel if you're biting into an orange, like that whole change that happens.
Yep.
I get the same change if I visualize cracking and drinking a beer. I get sick, right now I get ill to my stomach, and I'm so thankful for it. Yeah, it's deeply rooted stuff.
That's neat. So that's so good, because then someone who's thinking like, I could never make that change, you're living proof of being able to, being like that intervention with your family where they were like, enough's enough, right? And to help you and kind of, I forget what you said or the word you used, where you just went and it was like, here I am. So, okay, I'll appease you. But look at how far you've come, and being able to just turn what your thoughts were before of like needing it to survive and to live, to now feeling nauseous at even the thought of having it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I got an easy way out. I had a really good team, and to this day I have a team of people around me like Sabrina and my mentors. That's what it's all about. There's people struggling with this that don't have support, and how are they supposed to do it? And that's what it's all about. This is the community and the team.
100%.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. We're still waiting for him. I sent you a message, Virginia, if you can check the private chat. He's there and ready. Oh, she's coming.
What's the kitty's name?
She's determined.
Oh, it's a little one.
Kitty, yeah.
Yeah, she's only 4 months.
Oh my gosh, that's the best.
So my desk is super interesting to her at this moment.
Oh, what a pretty
Wow, is
color
it like
combo.
a Brendel?
She's a tortoise.
Tortoise, they call that. Super cute.
Wow, that's a
man.
really pretty cat.
She's just like a rag doll. Like you can just, my little niece.
She can like do anything and you'll be okay with it, right? That's unconditional love when you're that cute.
Yeah.
That's how Sabrina gets away with everything.
Oh my gosh, that's the best. What's its name?
Jag.
Jag.
When we saw the photo, we thought she looked like a jaguar. She doesn't, but that's what stuck.
I was thinking
cute.
like JagPeg.
McJagger? Oh.
JagPeg.
JAG.
Yeah.
Cute.
Yeah.
Got
She's
it.
purring
Super
away.
cute.
Oh, I love that. Very cool.
Yeah.
So do you know what Wang does as far as the rhythm thing? I saw on there rhythm something.
So are you familiar with the universal laws?
Not necessarily.
Law of assumption, the law of attraction.
Oh
yeah.
Vibration, the law of rhythm. So music and movement. Yeah. So it's gonna be definitely a very good conversation. It's funny. We met through a friend, through an ex-Jehovah's Witness friend, actually, and she connected us. He makes music. And so I listened to it, and the words were just really powerful. And I said, hey, we'll interview you on the Conscious Business Showcase. Can I just chat with you for 15 minutes? I kind of gave him the rundown of what the show was about, and he was interested. But I'd like to get on a call just to make sure that it's a good fit. So my plan was like 15 minutes. we talked for 7 hours all about like spirituality and metaphysics. And I was like, oh my goodness, like just so amazing. And so much of what he said was like my heart. I was like, yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was really neat because I mean, spirituality, you know, is newer for me in the sense of like being raised Jehovah's Witness, Catholic high school, Baptist family that I married into. And then I spent a lot of years going into non-denominational churches because I still wanted to have that connection to a higher power. And I really loved the music and how moving it was, but I didn't want the same boxed kind of organized religion that I grew up in, right? It was, to me, that makes me nauseous because there's just so much control and fear. And so it's been a year and a half of me really finding out, you know, what spirituality is for me. And I feel like everyone's on their own journey. Whatever resonates and feels good to you, awesome, then that's for you. And so for me, it's this whole chat about like connecting to the quantum field and the metaphysics side, so science and spirituality. And I really love that I grew up in so many different religions that were very strict, because now like I question things and I'm like, okay, I want to know kind of the why behind it or the meat so that it can feel a little bit more real to me. I'm not one to just say, you know, let's just cross our legs and we're going to levitate. I'm like, okay, but how and why?
Exactly.
So
work,
funny.
Right?
I did the same thing growing up Roman Catholic. I've left the religion, but why do we do that, Mom? Why do we genuflect before we get in the pew? Why do we do this and that? Why? And my mom was well educated, so she had a good rebuttal for everything, but it didn't always satisfy my why, you know?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is, as humans, that we need to be in a box in our spirituality? You know, why do you think that it really is the common practice? I'm seeing it more and more where people really want you to be in their lane the way they are. And coming from a family with 8 kids, my relationship with my dad is individual to me, and each kid has their own relationship with dad. But why do you think that is?
So this is my theory, and I'd love to hear yours as well, Sabrina, from your background too. So religion, I always think back, like, let's go back to the roots. Let's go back to the original part. And where did this all start from? And with religion, it was, you know, my understanding, and from what I've taught, you guys do your own research, is that it was at a time when villages, like religion started because there needed to be some discipline. There had to be some kind of morality because villages were being pillaged and all of that. And so these rules were put into place of like how to be a good person. And we've evolved as a society. We don't need that anymore. You know, we're not pillaging each other and stuff. Like there's been this respect and we understand things. You know, yes, society's not perfect, but we don't need those kind of strict things, those rules. So much fear-based. If you don't do this, you're going to be in trouble, basically, or you were born less than, or you were born a sinner. Oh, hold on. I think we're on a time difference. That's why.
That was a Facebook call.
Yeah. He's on a different time zone, so I think that he thought it was his time, but it's mine.
Got it.
Yeah. And so with that, I really do feel that we don't need that anymore. And so today now, like, why can't you just worship in the way that feels good to you? And I like that more religions are moving into more of like this open spirituality. Like there's such a judgment piece around this as well. I met a lady who is, she's in the coaching industry and she's a Latter-day Saint. And I immediately, for sure, from my ex-Jehovah's Witness background, like so much judgment, like, oh, I don't think I'm able to work with her because our views are so different. Right now, I'm this spiritual person and I speak very freely about connecting to the quantum field and woo language and all of that. And I thought that she would judge me or I would be rejected by her was, I think, the original pieces of that. So I chatted with her a few times and I was listening to her content. She's channeling angels and she's connecting. And I'm like, this is so cool. Like she's doing the same thing I am. It's just, She happens to go to a church, you know, that for whatever reason she likes going, her family does. But I'm like, this is so great. And I even heard in the Catholic faiths there, I don't remember the story exactly, but same kind of thing where they were connecting on this deeper level. And I'm like, okay, this is really good. We can't put God in a box or source or spirit. I don't feel that it's some dude in the sky that is like saying like, if you don't do this, then you're going to be punished kind of thing. And, you know, I'm done with the fire and hell brimstone stories, because I think it's just more fear to put into us to be a certain way. It's like those things, or, you know, negative energies and stuff, yes, those exist, but where are you? Like, how do you feel about them? Are you afraid of them? Are you bringing them in, or can you lift yourself up and not even be a vibrational match to those kinds of things? Is now where I sit, you know, in that piece of it. And it all really is like, how do you connect to yourself that you feel good, that you are able to connect to the spirit, the source, the creator within all of us. Like the same matter that our cells are made of is the same as the flowers and the trees, and this unity consciousness. And I just heard this week, which is really powerful, is we are all one. So what helped me with death and understanding really this part around spiritual, or the spirit, is when we die, the grid doesn't change. Science has proven that energy can't be created or destroyed. And so in that aspect, so I just imagine like a green grid. So let's say, you know, grandpa dies, he's not gone, his physical body, yes, but he's still here in spirit or energy or feeling or a scent, where you can just connect with him and have that conversation. And so it's for us to be able to understand that within ourselves, that we are all connected and we are all one. So if you, like, let's say Sabrina and I have a disagreement, we are one, right? So our matter, our cells and everything is made up of the same energy. And so if I have an issue with her, I'm upset with her, I'm also upset with myself, because we are one and we're connected. And so I feel that as the world, and we're going to move in this direction where we really come to this place of really understanding that we all are connected and we are all one. When you think of, like, you know, oh, I haven't heard from Kathy in a while, and she messages you the same day or the next day, like, that's not a coincidence. That's energy. You know, your vibration spoke to her and she reached out, or whatever that is. Same thing goes when we speak negatively about someone, is really being mindful, really releasing any of that stuff that we're holding on to, because it doesn't serve us. It's just hurting us in the end. And you have to get real, and you have to get, you know, really go in with what you're struggling with, or what are your patterns, so that you can release those and really just be in the law of one. It's another one of the universal laws of, you know, being connected. And so now if you do have someone who is, you know, dealing with some kind of hard thing in their life, or an addiction or whatever, now we can come at them with more compassion, I feel, because we could easily be in that same position. And how would you want to be treated? You know, would you want people to give you the cold shoulder, or think that they can't be normal around you, or that they've got to, you know, be all stiff or awkward? It's like, let's start asking questions. Let's get curious. You know, what do you need? I'm here, but I don't really know how to help you, because this is a new thing for me. So it's really just coming to the space of, like, being open, being vulnerable. Safe vulnerability is what I'm going to teach later at 2:00 today, of, you know, being able to connect and being okay with other people's differences. It's their journey, it's their path. Theirs is looked after just like mine is. And so we can release a lot of the judgment, and I think that the things that people are holding on to, and really be able to understand what it's like to connect ourselves first, that self-love, and then also, you know, to connect with others on a totally different level.
100%.
I love that.
Yeah.
So well said.
Yep, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Okay, so here he is. Let me bring up Juan. I was chatting and I had Facebook on by accident. Hey, how are you?
I am good, you guys. How are you guys doing?
Good. Sorry about the time zone change. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, I got confused.
Okay.
You guys can't see behind me, but I have, like, basically a building full of kids who are getting ready for martial arts training. So
Right.
I'm, like, tending to them too. So I apologize. Just
All good.
organized.
So I wanted to keep Dane and Sabrina on. So Dane also used to box, and I said that you own a gym and that's what you're doing. And so Dane, tell us, where were you boxing? You mentioned it earlier.
So I was telling Christine I've never gotten in a fight in my whole life. I was a younger kid of the family.
Thing.
Yeah, and so I was a boxer, not a brawler, right? So I was more of an artist. But in Atlanta, outside of Atlanta, I won the Georgia games.
He got sober.
Got sober and started boxing in my late
Awesome.
in my late 20s into my 30s, and it was life changing, man. It was such good people. She was like, was that interesting boxing being that you were sober? I imagine a lot of people drinking, and I'm like the opposite. No way. Like they didn't drink or party at all. They were so strict about what they ate and drank, and just a great group of guys, man. And not like I thought in my head. I mean, some of the most kind, loving guys. We would want to kill each other in the ring, but as soon as we get out, we're hugging and we're saying, "Wow, man, you broke my nose and my ribs. You kicked my ass. You're awesome." Like just great energy, you know.
I think it's actually a good thing for the majority of men to get that excess energy out of them. You know, we produce a lot more testosterone, and martial arts is a good outlet. Not saying women are excluded from it, just saying like, you know, that
I was
rough
told I'm a
jungle
good
play
boxer.
type mindset. I'm sorry.
I said I did a boxing thing in Daytona, part of spring break, and I was told I was a good boxer.
Ah,
Yes.
nice. I
Got a
love
nice
that.
1-2 going on there, Christine.
Nice meeting you.
Were you
Yeah,
gold? Were you Golden Gloves? Did you ever
For
box?
me, no.
Yeah.
I am like the whole like overall picture. So
Okay.
me and my younger brother own this gym, and so he's more the boxing coach. Like boxing is a program all by itself.
Right.
It's just its own thing, and so we kind of like have like the boxers do things, but I teach basically mixed martial arts from boxing to wrestling to kickboxing to jujitsu. So I'm kind of more of like a hybrid of all the different disciplines, so to
Very
speak.
cool.
What's
Well,
So
your
I'm not
take
just
on
not just boxing.
What's
Very
your
cool.
take on? So you were going to come on today and talk about like healing addictions through the law of rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
Tie that into maybe what it is that you're doing in your profession, but also
Come again.
how that.
I'm sorry, sweetie. You cut
Yeah.
out just a little bit. I apologize.
Okay, no problem.
Okay,
How
okay.
does healing addiction work with the law of rhythm? The law of rhythm. Am I freezing?
What is going on now?
Am I frozen?
Yeah.
You sound good on our end, Christine.
Okay.
There you are. There you go.
Hi. How is addiction and the law of rhythm?
Oh, okay. The law of rhythm and addiction is what is that? What you said?
Yes.
Am I catching what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So the law of rhythm, everything, you know, from my understanding of studying that principle is kind of like, you know, sound. Music is a great tool to use the law of rhythm. And so like you'll get some people who have to listen to music. You'll get whereas like, you know, certain songs may start to guide them and get them in the right state of mind, because I call music the ultimate mood swing. So music can dictate the mood. So if I play a song and that song is playing, music can make you want to fight, feed, fornicate, call your mom, cry, laugh, etc. And it's using the law of rhythm. And so um, you know, like some songs have very good, powerful lyrics, and there's a lot of good storytelling. And that's where I started to get into like the artistic side of it. So you might hear a song, and that song may be inspiring to you to like, okay, this song might be about changing my life for the better, or becoming, you know, becoming a better person or something like that. And that song's my inspiration to start off my day the right way, or that song's the way I need to go about, you know, through this world. And it gets you in the right mindset. So now you're setting the mood and getting your mind in the correct mindset to start, okay, improving yourself. Now, how can I connect that to like addictions or things like that? I think human beings are naturally addictive. So I think the addiction idea is not necessarily let me say this the right way. So like being addicted to eating healthy food, for example, is a good addiction compared to, you know, like obviously narcotics and things of that nature. So when you're doing like like narcotics or things like that, that stuff's not going to benefit you and get you to where you want to go. See, I don't look at bad or wrong. Me and you had a long conversation about that. I don't really see good and evil as much as I see a right and wrong, as much as I see perspective. Because someone could be raised a certain way and be taught this is bad, and then someone else could be raised another way with the same idea and be taught this is good. So it's all about the perspective of that person, So when someone's getting down with addictions and things like that, I would say the addictions for me are kind of more like, what can we do to navigate you to be addicted to something better? So I constantly have people who are like who come in the gym and they may have a drinking problem. I actually have a guy who has a drinking problem. And so he'll come to the gym intoxicated or buzzed, in his words. And he says, Coach, can you tell that, we'll talk one-on-one. He'd be like, can you tell that I've been drinking? I'm like, yeah, every time. And he goes, really? And I'm like, yes, every single time. And I was like, I cannot make you do anything. I do take into consideration you are an adult. You're a grown individual. You're an adult. But how is that benefiting you? You came in here with the mindset that you wanted to be a champion. So you said, I want to win. I want to be a champion in mixed martial arts. So you came here with that mindset. You said, I want to be a champion. Yet you're doing things that are not going to help you towards doing that. Right. So it's not so much me scolding him saying right or wrong, but how does that benefit you towards your goal? So what I try to do is I try to give people a stronger incentive towards something else, and that addiction starts to just dissipate, because they're like, well, if I continue to smoke cigarettes or continue to drink booze, it's not helping me. It's cutting into my breathing. It's cutting into my performance. I'm getting beat up when I come to the gym and things like that. It's kind of like I allow you to kind of find your own way through, so like you're saying, okay, well, is it right or wrong? I'm like, it's not beneficial. It's not going to get you where you want to go. And, so music and rhythm, you can also go into because I kind of bounce around a lot, you guys. I'm sorry. Rhythm, you ever heard of the like binary beats,
Yep.
hertz, like
Yep. 432
some odd
megahertz.
hertz, 500 some odd hertz and stuff like that. Yeah. So like that's also obviously playing off the law of rhythm. And so like there are like vibrational sounds that you can get into that are going to raise your love vibration. And then there are sounds that you can listen to that are gonna raise that, we'll say, warrior vibration, So like, whereas it's gonna get you pumped up and ready to go. And I believe there's a time and place for everything. So like if I'm trying to motivate someone to get ready to fight, I'm using the fight analogy most because that's what I usually deal with. I'm dealing with people who have problems, and there's this thing they say where jujitsu is the one place where everybody meets. So what I mean by that is you'll have the cop doing jujitsu with the criminal, who's doing jujitsu with the addict, who's doing jujitsu with the priest, who's doing jujitsu with whoever. So they're all working together, and they find a common bond. And so when I'm dealing with a lot of these people on a regular basis, I try music, or I try different ways to get into their minds and see where they are with what they want to do towards getting that addiction. But I don't go and address it directly in that sense. I'm trying to show them the light at the end of the tunnel and trying to show them other directions to go. But it's kind of like allowing them to do that. Is that making sense to you guys?
Yeah.
So I hope everything I'm saying is being relayed, because it's kind of a delay here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and it makes total sense. I think that.
But yeah. As for addictions, that. What'd you say?
Go ahead.
Did you just say something?
You're good.
Oh, okay. I was like, but yeah, okay. So I guess it's like you get me on a tangent on the vibrational sounds and things like that. It's just kind of, I'm trying to find a way to connect it, because when we talked about it last time, I was kind of like, okay, how do I use the law of rhythm, and I use it and apply it towards addictions. I myself have been told by a therapist that I have a highly addictive personality. And the thing was, he said that I have this thing about control. And I guess since I'm such a control freak, so to speak, that nothing ever sticks. So if I was to indulge in a substance, basically there will be a point where I'll be like, nope, I run this house. This is not gonna fly, and I'll just cut it right then and there. And so like, and that's more like in my 20s than it is now, or anything like that. I have an addiction to Mountain Dew, but and as a trainer, you should say that. But that's about it. So like, if I was to look and try to help someone out of an addiction, I would take in the idea of this.
Oh, lost him. There was a delay. I think his internet was wonky in the car.
That's okay. That's great. I took some notes.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's great, because Dane talks about that all the time with music, and I've never thought to word it that way.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, are you guys familiar with binary beats?
Yeah, we have to go, but can you like 2-minute thing? Can you tell us? I don't know. Maybe he does.
Well, we know from yoga the Om and the frequencies, and that's been our introduction to it.
Let her talk.
Yeah. So it's like that, those binary beats and the 432 megahertz and higher. You can go higher. You can search YouTube for them. It just puts you into, like, I'm going to say a trance-like state. So you're calming your nervous system. You're calming your brain waves, hopefully down into theta, because it's in theta that you can reprogram the subconscious. That's the brain state that you want to be in. And when we're in addictive mode, or we're in our fight or flight, we're in beta, like high beta. And so it's very difficult for things to come in. But when you can do the breath work and the meditation and the higher frequency music, and there's tons of stuff. Like I'm gonna put the name of his name is Londrelle, Londrelle, and his meditations are really awesome. And I know he's putting binary beats in it. And even there's brain retrainment, like Yinergy is something else that we recommend, for that. Let me bring him back. And so with the binary beats, you're setting the mind on something, you're calming them down, but then now they can actually hear the things that need to come in to reprogram, but also they're connecting to their soul. They're connecting on a higher level. And when you can get into that state, like it's taught where you can like close your eyes, take a deep breath, and come down into a lower like alpha or theta state within 4 to 30 seconds. So now you're back in rest and digest, and you're not in this, fight or flight kind of energy. And it's game changing. And that's why we're like huge on the breath work and meditation, because you're resetting. It's a reset. So do it in the morning, so you're filling your own needs first, because then your brain is not looking to find that need the rest of the day. You got to fill your own cup first. Absolutely. And then around 2 o'clock, or whenever you would feel like a lull in your day, depending on what your schedule is, do another meditation, whether it's 5 minutes, 10, 15, 20, all you're doing, you're resetting, you're connecting back to yourself. Now you can go into that next meeting, or you can go home and be with the kids and actually be present and not be in all of these different places in your mind.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So important.
I love that.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right, lady. Well, we
Thank
gotta
you.
go. This has been
Okay,
great.
yeah. Awesome. Thank
We're
you.
gonna circle back and watch this.
All right.
Juan, it was nice to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you, Juan. Bye.
All right.
Okay, there you
we
guys.
go.
And then they did
Okay, they had to go, but yeah, you've got another 10 minutes or so. So just share what's on your heart. Like today's all about addictions. You understand the body, you understand the mind, and like, you know, reframing things so that you're looking at it from a healthier point of view. What is
Okay.
your advice for us?
Okay. Well, I go through what I call the 3 principles: mind, body, and spirit, or mind, body, and soul. And so to battle these addictions that we all face, what I would say to someone is, okay, it's kind of almost a checklist for me. So I say mind, soul. So if I have my mind right, we'll just start with that. Okay. My mind needs to be right in the sense of this. I just need to have the mindset to want to conquer my addiction.
Right.
So just the mindset alone, just saying the mindset of like, I have it. Because what's the first thing they have you do if you were to go to an AA meeting is, my name is Juan and I'm an alcoholic, or you must say it. You must get your mind to say it, accept that this is my issue. This is what I'm dealing with. So getting their mind right. That's the first thing I would suggest to anyone, is just getting the right mindset, because the brain leads, the body follows. No matter what you want to do. People can talk and say, I want to get in better shape. I want to change my body. I want to If they are not actively doing these things, if they haven't set their mind to say, I'm going to lose weight, or I'm going to beat this addiction, or I'm going to face this head on, until they set their mind to it, nothing's going to change, in my opinion. So getting your mind right. And then that mind can expand and say, okay, now I'm going to do some research. Am I receiving the proper therapy I need to? Am I consuming the correct things? That plays a part. Like just our basic diet, to just the right content that's around me, like mentally. So if I'm around a bunch of people who are a bunch of doubters, and there are a bunch of people who don't have a lot of positive things to say, that has a residue effect, and it's going to stick onto me, So you have to have that mindset. So like, it's the people you surround yourself with, it's the things you choose, to be around, the people you choose to be around.
What you're feeding
Now
your
we'll go
mind.
body. Like, the body's the temple. I'm sorry.
Sorry, like what you're feeding your mind is so important too. Like I noticed Virginia mentioned in the comments, is like, if you're feeling really high strung and up, right, because of everything that's going on, stop watching TV, stop watching the media, and just like focus on yourself and your own healing. And what do you need? Yes, there's a lot of noise going on outside, but like, come inside, come home, and what is it that you need? What you like, it will find you. Nothing's gonna miss you. And so
Right. There's an old saying that says, silence is the voice of God. So, and that idea is basically, whatever your belief practice may be, whether we call it prayer, deep thought, or meditation, it's silencing the mind, silencing the ego, quieting things down, so that you can speak to your higher self. So you can speak to that inner voice, So I think that's very important. Just silencing and finding that way to find meditation within yourself, and just finding that. So like, disconnecting from the matrix is a good thing, the interweb, and because all these things are actually giving us strong dopamine hits. So like, that's really what's happening when you open up an Instagram or blah blah blah. How many likes did I get? There's a lot of people who have that fixation. And if, and it may be a healthy thing, it may not be, in the sense it might be healthy if you're trying to run a business, but it may not be the most healthy thing for you if it's just, I want acceptance. I don't know.
Mhm.
So, yes, the right mindset is very important. The content you take in, disconnecting sometimes from this, I'll just use the word matrix,
Yep.
As for the body to me is just the temple. It's the vehicle. So how do you expect to drive far if you don't have any tires, or you don't have an
Right.
engine, or your engine went kaput, or
Sure.
like you need a new battery, or you need the makeup of a car, a vehicle, is very similar to the makeup of you physically. We have that battery. It keeps our heart pumping. Keeps it's the pulse for the car. We have, the acceleration. We cannot move. We cannot go in reverse. We can't hit the brakes. We can't change gears. We cannot do all that stuff if the car is not up to par for motion.
Right.
So we need to get to that point where we keep up with our bodies. And it's not about being some super aesthetic being. Like, if that's a goal of that individual, more power to him or her. I say shoot for that goal and go for it if that's what you want.
Yeah.
My concern is more like, with a healthy body, the chances of you having a healthy mind is is very high. You're going to very much likely have a very healthy mindset, because you're now practicing discipline. You're self-imposed discipline. So
Mhm.
you're saying, okay, I'm going to restrict how much I'm consuming. I'm going to monitor how much physical activity I give to my body. I'm going to, take care of myself, and just basic grooming is a discipline in itself.
Right.
So now let's get to the fun bag. We'll call it a spirit soul. Okay, so we're now addressing these concepts, this addiction mentally. We've now understood why we need to have a healthy body. Now, the soul is going to start to feel better when those two are in tandem, because, like, you're going to feel better. You're literally going to feel better.
Right.
You know, just jogging and sweating out impurities, for example, you feel a little better. You might not feel great right after you're done. You're like, you're burnt, but after that day is done, or as the day goes on, you're like, I got a little bit more pep. And I think it brings on optimism. It starts to bring on positive thoughts. And then,
Mhm.
if you're doing that physically, let's go and now use the aesthetic part and say, well, now a person comes up to you and says, hey, Christine, looking good. Uh, you on some kind of new diet? You got a new trainer or something? No, I'm just taking care of myself.
Yeah.
Just taking care of myself, just give myself a little bit more attention. But that positive reinforcement from the outside world, now seeing the light that you shine, is going to now start put you in the right mindset, and your spirit is going to start to get fulfilled a little bit more.
Mhm.
Because now you're getting positive affirmations from the world around you, even though you're doing it for yourself.
Yeah.
Now, there are levels of cases, so, like, me not being a physician, I'm not the person who can judge that, but there are levels of cases. Like, someone can have a severe addiction to a drug like heroin, compared to someone who's abusing pharmaceutical pills that they may get from a physician.
Mhm.
Okay. And so, like, being able to say, okay, well, this person may have some mental breakdowns, and they may need therapy. They may need uh something more than just a healthy diet and healthy, you know, like there's levels to it. Saying that those things should still be there, you know, like the right mindset, the healthy diet, the you know, whatever it may be. So that's just as important. And like, and I would always suggest anyone look into getting therapy, because sometimes those addictions can be caused by something that may have came from your past, may have came from an experience. You may have experienced someone doing something similar. It may have been what you ran to when situations got out of hand in your life.
Right.
It may have been, and maybe it came your crutch. You don't know it. And that's going back into the mental side of it. You know, like, why do you find yourself codependent on this? Why do you need this? And it might be something more deeply dug that we haven't brought to the surface yet. And that person may realize something about themselves that they didn't even know they knew about themselves. Like, the reason why I did this is because, you know, I've seen my mom and her significant other getting spats, and I was done, and my friends offered me something, and it took away the pain. Who knows, you know? And so, like, people use substances all the time to just take themselves away.
Mhm.
So why would
Getting to
you
the
want to
root.
do that?
Getting to the
I'm sorry.
root of like, when did it start? What was going on? Why did you want to do that? And I love that. Like, just go right to the root, because it's so much easier to pull that out, or at least look at it from a different perspective. And I think today, like, just as we wrap up, time's up here, is that, you know, we have this dependency on like dopamine hits, or, you know, an addiction to something, what doesn't matter what it is. And so it's just like, what are you using to fulfill that need? What are you using? You know, is it something that is healthy for you or unhealthy? And then how can you shift to just start small, to other small daily tasks or daily habits that are moving you in the right, you know, in the direction you want to go. No right or wrong, but like moving you in the direction that you want to go.
Perfect. I think that was great, because that kind of opens up um, this idea. So, like, small little things make a difference.
Yeah.
I used to, when I was a kid, I had a football coach who used to say this one phrase to me all the time, and it stuck with me till this day. It's the little things, Hooks. My last name's Hooks, so it's the little things, Hooks. It's the little things. He says, you take care of the little things, you avoid big problems.
Awesome.
All right.
Yeah,
So
that's good.
a person who might have an addiction may just need to say one particular affirmation to themselves on the daily. Just one. Just remember to say that, whatever it is, I'm I'm going to apply myself today. I'm I'm going to be better than I was the day before. Whatever it may be. I
I'm open to
I'm
learning.
going to seek out help.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I
That one
mean,
phrase I think is really
it's just
important, because
getting the
that one
mindset.
phrase brings you back. It brings you back to your center. Like, I am safe, or I'm safe to be seen. If you're in business, it just brings you back to your center and back to coming home. Awesome. We are out
Bingo.
of time for today, but I just want to thank you, because I just really like the way that
Thank
you are
you.
able to look at it from that trainer's perspective, but also all the people who come to you for help. It's not just about them getting better in their body or in their martial arts or their form, but it's also, there's a huge piece of the mind that you help them with. And I just think that's so great in what you're doing.
Oh, thank you. You know, like,
Yeah.
I appreciate you having me on your platform. I know it's a little chaotic for me today, and I apologize.
Good.
But you know, and then the connection and everything. But I'll make it up to you, Christine, and the
All
people out there. But it's just a chaotic day. But if you do got it, and I'm just talking to the people. If you guys do find yourself in a situation where you feel, or you're aware that you have an addiction, the hardest step I would say is just going out there and realizing you need to get help. And I know it's going to take some courage for some of you guys, but just do it. I mean, we want to be the best versions of ourselves. I would want to believe. So
Yeah.
just know that there are people out there that understand, and they're there to help you.
That's right. That it's safe to ask for help and support. And so reach out to Juan if that feels good to you, or you can reach out to us at the Healing Soul School, or any of the speakers today, to be able to get the help that you need. So thank you so much. I'm going to say goodbye, and we'll chat soon.
All right, friend.
Okay. Ciao, ciao.
Later.
Okay. Next up, Adele. I'm going to bring her on here. Hello, how are you?
Good to see you, Christine. I was enjoying the previous segment.
Good. Thank you so much. Yeah, I saw you backstage. Awesome. I'm glad you're here. And this is now we're shifting into the Ask a Healer session. So if you have any questions and you're watching live, or if you are going to watch on the replay, you got to tag one of us so that we know that the comment's there, or just send me a DM. But in the theme of healing addictions today, Adele, you are just so great at expressing yourself online and on Instagram. That's where I found you and then saw you, and also on Clubhouse. But I am so excited for your topic today, because I think that there is so much, I'm going to say holes. There are many holes around the law of attraction. And that was something that you and I talked about on a Zoom call, is let's bust the myths, and you as a healer as well. Maybe just start with your story and how you got to what you're doing today.
Yes. And so it wasn't, I guess I was 10 years ago when I was living another life, very successfully in corporate and miserable, and doing all of the self-help. I read every self-help book you can imagine. I was immersed in, I heard about this, the secret, and oh boy, I went hook, line, and sinker with all of that. And it really did a number on me. And it's something that I'm very passionate about speaking with now, because it's not that all these ideas are wrong, but I have seen a lot of problems associated with this whole idea of law of attraction, that I think it's time to get real about what's working and what's not, so that people don't go down the rabbit hole like I did. I was down that rabbit hole for many years, and I always thought that I had missed the memo. I just need to change my mindset somehow, or be more positive, or say the right affirmation. And really, I dug myself into even a worse hole of neurotic depression, but I couldn't even admit that, because that would be negative, right? So there's this part of law of attraction that has gotten a little bit dysfunctional, that people can't be honest with what's really going on, because that would be negative. And, if I think of something negative at breakfast, I'll be in a car wreck by lunch, and so I've come a long way from that. I had to work on myself quite a bit with some medicine people, some of which had never heard about some of the stuff. And we turned this thing around 180 to a more healthy direction. And that's what I specialize in now. I'm a spiritual teacher and coach. I work with people all over planet Earth. And this whole thing around law of attraction is front and center with a lot of the conversations now. And I love the talk around addiction, because I think there is a little bit of an addictive model, a piece of this that can get kind of insidious in there sometimes too. And now I've never been happier in my relationships, my health. I'm very happy with what I do for a living. And I can be much more me and not caught up in the mythology of law of attraction. So, yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a little bit of sore throat, so I just popped in a candy.
Oh, no.
You do most of the talking today.
Sure. Yeah. One of the biggest problems with law of attraction, I think, is what it's called. Calling something a law makes it sound like if you don't do it right, you're not getting what you want. Well, that you've broken the law, like you have not applied yourself. I wish someone had called it a principle more than a law. And I know that there are some people who are saying law of attraction works no matter whether you want it to or not. It's working 24/7. And I understand on one level what they're getting at, but it's also being used as a way to blame people for when things aren't going so well. Well, you're just not being positive enough. You should say some more affirmations.
You're low
Then
vibe.
you can, because underneath all this law of attraction, I feel, is a desire for control. If people are really honest about why they are so into this, it's to get something. And of course, we all want stuff, but there gets to be there's this point of that I can control things through my own thinking that honestly we can't. We cannot control other people. We can't control most of what happens in life. We want to think we can, but it's like saying, why did someone come down with cancer? Well, they must have been thinking negatively. Oh, let's not do that. Let's not start blaming people for their misfortune and by saying, oh, it's because of their negative thinking that, they lost a child or they lost their livelihood in a job or session. It's making people very, that wouldn't happen to me because I'm so positive. And compassion can go out the window. So I take a very strong stance in this. And at the same time, it's not that these ideas are totally wrong. I think it's useful to be positive in what we want. I just wish it had been called a principle and not a law. Yeah.
So good. So then for you, like how do you teach this then around the law of attraction? Or
yeah.
If you look at, an Abraham Hicks kind of thing, it's like, these are the 4 rules, and how you go through it. But I think that if if someone doesn't truly believe that they're worthy or capable of the things, it's not going to come. And so this is where I think the holes are, is that it doesn't explain the whole story.
It does. That you're absolutely right, Christine. It's not that it's wrong. It's just woefully incomplete. Because I think we can all think of people who have a lot of money and are very healthy and are miserable. And we can think of people who have no money, their health isn't fabulous, but they are perhaps kind and joyous. Right. So, they're all around us. There are instances everywhere of people, why did this happen? And law of attraction has been used to explain the unexplainable. Well, it must be that somehow they were negative or their karma. We don't know that. I know a lot of people whose health is fabulous and their self-talk is horrible. And there are people who are working on their mindset whose health isn't great. And then we have people who are both, really excited inside and have great health. And so let's not make it a blanket statement. And again, I think it's this idea of that I should be able to control things. A lot of people have left formal religion because they didn't want to, if you do these 10 things, you should get what you want. But in a way, law of attraction has been used similarly. You just do these things, but it doesn't explain let's say a child has cancer. Well, are we saying this kid how did this child create his own cancer? I mean, it gets to a point where it's a little ludicrous. And I feel like what would be lovely is a little bit more humility in how life really happens and why. We don't always know. We do our best with mindset work, with, our inner work, our meditation. Yes. Do what you can on your side of the fence. But in the end, much of life is a mystery. And anyone who thinks they have it figured out is probably not saying the whole story. I'll also say this whole law of attraction stuff, if you look at who's teaching it, it tends to come from a very specific part of the population. When you look at their followers and stuff, there are a lot of spiritual teachers who don't sound that way. So we can't just say this is just the end all be all of spirituality is everybody's into law of attraction, because if you talk to some spiritual leaders, they would never start this idea that you can get whatever you want through controlling your thinking. Some other teachings are much more community oriented, that we're all connected. Right. And what happens to one affects somebody else. And it's not just me, myself, and I, and your house may be burning down, but since I'm positive, I'm good, right. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but I do see hints of that type of narcissism in some of the spiritual community. And those are the clients that I sometimes see. They tried law of attraction, they tried meditation, they're tried so hard and they didn't get what they want. So when they come in and see with me, they're often very disappointed in their spiritual growth. They're blaming themselves. I'm like, let's take a step back and unwind some of this, because a lot of things that are happening, we don't know why. We just think we do. And when we can get back to a sense of, we don't know, perhaps some of that nasty self-criticism can lift a bit. You know, what did I do to deserve this? That's one thing I get a lot. My clients are saying, what am I supposed to learn from this horrible experience? Or what did I do to create this? Well, I think we all have, you know, we created this because we're there. But to say that we created the car accident, maybe not. You know, maybe you were, you know, impaired, driving under the influence. But sometimes things happen just because they happen. And, you know, maybe when you're 99 years old, it'll come to you. Why? But in the meantime, I've not found it as useful to go digging for, you know, the whys of what things happen. I'm like, all right, what's next? How can we move through this? Because why has a little bit of a backwards. Like if I could figure out why that happened, then all this would clear up. You know, and I'm sometimes like, maybe, and maybe not. But either way, if we focus on the present, you have a much better shot of creating what you want now, even if you don't know why something happened.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
so
really
you can tell,
powerful.
you know, I could talk on this forever, but I'm very passionate because that's what happened to me. I went down that rabbit hole. It was awful. It was, I mean, I really got sucked into some thinking that I thought that, because I thought law of attraction was all there was in life. I didn't really understand that your spiritual presence, your growth has nothing to do with a philosophy. It's the you is a lot bigger than law of attraction and doing these things. But I thought that's how you did life. So that's why I am very passionate about this issue.
So good. Tell us more of your story. Like, how did the spirituality part come into it? Were you raised in a religion? You had mentioned that earlier.
No, I wasn't raised with anything specific. You know, my mom was more of Christian background. My dad was Buddhist. So there was a combination in the house, and it was fine. It was fine. But I never really believed much of it. You know, it wasn't embodied in me. And I remember that I really struggled with depression from high school on because I didn't know how to be with people. I was very anxious around people. I was constantly trying to say the right things to make people like me more. I thought that if I could say something useful to you, you might like me. If I could give you advice, you might admire me. I really did not know how to relate deeper with people. And I was very successful on the outside, but absolutely miserable on the inside. And so at the time I thought, well, maybe spirituality will be the answer. So that's when I embarked on a deep period of some of these ideas on vibration. I became an energy medicine healer. I was very good at it, but I didn't realize that there's something more than just the spirituality it's not a study. It's as much more of an experience of life. So you really can't experience life through reading as much as just like what we're doing now. The experience of talking, of listening, and being in life will be much more of a rich experience than reading about life, which is what I don't know if that's making any sense, but that's what I used to do. Read all these psychology books. I could tell you what my problem was. But at the end of the day, one thing I always tell my clients, because I tend to attract clients that have done a lot of self-help, a lot of therapy. They've read a lot of books. And so they're brilliant at explaining themselves of, you know, I'm this way because my childhood was this way, whatever. But their heart still hurts. So my thought is, if more insight is going to make you feel better, we would have seen it by now. So maybe more insight's not the main answer right now. I mean, it's always useful, but if it's not making you feel better on the ground with other humanoids or yourself, I'm not as interested in the knowledge. because I was obsessed with knowledge at one time. I was addicted to learning.
Right.
I'm more interested in what are you feeling in the moment? So this was my path to get out of a lifestyle of knowledge and more into experience and wisdom. That has been my life's work. Because in the beginning, I didn't understand the difference.
Right.
Yeah.
That's super powerful. It makes so much sense. Yeah. And I'm even like, as I've been listening to all the speakers today, that's kind of the theme for me today, is all about the experience, but the feeling of, allowing life to just, to be happening as this feeling of like, what's going to make you feel good? What's for your highest good? And it's only for us to decide. But it takes off so much pressure. It takes off so much of like having to do this routine or certain things. And
absolutely
a way of like coming home to yourself of what that feels like for you.
That's so powerful. And I hope everyone in the audience starts to feel that, because so many people who are seekers, like they go down this spiritual seeking path, but it's like seeking is like it's out there. And so, so then it becomes the tea leaves, or I'm going to get a psychic reading, or I'm getting signs. And not that that stuff is wrong, but ultimately it needs to come from inside. So do you know what that feels like? So I have a lot of clients that they've been seekers their whole lives and they're never home, if that makes sense, because they don't know how to do that. They're looking for a sign. When is the right time? Yeah, it's out there. I'm getting a sign. And sometimes I have to say, is it possible that what you think is a sign might just be an interpretation with, an egoic thing? How do you know it's not an egoic fear versus what you really want inside? Like, can you tell the difference? They have very different vibrations. And so part of my work is helping people decode a lifetime of I should do this, versus what do I want?
Right.
Yeah. And because if we don't have that clear, no wonder the whole addiction thing. Addiction to me is just, I need something to feel better because I'm feeling so empty inside. Whether it's alcohol, crack, work, heroin, and I think we're all sort of addicted to something.
Yeah.
The internet, your phone, scrolling all day long, the distraction from me, myself, and I.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was my life story. I mean, everything I share has been through the school of hard knocks. And it wasn't until I hit rock bottom. And I said, Adele, you've read every self-help book there is. You even tried therapy. You even studied spirituality, and you're still miserable. You're eating organic. You're going to yoga, and you still want to slap somebody. Something is really off, right? And so I'm just being real honest. I did all that. So why was I not happy? And so I had to hit rock bottom, and I wound up traveling the world, studying with some people that they're not famous. And they really like say, look, we need to like turn this Queen Mary around, because the way you're going about it is just going to make you go down the rabbit hole more. So I learned a lot about, part of my work involves sensuality, because that's key. You can't make that up through your mind. It's a sensual experience, right? And understanding your own energy field. I just finished a class this morning with a bunch of ladies around their feminine presence. And that's often a way around this mindset stuff that can get you to where all roads lead to Rome. And some people, if it's mindset, great. My experience has been, if you only use mindset, it's a lot of work. You have to keep reminding yourself, and that takes energy, and if we can shorten that and do it a little easier, I'm for that.
Yeah.
I'm very pragmatic, all roads, but there might be one that's a little easier.
Mm-hmm. That's so good. Honestly, I love it. I feel like we're on the same page anyways, because so here at the Healing Soul School it has been all about going within, how to heal yourself and to really awaken from within. But lately, like this summer, we had a new download of this program called Naked Alchemy that we're running. And I'm going to talk about that at 2:00 today, or next after yourself. And it's all about coming home but also this safe vulnerability and safe intimacy, because we've had masks on for whatever reason, however, whatever that was that brought us to this point of, let's come to a place where we can look in the mirror. We can really like being alone with ourselves, because that's my story too. Like, I wasn't able to, and used all of the things that were, not as healthy, addictive wise, to fill that void, but I still felt like crap.
Yep.
So now being able to really own my own healing, own how I'm feeling, understanding how boundaries work, and what emotions I'm even feeling, and how that feels in my body, and calming my nervous system, right? It's like, let's come to a place of where we can have these open and honest discussions that you're not hiding, no more walking on eggshells, and you can be really open. And it's safe vulnerability is what keeps coming up. Like, it's okay. You are allowed to speak your mind. And what happens is, when we can be vulnerable and intimate with ourselves and really understand how we work, then when we're out with others, either with family or in a more romantic relationship, like, it's mind-blowing where you can go with that kind of intimacy, because you're both secure, you're both able to speak your mind instead of running and hiding, or using, our poor adaptive coping methods that we learned in childhood, of like cold shoulder, or stonewalling, or ghosting, or any of that. It's like, come on, let's have some maturity, and let's just like, tell me how you're feeling, and I'll tell you, what also I'm feeling, right? We can have these grown-up conversations. And even then, so from there, and I think this is right up your alley, is it comes to this sacred sexuality and what that's like. And it's you've got to connect. You got to connect to yourself and to the, I feel the divine energy is what's coming in for the word, is like being able to connect, because we've never been taught how to do that. And it's so beautiful when you can get there, and you can create these body experiences that you don't need alcohol or drugs or anything else. You can create that your own experience within your body that is way better than any of the things I've used to cope, or from the addiction side.
I love this. I think what you're doing is really important, because I think for all the stuff, all social media is supposed to make us more connected. I've never seen people feeling more isolated. And I mean, COVID hasn't helped, obviously, more lonely. And what I notice is that people are talking a lot about the what. The what is, we need to be able to be more vulnerable. We need to stand up for how we feel. We need to have boundaries. We need to be empowered. Go, girl, all that stuff. I am more interested in the how. Right. I think the what is pretty, we can all agree on that. Yep. And the how, they're like I said, all roads lead to Rome. But I feel like vulnerability, what does that feel like in the body? And what my experience has been, that anything that you incorporate the body, whether it's addiction healing, trauma healing, emotional abandonment, whatever, attachment, dating, if people had a better sense of their own, like this meat bucket has to have, are you aware of what's going on? Tension in your stomach. Right. What happens to your feminine? Like people, oh, well, I don't know, because I'm so obsessed with the other person. I'm like, great. We're already seeing where that addictive pattern started. Elvis left the body. Elvis left the building, right? You felt so crappy, you reached for a chocolate bar. Totally understandable. I was working with, she's doing phenomenally now. After a few sessions of, she's a CEO. She had a problem with sugar addiction, and she knew all about why she did it. And she said affirmations, and she had goals and all that stuff. But I'm telling you, when she is scared at work, and she, that impulse, I'm like, oh, okay, hold the phone. What's happening to your meat bucket inside? Let's just stay there and be curious, and maybe you won't need that sugar. Because, I mean, just love how open you are. Sugar works for a little bit, right? I mean, I had an eating disorder myself about 15 years ago, and I remember eating while I was crying. It was that bad. I remember. Oh, it's a horrible feeling when you're eating and crying at the same time.
Yeah.
I get it. It's pain of the worst kind. So I'm more interested in what works rather than this is how it should be, you know. Yeah. So I love everything that you're talking about. It's time for us to create a community so that people don't try to do this by themselves. I believe that's one of the problems is people feel like they should just be able to get it together by themselves. But through human development, I'm sure you've run into this discussion. We weren't meant to live so solitary. Like people used to have campfires, right? Or a band of people would get together and share stories. You didn't have this idea of people living in the burbs by themselves with, you know, one other person in the house or 2.3 kids and you're out there, you know, it's that's not how people were wired to live. We were supposed to be more community oriented. So if we have to create a community online, great. But at least people don't feel like, well, I should just go figure out me, myself, and I all by myself, you know, because there used to be elders, there used to be storytellers, there used to be art, music, and people would be in and out of each other's homes and not this weird solitary thing.
Yeah, we heal in community. We learn in community. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And I'm so great. Like we are going back to that, which is awesome. Now more than ever, communal living is like probably, you know, up there with the top things people are Googling.
Absolutely.
How to be in a community with
living in a van. Yeah, living in a van, sustainable gardening or whatever, you know, or
and coming and finding our tribe, finding, you know, the people who resonate with us, not necessarily family as we grew up and knew, whether that is or isn't, it's okay, you know, but just finding a place where you feel so safe and secure just to be your authentic self and you don't have to hide anymore. We can take off any of the masks.
And it's a process. If you've been masked your whole life, don't expect that one day you can just sort of, here I am, you know, the ego won't allow you. It would feel way too dangerous to do that. Scary, but a little at a time. So, you know, that's why I think this road to authenticity, it's not like you flip a switch and one day I'm authentic. You can be as authentic as you can be in that moment.
Right.
And then there's more. And join a community like what you're doing here. I think is wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just looking at the time. So in the next half hour, what I'd love to chat about is law of attraction and scarcity. So a lot of us, I'm going to say myself too, grew up in a scarcity mindset. Religion was definitely involved, and, you know, shifting your mind and breaking free from that. If anyone has questions around this, the law of attraction, scarcity, and also trauma and how we were raised, or let's talk about that first. You know, we've all been through something, definitely. And I feel it's like today, how you're coping with it or how you're processing it or living from this space today based on what happened back then. What's your advice around, like, how do you help your clients with that whole trauma piece, and then how to just be present today?
Oh, I love this question.
Awesome.
Because I feel like everybody's dealing with some level of trauma.
Yeah.
And, you know, the research is coming out that it's not just whether something happened to you personally, witnessing affects people.
Right.
Or what your family, you know, your parents grew up, or sometimes there's a lineage of trauma, you know, Holocaust survivors or any sort of genocide. It's in the family, you know. Certain communities have, just about every community on planet Earth, I think, it's just a matter of, well, how many generations ago was it, right? You know, and sometimes people have sort of lost touch with their roots a little bit, and, you know, and especially when here in the States, you know, we got a blend of different things. Number one thing I always say with trauma, safety. So when people want to work with trauma, find someone who understands like a trauma-informed approach. I mean, I've had training in it, but it has a lot more emphasis on the body. Because if you're in trauma, no matter how much great coaching you get from your coach, then you just need to take a step. You need to think, they can't. The system is, so it comes to be, it's not about, oh, you're procrastinating, or you don't have the willpower, or like all this stuff that people start to internalize. I'm like, you don't feel safe. So instead of forcing it, what do you need to feel safer in the moment so you can breathe a bit.
Love that.
And yeah, that has to be the model, especially for trauma. And the more severe trauma it is, the more that needs to be respected. And that's why if you've got people saying things, girl, you just need to let that go. Girl, you just right? Oh my God, I just want to deck them. You know nothing about this person's background, because if she could have let it go, she probably would have.
Right.
You know, oh,
Yeah.
you just need, it's a way of skipping over how deeply entrenched trauma is. And a lot of times it's from people who can't stand to see the pain. You know, I hate seeing you this way. Don't you know you should just, and that just makes it worse. So I feel like as our culture becomes more informed about trauma, perhaps the compassion can settle in, you know.
Right.
There is a reason why people are melting down right now. And I know the tendency is to judge the heck out of them. I get it.
Yeah.
But if you look underneath the, or even this divide that's going on, probe a little bit lower, you'll see the fear.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and it's understandable. You may not agree with them, but they're not horrible monsters.
Right.
There's fear.
Right.
So that's where I would start. Safety, trauma informed, which must include the use of the body. And I'm happy to see that this is starting to come in, because I don't think I'd heard, I mean, I was doing trauma work, 8 to 10 years ago, but it's only recently that I'm seeing a lot of more of the stuff coming out, especially in the coaching world, around addiction, trauma for addiction, trauma for, all these things are related. The trauma you suffered as a little kid probably impacts how you're dating now. So the dating coaches have to deal with it. It impacts how you eat. Anyone who's in holistic health has to deal with it. It definitely has to do with if you're an entrepreneur or in corporate leadership. Oh yeah. So almost anything now has roots that trauma work can be very helpful for.
Right. Yeah.
And yeah, are you seeing that? Would you
I
agree?
am, definitely. Yeah. And I thought I was going to do mindset coaching, but as I was observing clients and even just what was going on in my own life and my own healing, I didn't even realize that I had childhood trauma until January of this year. As no family's perfect, and you just kind of go with what happened and kind of move along, but it's held in the body and it really does affect you. And I didn't really put 2 and 2 together until I really started to learn how to meditate from Virginia last October. And then in the spring, I started to realize I'm holding my breath. I was sitting at the desk, I was doing something I really enjoyed. And I was it was this awareness of holy shit, I'm holding my breath.
Yes.
Why? There's no threat here right now.
Yeah.
And so I really started to understand more of how much we hold in the body. I read The Body Keeps Score, but honestly, I wasn't ready for it. It's such a heavy book. But now I think I would like to pick it up again and just to read a little bit more of that. But that, just this awareness and coming to home to who we are and how does your body feel, and what does anxiety feel like? If you're going to be triggered, what your body's telling you? So what are the signs? Most of us don't even know.
Absolutely.
Because we're so in fight or flight.
Yes.
And my heart is to help entrepreneurs who were raised in fear or trauma, and even around narcissism. And it's not so much of the titles, and yes, those things happen to you, but it's how it's affecting you right now.
Absolutely.
Because especially that 0 to 7 and even the 0 to 2, when the attachment of how you attach to your parents, or if there was fear or moving around or chaos going on, that is affecting everything.
It affects everything. Right, attachment theory now is I mean, people are starting to recognize the role of trauma, whereas before it was kind of maybe go over there a little bit, or just let it go, and that's what I don't like about some of the law of attraction stuff. It's a little bit glib. Focus on your vibration. Don't think about anything that's upsetting you. Well, if trauma is bothering you and you deliberately try not to think about it because you're trying to stay positive, you're lying to yourself. And that is the ultimate negative energy. So what I've always told my clients, because they're afraid to acknowledge their own pain, they think that it's going to make something bad happen. Like, oh my God, my house will burn down if I admit that I'm angry at my mom. I mean, literally, people assume this cause and effect, which is not helpful. And what I say is, if someone comes and stabs you in the hand with a knife, the most positive thing you can say at that moment is, ow. But instead, people will say, well, that it's okay. Maybe I'm supposed to, I guess I should learn from this. It was meant to happen. I created this somehow. I'm good. And you're bleeding. I mean, people will do that.
Right.
And so then they try to run a business with all of this and, just being positive all the time. And so, because about 40 to 50% of my clients are entrepreneurs.
Yep.
And so I'm noticing these patterns, and it doesn't matter how much they're paying for a business coach, they're not able to execute. Why? It's because of all this stuff, or they don't know yet what their special sauce is.
Yep.
And, so my special sauce, frankly, is helping people find their special sauce. Like, I'm very interested in people's purpose, meaning, and all that, because it took yours truly a few decades to do that. And so,
where's the wall? Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah. And what I try to tell, especially coaches, like people starting off, I want to know my niche. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, what is the pain that you've been sitting with? Maybe that's it. And they go, well, because it's intimately tied with whatever you're experiencing. You just need to, you've healed it. You have this ready for prime time now.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be something that you're still in the throes of. So, for example, I had a client last year who wanted to be a dating coach, but she had never had a relationship. And what I said was, is it possible that your desire to help other people with dating is really about you wanting to have a relationship? And maybe it would be more efficient if we got you that first. And that's what we did. And now she's getting married or something. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's so good. And I want to continue the conversation around this because I have been around like the true like spiritual woo kind of community healers and mystics and all of that this last year and a half. I was raised that was taboo. And so just even a mindset of getting over any of the fears around that. But I find in the spiritual community, there's still a lot of control. There's still a lot of like, raise your vibration. Don't think about it. Kind of not wiping or putting things under the rug, but in a way it's like, don't talk about things that you might be going through, or if you, and I understand the words we say and all of that is important, but I also understand like real life is you can't just overshadow or bypass how you're feeling because it's going to come back up another time. And I, like for myself, I was that person my whole life because I read, The Power of Positive Thinking when I was 20. And so if any of my friends would come to me and they were complaining or like heavy stuff or whatever, I couldn't hold space for them. And I said, like, you can't even speak negative to me.
Watch that.
Right?
Yeah, you don't know. You're going to create it. It's
exactly. And so now I think I'm just hyper aware now because I'm like, I spent my whole life doing that and it didn't help me.
Yeah.
And it's like, there are still some hurts that have to be acknowledged.
Absolutely. This is where I'm very passionate about. It makes people neurotic. It really does. It makes people censor their own thinking. That I'm afraid if I think it, it'll happen. Like they think that if they think it, it's going to happen. And it makes people deny their own thoughts. It makes people very intolerant of other people's negativity. And frankly, people can turn into jerks. They're so obsessed with positive thinking that they're hard to be around. And then what happens is people just stop talking to them.
Yeah.
And they feel like the connection is completely severed from a human perspective. Then we've really lost each other. If you think you're so evolved that no one can stand to talk to you about what's bothering you,
right?
Who's really the one with the issue right now? Right? And I mean, I've had spiritual teachers study with me, and I've had to sort of get in their face a little bit about it because I'm from a kind place. Like, do you realize what you're doing? And they're like, I'd never thought about it. I'm like, well, consider that this is not so simple. As I had a gentleman in my office, I guess about last month. I'll never forget him. He could not even verbalize. What was it? Like something had happened, and he wouldn't even say what it was. Like and that thing that happened. But I'm okay now. Like he was really skirting it. I thought, I wonder why he's so afraid to just tell me. But I think he was afraid he would create it again. Like words have power and all that. I'm like. It's a little superstitious, it's just a word. And
Right.
We don't want to like focus all of our attention on it, but
Right.
can we just relax a little bit and be honest?
Yeah. Yeah. That's, oh man, that's really good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was there. I understand the neurotic judgment. I'm more evolved.
Yeah.
You're complaining, and I know you're going down the wrong path because I am so. I mean, I did all that, so I'm humbled now to now take a stand for supporting people wherever they're at. Everyone is doing their best, and
Yes.
if the best is not good enough for you, move on and talk to somebody else. Don't make them miserable.
I think it comes back to the control and being able to hold space for someone and not deny their reality. I think that even society, we've been denying each other's reality
Yep.
all along. Like for generations in our family is, you've got a stomach ache or a headache. No, you don't, because I feel that you don't, or you don't look like, how am I to know what they're feeling in their body,
Exactly.
right? So it's
Exactly.
not denying your reality of what's going on. If something's heavy, then figure out what's the root. Let's look at it and heal it, because then what happens is you're taking out the negative charge, and it's not necessarily going to come back then in the future.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Cool. Let's shift and talk about scarcity. So
Sure.
how do you reframe that for clients?
Well, scarcity it depends on like how we define scarcity. What feels scarce to one person might be just fine for another. Like I've had clients who they live on almost nothing. They're happy. Like it doesn't occur to them. I mean, would they like more financial? Well, sure. But they don't have a scarcity mindset. They are genuinely very abundantly living on less. So if it'd be someone else might look at them and say, well, you live in a, whatever. Don't you want more? They're like, well, we're fine. And literally they have mastered the art of living on very little means. They're happy. So scarcity, I think it has to do with what do people need to feel abundant? And I don't know if people have ever spent enough time on this. I want a partner. Well, any partner? Like what kind? Like do you have a sense? I want more money. Well, why? What is it that you think money will get you? I don't have a problem with money, but people can have a lot of money and still have a scarcity mindset. I've had clients, they make millions of dollars and live on a golf course, but the mindset is this could disappear at any moment. They're very, it's just the energy in the field is very constricted around money. Don't take it away from me. Don't tax me, and this whole debate over taxes, it's me, mine. No, nobody likes to pay taxes, but there's this feeling that my money is my blood, right? Instead of a sense of what's needed for the community. And I'm not going to get political on this, but people feel, if anyone is feeling very isolated, all the money in the world won't help. It's a feeling of richness inside, aliveness inside. It has nothing to do with how many dollars you have in the bank. Yeah.
And the reframe, even on the taxes, is that like you drive, or maybe you do, but there's roads, or there's different things, infrastructure. If you get to live in this beautiful place and you are contributing towards that, is a very different energy than, oh, if I have to give and pay the taxes, then that means I don't have. There's that lack.
Right. And there are different philosophies on this, and I've deliberately forced myself to spend time with every perspective out there because I really wanted to embody and understand how they feel, and like I can go there, and I have a lot of compassion for each of these mindsets, whether it's uber liberal or uber conservative. Like I can feel it in my body and go, oh, I get it. And that has allowed me to feel much more compassion for the pain of the world at large. I don't believe any one of these parties is more evolved than the other. I think there are different ways of looking at pain and what people assume is the answer. And nobody has the answer. That's part of the rub. We're trying to figure it out, right? And I hope we do that before we destroy each other. But, I think it's okay. There is a natural growth energy that people most people are happiest when there's something growing. Most
Right.
people are not very happy when it's just stagnant, nothing changing, whether it's your income or dating. There's always a desire for something new. And that is part of the abundant mindset, that there's something new coming in. It sounds groovy. And it could be another livelihood. It could be, I'd like to increase my income to be able to take a vacation to the beach. That would be nice, right? There's always some growth. What happens with some people is, I shouldn't want anymore. I should be satisfied with what I have. But that's not an abundant mindset. If it's I'm groovy, I don't feel the need for anything more right now, but I'm happy. That's different than I feel guilty for wanting any more. The people starving in Africa, like it's very nuanced. So I have to take a look at someone's energy and figure out where they are. So it's not like a blanket statement. It depends on how they're feeling in the body. Does it feel expansive, or does it feel very proper and in the box because they should feel a certain way? I hope that makes sense.
It does, totally. And I like, everything comes always back to the root for me. And even just look at like how you were raised and what money was like in the home. I heard a couple weeks ago a coach say that yes, money is energy, but a better word is money is emotion.
Yeah.
And it's the emotion that you're tying to, whether you're spending or saving or feel like you have or you don't have. And so go back to journal on what is the emotion you feel around money and where did that start from? Because I think it's going to open your eyes to a lot of
love that.
What you're holding on to now.
I love that. I have clients that live on almost nothing. And, I'm not the cheapest chick in town, but they make it a point to, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I have people making tons of money who are always, very sensitive to how much things cost without looking at the value. So they know the cost of everything and the value of nothing. And like for me growing up, I grew up in a technically middle class, like the house was great, but inside the home, and this is common with immigrant families, I felt poor all the time.
Right.
I was always worried that, like, if we eat too much, are we going to be able to afford? My dad was a professor. There was money, but the money was always like, you could lose it at any moment. No, that dress is too expensive. So I grew up with a poverty mindset inside a middle class upbringing.
Mm-hmm.
So that was something I really had to work through myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I would even say, like, a lot of people have, based on how they were raised, is this the other shoe's going to fall. So I have these things, or I'm feeling really good, or money's coming in, or the business is doing great, but it's always this but energy of like, I have to be careful because if I'm not, then the other shoe is going to fall.
Yeah. Or make hay while the sun shines. And they've been making hay, working nonstop for 10 years because they feel at any moment, and so a lot of this is a spiritual walk to know that no matter what happens, the stock market crashes, all your clients, quit on you the next day, that you'll be all right. And some people have not found that spiritual feeling inside that no matter what happens, they'll be okay. So everything is always very precarious.
Right.
So, in my role as a spiritual teacher, I do have to touch on these things because your world behind your eye has to be more real than what's in front of your eye. So, because that's the basis of a functional life. Otherwise, you're always at the whim of the stock market or people blowing you off, and that is chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
Peace comes from somewhere else. It's inside. Right. So that's what I spend a lot of time. Yeah. Yeah. So I think what you're doing here is fantastic. Awesome. It's going to help a lot of people.
Yeah. Thank you. We're huge on community. We're a how-to community. We put that in some of our marketing is like, here's how you come and get shit done. This is how you do it, right? It doesn't have to be this like trying to figure it out or watching all the YouTube videos or, taking this person's free content and trying to figure out that person's. It's like, no, just come. Like, we'll help you with it. We are a how-to community of like, from a simple space that you're not hijacking your nervous system based on however you were raised.
Yeah.
Really understanding that in the body is like, it doesn't have to be really hard, and you can be in this safe place. Like we talk about the masculine and feminine energy in our community of like, you can be in your safe feminine and your safe masculine. And once you've healed those wounds, or at least understand what they are, because I feel like we go back and forth depending on who's around or the situation. and to just really just to be in this calm expectation of everything's good. Like, you are looked after.
I love that because I think sometimes in the, especially the business coaching community, I know people mean well in terms of goal setting and helping people through their limiting beliefs. Like if I hear that one more time, I mean, I get it, but if someone is not able to do what they set out to do, let's not shame them. It's
Right.
just going to make them feel worse. So when you look at the amount of money people have invested in certain programs, like because I've been in some of them, and I've observed people spending lots of money, and they started with zero income, and they finished this 1-year program with zero income. Why is that? Well, because there was a lot of things that the coach said, well, it's on you. I'm telling you what to do. And if you don't do
Big
it,
girl panties on.
yeah, there was no accountability for people are different.
Yeah.
Not only is their style different, their energy different traumas, different. Do you even know? Or have you taken the time? Are you interested? Or is it like, if it's just strategic information and you're on your own, it won't go well for a lot of people.
Right.
Because everybody's different. So I love a more nuanced approach to this.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's the direction the industry must head.
Mm-hmm. I have a question around, so like energy, and I've heard this, that, masculine energy is money, God, men, or authority. That's all a masculine energy. And so what's your take on it? Because what I've heard is that if you're feeling out in any one of those areas, then it kind of affects all of them. So if you feel like God was really mean in the sky and that's how you were raised and you had to, live in this box, then does that affect how you feel around men, authority, or money as well?
Yeah, what a great question. And I talk on masculine and feminine sexual polarity a lot. So I'm kind of familiar with that
Yay.
type of thinking. It depends on who is asking or where they're coming from in asking the question. Because what I've noticed is that these words of masculine and feminine are not very well defined. There is not a common agreement. So I have to ask, well, in this way of thinking, this is what we think is masculine. There's also a difference in my book between energy and essence. So for example, I work with a lot of women entrepreneurs to help them increase their feminine essence to be able to attract clients and things like that. The
Right.
essence is a little bit more of a natural preference. So like how a cat has a different preference than a dog, they both can eat similar foods, but the cat won't like the dog food as much and the dog won't like the cat food as much. They have a different response to the sun. They can both sit in the sun, but one likes it a slightly different way. Men and women are different in preference.
Right.
But within each gender, you still need masculine and feminine energy. And this is where I feel like our English language is woefully inadequate. When you say masculine or feminine, are you referring to energy, which is the yin and yang, or are you referring to essence? Or are you talking about something else, like
Right.
the divine masculine, which is not embodied at all, like God? Is God masculine or feminine? And we could get into a discussion about that, but at the end of the day, it depends on people's faith and background. I will say that I'm more interested in, like, for women, there's a preference to perhaps a bit more of a magnetic approach versus an electric approach of going out and making things happen. I can attract, and men can attract too, but how do you like to do this? And that will be very useful for you having a functional life, not just a functional business.
Right.
So, like, there's active feminine, there's more passive feminine, there's active masculine, more passive masculine. And these are 4 very different colors on a palette. It's like this. So
Right.
I wish our English language was a little bit more descriptive, and then we could have more fruitful conversations
Right.
around the nuances. And I think it's coming. It's just no one's coined it to stick yet, if that
Right.
makes sense.
Maybe
Yeah.
you're the first.
Yeah, because preference and essence has more to do with your actual sexual energy. It has nothing to do with yin and yang energy. So like a lot of women, when they're business owners, they have to run a lot of yang energy. You have to. You got to
Yeah.
get a lot done. But you want to do it in a way that honors the female preference, the body, how you prefer to do things, and it's different for every woman. So there's a lot of personal exploration that has to be done. It's not just, assigning everybody, oh, you're female, so do it this way. Everybody's different. Yeah.
Right. Can you share a little bit? I'm going to bring Karla up actually.
Sure.
She's coming up next. So we're working together through some breathwork classes. This is Karla, and she just is a beautiful healer, Ayurvedic background, mostly, and quantum, feminine, masculine, all of that stuff. And so my question for you is can you speak a little bit about what you're talking about, the yin and the yang, and then the female sexual energy? I didn't realize that could be a difference. So is that different? Yeah, go ahead.
You talking to me, or are you talking to
Adele?
Okay, yeah.
To Adele, but I'm bringing up Karla because she can chime in whenever. This is totally up her alley.
The more voices, the better. And I love this because this confusion about the words. Because sometimes when people talk about feminine, they think it means running along the beach under a full moon and dancing in scarves. Because that's one way people celebrate the feminine energy. It's all very, but I'm talking about a feminine essence, which is honoring the sexual energy in the body so that, let me show you. Okay, so I'm going to change my energy.
Oh, sexual energy. Go for it.
You guys, this is what people are noticing. So in my work, I'm because I see energy. I'm always pinging. I'm looking at where someone's energy is. And in my work, there's a thing called the head bubble, which is when people, most of our culture is living. Watch me. I'm going to send my energy up, slightly outside my head. And I'm not deliberately changing the way I speak, but you're going to experience me differently. And, I'm trying to not exaggerate. So you get an active experience of me. And this is how I used to live my life. I'm very knowledgeable about what I'm sharing. And I want you to know about how understanding feminine sexual energy can be useful for you to attract more clients so that you don't feel so exhausted. And I've been doing this for about 10, 15 years. And I've studied with some of the best people in the world. You can feel that, right? That's how most people talk. So I'm going to change my energy and I'm going to deliberately not exaggerate. And I'm now accessing womb space energy. And so, hey, everybody, my name's Adele. And I specialize with working with women on a transformational path to help them attract more of what they want. And this energy of attraction is the same, whether it's in dating or with clients. It is an energy that people can feel. And when they feel it, they have a stronger sense of knowing who you are. That it's often a very attractive energy that has people leaning into more because it's more life force running through my body. Right now, I'm amplifying the sexual energy, and there's a way to contain it so that it's magnetic. So it's not just blasting everyone in the room, which feels kind of gross, but there's a containment that can be magnetic. So you can feel the difference.
I felt it even. Yeah. I felt that pull, that magnetism towards you as you did the ladder. Yeah.
So this is the simplest ways to show people what I'm talking about. So that is accessing sexual energy.
Cool.
Now, when people talk about the divine feminine and what are we talking about? In my world, this is what I'm referring to with feminine essence and sexual energy. And then within an entrepreneur, we need yin and yang. You need yin in terms of being stillness. What am I, and yang in terms of pick up the phone and call somebody, right? Because that's not unique to men. That's just taking action. Light and dark is not unique to men or women. It's just, loud and soft, these are just qualities, but preference is a very different animal. And then if you have an understanding of both, it's just much easier to get stuff done without being drained.
Yeah. So cool. So cool. Totally right up our alley.
Yes, I'm excited to hear from Karla. Yes. So I hope that was useful.
Oh yeah,
Totally.
beautiful. Of course.
Totally. I'm so glad. Go ahead, Karla.
No, I'm just saying it's beautiful how you distinguish differently.
That's in my world, I'm sure someone else is going to say, oh no, but I had to draw a line in the sand somewhere to explain stuff. And, at some point there might be a more standard definition of these things.
Right. Very good. What's your Instagram handle, Adele?
Oh, Adele Wang, the original one.
Right.
Yeah.
I
Adele
love
Wang
it.
dot the original, because there's some other Adele Wang in China or something. So I was like, Adele Wang dot the original one. So yeah, everybody connect to me. I would love to connect to more people and start cool conversations.
I love your platform. I love how you speak because you're just real. It's like no bullshit. This is how it is. There's nothing fancy or fluffy. And it's so good. This is the message that I feel people need. It's like a breath of fresh air. It's like, yes, just give us like the straight things. We don't need to try and muddle it up anyways. And I want to ask, do you lead any clubhouse rooms? Because I know that's where I had heard you first.
Yes. I've been dropping in and out, but I haven't been very systematic. So maybe one of these days we set one up.
I love it.
Jump on there.
Yeah. That's cool. Let's do it on a Friday and we can talk about this feminine essence and even just because this is what we're creating in the Naked Alchemy program that we're going to talk about next, is just really like how to awaken that from within and really open up, because there is this magnetism, there is this draw where now things are coming to you instead of us like trying to go out and find and push.
Yeah.
It's a very different energy.
It's very different.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Adele. Really appreciate your time. I know we'll be connecting.
This has been awesome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
She was great.
Carlita.
She was great.
Yes. Hello. How are you?
Hello, my dear. I'm good. Oh my gosh. Really beautiful.
Oh man, I love that woman. She's so fun.
Yeah.
Follow her on Facebook or on Instagram. Her stories are so great. I know she can still hear me in the back. She just gets on there and I just love her. She just doesn't care. She's like, this is what I have to say today, but it's always so helpful. And it struck a chord with me. I was like, we definitely need her on the showcase.
Yeah. I like how I didn't hear the whole thing, but I like the title is Escaping the Law of Attraction.
Yes. Yes. And all the myths and everything behind. Cool.
Interesting. I love it.
All right. Carlita, we're here to talk about Naked Alchemy today. And see, do I have a banner? I think I do. And so for us today, we're just going to share, what Karla and I have been creating and have come up with for a program on how to awaken people to their safe vulnerability and safe intimacy. This is a download that I received this summer because I had taken a couple years off from dating, and tell you where it came from. I took a couple years off from dating and I got back on in June, and I'm online dating, and all I could feel in the profiles was so much pain. And my heart was like, wow, these people are going to be alone for a really long time because they're giving off like it's this, they have this shield up, and I know who's going to want to swipe right. Like they're just so angry and aggressive in the message of their profile. And so this Naked Alchemy was like being able to take off, like to heal, but take off the masks, because we are one way with the people in our lives and in the world, in our business and relationships. But when we are alone, most of us are not so good with being alone with our emotions or understanding where they're coming from or how to feel them in your body or how to turn. I would even say, I love that word, the essence within you into something that's so beautiful where you're happy and you're enjoying life. And it's the surrendering to, you don't have to be this perfect, or whatever presentation you feel like you have to be. You can just be yourself, your authentic self. And when you are there, I feel like it's a sigh of relief of like, you can just be yourself. If someone doesn't like how you're speaking or whatever, they're not for you. Maybe you're not the same frequency or vibration, and that's okay. Everyone's equal. It just means you're on a different learning path. But being able to really come into your own, come home, the breath work, Karla, I love the way that you describe and explain Naked Alchemy, because you've been writing some of our marketing. So for you, let's share, what is Naked Alchemy to you? How do you describe this?
Well, I really feel Naked Alchemy is accepting yourself as you are, just as you just simply stated. But I feel that it goes obviously a little deeper than that in terms of, I feel it's really being able to be vulnerable, like allow yourself to be vulnerable. Everyone has so many layers of protection, like you said, but I feel like moving forward, it's no longer enough to be just like a stoic masculine energy, which can be female or male, but really is more seen in men.
Right.
Physical bodies of men, that they're just stoic and they just like make it happen and just keep it all inside, and they're cold, right? And they're letting just like their physicality speak for themselves. That's kind of like passé now. Like we're moving forward into a new way of life where it all comes from the heart. And if it comes from the heart, that means you have to be open and available. You have to be able to access those feelings and be able to then express yourself and go deep. It's not, so being surface just doesn't cut it anymore. And so in order to do all that, you have to access your feminine qualities, which could be artistic, musical, painting, drawing, photography, whatever you want to call it. The artistic side of you. For men, I want to say it like that because sometimes men get very like, oh my gosh, you're turning me into a woman or whatever. I'm like, no, not really. Just being able for you to access that part of your life. And so where my belief really comes from is that traditional women nurturers are really here to heal the masculine. So when I talk about feminine and masculine energies, we have both of those inside of us. Whether you are in a male body or a female body, whatever you subscribe to, you still have feminine and masculine energies inside of you. So we have to be able to access the nurturer, the compassion, the love, the forgiveness, and the trust, and then also be able to reach out for and get the warrior, the doer, the person who's like very practical, and you need to be like whatever, you need to be able to reach both sides. And so that's when you really unite. If you can do that, right, left brain, right brain, unite, and then you become one. So being one in yourself is the goal for when you're meeting new people. You don't want to be like having these huge holes in your heart where, your childhood, something traumatic happened in there, and then you've been just like trying to avoid that in some way, or you have levels of protection that don't allow you to really be yourself. So it's a lot of layers involved, but really what it comes down to is being able to heal yourself completely so that when you meet new people, you're not meeting a person that's going to help you fix yourself. You got to be yourself. And so part of Naked Alchemy is so many different layers to it. It goes from triggers to like, how can you access your feminine? Can you access your masculine? A physicality. It's so many things involved in this process. It's really incredible because we're so dynamic. And so, I think one of the things is if you're able to talk about anything that makes you vulnerable, you're already on your path. You're already on your way. You're not necessarily hiding, or there's no imposter syndrome, and there's no like, I'm trying to fit into a square when I'm really a circle in terms of energy, right? Like just you can be a circle, you can be a square. It's all good. So how do we make that work? Like, how do we make it so that you don't put a picture of you like 20 years ago when you're a super fit star football athlete, and then when we actually meet you, you're not, or women as well, right? We do the same things too. So it doesn't only, I don't know. It's really, I find it's very beautiful. It's very complex. And we're open to like deep dive with you. We're going deep.
Right. And like, I feel like this journey that you're going to come through, if you decide that you want to check it out, is like being able to be open, like speak your mind and your truth, and like, let's heal any of the heavy stuff that might be holding on. And it's so beautifully done through the feminine wounds and the masculine wounds, because we can all relate. We've all, I think, gone between both, depending on who we're around or what situation we are in. But it's just this, we don't have to hide anymore. We can just be ourselves and be okay with it. And if we want to speak our mind, we're not afraid of what someone else is going to say. We're not afraid of this abandonment or this rejection. And as you do one thing is how you do everything. And so if you are having some fear around, being in relationships or speaking to family, or maybe you grew up walking on eggshells, or you couldn't speak your mind, or you're told don't cry, or, be quiet. Kids are to be seen and not heard. So we didn't learn how to really express ourselves. And So then I think even part of that is like when you can come out of hiding and you realize I can be safe just being myself, then now you're connecting to yourself on a different level that you've never felt before. And it's this opening up, and it's juicy and delicious and it's so beautiful. And then in that, when you have that confidence and that surety of who you are and you're comfortable in your own skin, and triggers aren't the same anymore. They're not able to, no one's able to trigger you the same unless you give away your power, but we're teaching you how to not give that away. And then you're able to be, in, I feel, more intimate type of scenarios or relationships. Maybe you want a relationship, or maybe you are in one, but you're not able to communicate openly and there's some kind of blockage there. This works as well for that, because it's being able to just like look at yourself and like truly, but then also, intimacy is such a beautiful thing to be able to be that with someone where you can actually trust that they're going to have your back, right? That they're going to be with you. But also if it ends up that the relationship ends, that you're not afraid. You're not holding on to this false relationship or something that you're in based on programming or like whatever your coping methods, that you can actually see it and observe it from top down and go, oh, there's some things that have been happening in this relationship that whether it's a romantic or not, that's not healthy for me. It either puts me back in fight or flight, or I just feel like I'm not getting through or I'm not being heard. You can now walk away, not in the space of like either I'm being abandoned or I have a fear of abandoning them, but you can just be comfortable with that. And then leading on to the intimacy, like I said, how you do one thing is how you do everything. And so if you're afraid to speak to a family member or, ask for the sale in business, if that's, if you're a business owner, you also are afraid to ask for what you want in bed. It all works together. And I find that many of us who've been shut down in our feminine growing up, maybe, we were in a controlling situation, or we just weren't allowed to speak our voice, or we felt different, or we didn't fit in, or whatever, is that when you are older now, is you either have this fear of being rejected or abandoned, or you have a fear of losing yourself. We don't have to be in that space. You can be in your comfortable own vulnerability and who you are, and welcome in the things that are coming, whether it's to teach you something or you're meant to, be together or grow together, whatever that is. But the cool thing is that when you're at the space of like honesty and truth and intimacy, and you understand your values, that now you can open yourself up and not have to hide, it is going to just blow your mind, because you're going to reach a level of intimacy with yourself and the divine that you've never had before. And it is amazing. And then to experience that with someone else, like it's not even about the sex at that point. Sacred sexuality we'll get to later with this Naked Alchemy, but it's all about like being able to be in this space with yourself, and not always even about sex, but you will have a level of happiness and joy that comes from within you that you didn't even know was possible. And really, it's just really coming home and being comfortable with who you are.
Yeah. And I think that the main segue is, where are you in your life? Like, where are you in your finances? Where are you in your relationships? Where are you in regards to business? Where are you in regards to health? Like, where are you along the board, right? Across the whole board. And it's to be extremely honest with yourself. Like, you can't hide with yourself, right? You can tell people, oh yeah, I'm great. And then inside you're like burning up with anger, or you're living in fear, right? Like, it's easy. Words are really designed to hide behind them, right? So that's, everybody knows that, right? You could just say whatever you want, and people will want to believe you, unless you come across a special person who's like, are you really okay? Like, that's very few and far between. But when you really do the work for yourself and you're really ready to deep dive, because now the way you're living is just not functioning anymore for you, then you're going to be completely honest with yourself. And you can rate yourself from 1 to 10. 1 is the worst, 10 is the best. And if you're like any number, right, other than, I would say, 9 or 10 or 8, why are you anything less than that? So the question, then you go deeper, then you really figure out why this, why that, and you get to the real answer, right? Not the surface one of like, well, I just can't attract money. It just doesn't work for me. And I don't know. I like that answer. That's what everyone says. I don't know. I'm like, yeah, I beg to differ. I think you do know. I think you really do know inside of you. And that's not a good enough answer. I'm going to hold you accountable. Why is these things not working? So you have to go and why and get an answer. And then you say why again, you get another answer, and you keep going and it's another why. You get to the level where you're like, oh my gosh, I remember this experience from I don't know when, led me to this. And that's why I think I can't make money, because now it's in my blueprint. Now it's what I really believe. It's a core belief that I have. So then that's what we work with, right? You give us this gem and we give you back the tools. My whole thing has always been about empowerment. Just going to empower you to completely set you on fire. And I'll be like, okay, see you later. Bye. Have a nice life, because now you're ready for it. Now you're not making excuses. You're not living in the past, right? The moment you have a reaction like this, you're already in the past. That's incredible. Just realizing that was like blew my mind when I learned that for the first time. I was like, oh my God, no wonder it's so hard to not trigger this other person who's not triggering me, who's not triggering you, that's back and forth. It's like, wow, I have to actually really be responsible with how I even respond in like a 5-second, trigger. It's really mad. I love it. So that's one of the things that we definitely work on is getting into the truth. We're getting into the truth. You can't lie to yourself. That's it. So I use breath work in that way to get people to really realize their own truths, to realize, sometimes memories come up or emotions come up and you don't really know why. It's okay not to know, but just when you do breath work with me and with us in the course in Naked Alchemy, then you just let it surface, right? This is not the time to stuff it all down, right? The more you stuff down any kind of energetics, good or bad from the past, it has to surface in some way. It has to come out in your body in some way. If you've been really diligent in stuffing down those energies and those memories for like 50 years or more, or even 5 years, 10 years, whatever amount of time, it has to come out. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It just goes somewhere. You have pockets of it going somewhere. And so it's going to show up as a disease, as a migraine, as a headache, stomach aches, back aches, fibroids, whatever, however it's going to show up. So there's always a root cause to all that stuff. And so, you can't lie to yourself when you work with us. We're going to help you really get out there and be confident, accept yourself as you are, and shine. That's the only thing we want, is for you to shine like a star, like a diamond. Yeah, I love that.
I'm going to share a couple things part of my story, because I think that this is also going to help to understand like the concept for this and where we're going. So for me, when I was 12 years old or so, I had heard my parents having sex, and it would like, kudos to them. They're having their fun. But for me, what it did is I shut myself down. I was like, ooh, that sounds embarrassing. I never want to sound like that. It was fear of like what other people think of me, right? That fear of rejection and abandonment. What if they think I'm weird? And so I shut down. But that has affected everything else in my life. It affected my marriage, and it ended. It affected the way that I've dated. It affected my business. It's all this hiding. And so being able to come out of hiding now, like I don't feel that same way. I've dealt with the rejection and the abandonment, and the healing of that, and not in that space. And like life just changes once you start to realize what is the root, what maybe we don't have to go back to the core event of what happened.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just shining a light on like what is there. And then the second thing that was really powerful for me this year was you and I were having a conversation. I'll never forget. I was in my car. We were having a conversation privately. It's probably why I went, because everyone's home. So we're in the car, and you said one thing to me, and I broke down in tears. And it was, actually, I'll back it up. You have this beautiful way of like connecting people to Mother Earth and to Father Sky. And I'd never heard those words before. Like kind of felt held by the universe. That was really nice. And then on that same call you said to me, what does it feel like to be feminine? describe that, like go and journal. And I just started to break down because immediately I knew it didn't feel safe to be in my feminine. And all the years of like struggle and you know, taking care of myself and the hustle and grinding business and all of that was like, I have to be this something I'm not in order to succeed in life. And it wasn't my authentic self. But thing is, I didn't feel safe to be in my feminine. And so I'm super grateful for that question in that day, because you just opened up a whole new thing within me. It's like, okay, I'm going to get to that safe feminine because I don't need to hide anymore. Like, you know, I'm here, I can look after myself. I'm my own wise inner parent or mother, you know, and able to look after. And so that was really powerful. Do you want to just speak a little bit of like, where did you learn that, or how did you come to understand that about people from your own experience and your background?
Do you know what? I honestly, it all came from Ayurveda. Like Ayurveda, you know, is Indian holistic medicine, right? So I had this incredible treatment one day, and I fell into Ayurveda. Let's just say I just like coincidences, serendipity, coincidences all came together, and I started practicing this beautiful medicine, right? And
What is it? What is Ayurvedic? So that
so
anyone who has-
Ayurveda is Indian holistic medicine that goes back 5,000 years. It predates any of the allopathic medicine today, everything, right? So from ear, nose, throat to like obstetrics, everything, right? So it's really like the root of where it all came from.
Cool.
And you can learn Ayurveda. You know, you have to come back like 100 lifetimes to get it all covered because it's like so vast. And so it's based on the 5 elements. Everything that grows, everything that's alive is all on the 5 elements. So air, ether, fire, water, and wind. Anyways, yeah, right. It's on the 5. And within that, it creates certain kind of doshas. Dosha is your composition, which is your composition where you're lacking. So, for example, my dosha is kapha pitta. I am fiery and I am earthy. So I have to work my whole life to try and balance the earth and the fire in me so that, you know, I am in balance. It's beautiful. It's really, really beautiful. And so when Ayurveda, there's a root to everything. It just doesn't just exist. Like you don't wake up one day and have cancer. Like there's a process for it to be alive, right? And so everything that's created has a masculine and a feminine. You cannot create without both of them. And so that can go even into spirituality. It can go into the body. It can go into nature. Everything has a male and a female. And so that's where I stem my work from. It always comes from this direction. And so I really try to help people figure out the root of their problems because we can connect the dots. So if you have a trauma that happens when you're quite young, and then it's going to be corroborated, that trauma will be corroborated your entire life until you realize that it's in the past. You can't change the future if you don't let go of the past, if you don't forgive and really step into your feminine power, and then releasing, you know, and loving yourself and forgiving yourself for staying in that pattern for so many years, for so long. So the feminine is a power that is really, if you think of Mother Earth, it's everything and anything, right? It's all nature. It can be a little breeze. It can be a big storm. Like the feminine power is free. We are free. We don't have to have a reason why. We just follow our nature. And our nature is to nurture. We care, we love. But we can give till the cows come home, but then we'll be really exhausted. We'll be drained and resentful. Yeah, we do it too long and the other people don't recognize, and you feel resentful and you get a little bit bitter and whatnot. So the feminine always has to have the masculine that's going to carry out the motions and or protect the feminine. So we're split down the middle. We have the feminine, we also have the masculine. Are we in touch to do both? Can we be nurturing and giving, but can we call it quits and say, okay, let's do it this way. Change this, go here, try that, blah, blah, blah. And it's like very practical and like go, do. And the feminine can just be back and say, hey, yeah, I really like that way you painted that wall. It looks really good. I love that you picked the color I felt inside would be the right one, right? Like it's very different energies. And so that's where the healing comes, when you can marry the two. because single mothers, I know you take care of your niece and you're really in charge of all that. And it's go, 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 go. Right? We're in that essence that we're like, oh my God, I can't sit down because I have so much to do because I have to do this and everything else. Meanwhile, your feminine is over here going, hello, you're going to look at me at some point in this lifetime? Like, hi, where's your sexuality? Where's your beautiful, shiny face? I want to see, like, do you admire yourself? Do you look yourself in the mirror? Can you tell yourself you love yourself? Like, where is it? I'm right here, but I can't notice myself at all because I'm so busy getting everything done. It's really a marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Hope I answered
So
your question.
beautiful.
It was like, I hope I answered your question. Oh my God.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So good. What would you like to talk about?
Well, I think what's really necessary to also look at is like why are you doing certain things the way that you're doing things? Like, you have to really figure out, are you posturing, or is this really who you are? How do you how do you decide who am I? Right? Because once you figure out, you're like, oh, okay, I've been an imposter for like 10 years of my life or 20 years of my life or whatever amount of time. And I'm like, well, who am I now? Like, how do you figure that out? Right? So that's part of what we also help you with, is to figure out, like, what are your boundaries? How much is too much? Can you scale it back?
Yeah.
How do you figure that out? It's really a process of rediscovering yourself. So then you can launch yourself out and be completely confident. And a person told me the other day, I feel I don't have to lie anymore. Like, that's massive.
Yep.
If someone doesn't, pardon?
That's amazing.
Yeah. That's really like, wow, you're so confident that you can just say what you want to say. And
think of the layers, just even that, like not feeling like you have to lie because you're hiding if you're lying. And so think of all the other layers that are now released: the guilt, the shame, the trying to remember what you even said, the embarrassment if you did the wrong thing. Like, all that shit's gone, you don't even have to worry about that. And I love how, we've been running a class on Wednesday mornings, Clubhouse, a breathwork class. It's free, 8 a.m. on Clubhouse. And we have people come into the room and they just say, like, I was guided into this room. I didn't know. I just clicked on it. And I'm so glad that I'm here, because what we've been able to help people with, and now in our Naked Alchemy program, is simply like connecting to yourself. But there have been people who have messaged us or have told us that we've helped them, with their anxiety, where now they had anxiety their whole life. One beautiful person we have in our community, she is 57. Imagine having anxiety your whole life. And we've been working with her this summer, and now she doesn't even have anxiety anymore. Like, to be rid of anxiety. And it's just, a lot of it is connecting to yourself, the breath work, the meditation, really understanding how your body works, and the masculine and the feminine within you, and what those are. But then also, being able to really drop and release anything. Excuse me, there's someone at my door.
Okay, no problem. So I'll continue. So I think that a lot of this has to also do with being able to forgive yourself. And not in the sense of like, I did something wrong. It's more in the sense that if you stay in a pattern for so long and you are really stuck in that pattern, how do you change that pattern? Because don't forget, there's a thing called the butterfly effect, right? And the butterfly effect is the thing that when you consciously change something inside of you, then it's a ripple effect that goes out into your environment. And it changes even like your plants, your animals. It'll change the people in your life, your closest people to you that are in that environment with you, that see you on a regular basis, can be at work, can be at home. And so this butterfly effect, we are all connected, right? Completely connected. I walk into a room and actually my heart walks into the room before me. So there's been scientific studies that your heart, your chakras, so your energy centers in your body work up and down, right? So they send energy up, but they also receive energy, comes all the way down. except for the heart works horizontally as well. So back and front, it can measure out. They can only measure it out being like up to 9 feet or something at the time when they did this test, because that's how far they could do it. But actually, I'm sure you've heard of like mothers who wake up in the middle of the night and they're like, oh my God, something happened to my son or my daughter. And then the next morning they get the phone call, right? Of whatever it might be. So that can be a mother that lives in Australia and the child lives in England, or, you know, really far distances. And you'll still feel that heart vibration that'll come to you. And so this is something that can't be ignored. We have to really work with our whole aura, with our whole presence, with all of our energy. The thoughts are magnetic. Their thoughts are electric, sorry. They go out into the universe and they come back magnetically. We pull it back into us. So what are we thinking every single day? Like, what are you thinking about yourself every day? Are you like, I'm not worthy? I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. I don't deserve it. I don't know why that money's not coming to me, but I don't deserve it anyway. So you can put it out. You're putting those thoughts out there. So what are you going to attract? The universe is going to say, okay, that's what she thinks. Let's give her more of the same. And so you're in this like crazy cycle of like, I wish I had, but I actually feel this way. So that's when I say you go raw and real, is like, it's enough to talk about, this is what I think. How do you really feel? What do you really think about yourself? Do you really think like you're dishonest? Do you really think that you don't deserve that money? Do you really think that like whatever happened in the past, you were to blame for it? So that's why having money is bad. Having this is not good. Like, you know, there's so many questions that we have to really get to the root to. And so figure out. And then that becomes your reality, right? So whatever you're thinking on a regular basis is your reality. It's called karma. Karma from the past creates a karma from the present, and you can create future karma. So everything you're doing today, the way you think about yourself, the way you act with yourself, the way that you treat yourself, do I respect myself? Do I really honor myself? Do I love myself? This main thinking and feeling that you possess in your body, you're creating your future karma. So you could be down 10 years down the road and be like, well, what was I thinking 10 years ago about myself? It catches up to you. It's really incredible. And so you need to find out, the main goal is to find out, what is my purpose? Why am I here on this planet at this time? And how do I make it happen? Those are your main 3 questions of your whole life. If you can, and those things can change, right? So it doesn't have to be stuck to one, because choosing and making a decision and following that will lead you to something else. It'll be even more incredible. That'll lead you to something else that you're like, oh my God, I never thought in 1,000 years I'd get here. And so, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, it's really powerful. Very
What was
powerful.
coming up when you were speaking is that it's this, like an ending of self-betrayal, that you don't have to fit into someone else's box or the way that you think that they might want you to be in a relationship, or to even be around family. Is that when you are able to be yourself and really understand what that is and what that means, then the self-betrayal is going to stop, self-criticism, because you're able to be in that space of true authenticity.
Yeah, that's very true. I believe in that as well. I feel we're cheating ourselves. You know, we're really not honoring our true power. Like I explained many times that we are energy. We're not matter. We have a little bit of matter, but we have a whole lot of energy. So if I've been taught as a child that we are matter. So of course, if you work 60 hours a week or 80 hours a week to make ends meet, and then have this and have the house and have the car and all these things, it's hard work. It's hard. You're going to be tired and have a family and have a pet, you know, like that's a lot. So my school of thought for at least the last 13, 14 years has always been like, well, I'm actually energy. My cells speak to each other through light. It's electrical. It's solar. It's biophotonic. It's a photon from the sun, and we are part of the sun. So we express ourselves in this way. Our cells are really like always vibrating. They have minds of their own, you know? And so they're always vibrating. And when you are not happy, they vibrate a certain way. They'll close down. If you're sick, they'll close down, and they'll connect with each other. One will get sick, so 2 will get sick, then 4 will get sick, then 16 will get sick. So you actually create a sickness within you, depending on how you feel over a long period of time. So if your environment is toxic, and then your mentality becomes that way too, because you're accepting those roles, something will happen. You will get sick, either physical or mentally, or spiritually. You will not feel very healthy. But there's always an alternative. There's always the antidote, which in Ayurveda, there's always, before it gets to the ultimate level of like a sickness that is not reversible anymore, you have a lot of opportunities to like scale it back and fix your body, help yourself mentally, spiritually, emotionally, right? So whatever we give ourselves, we can undo for ourselves. I had very bad psoriasis. I can't remember now, 3-4 years ago. And they told me, the doctor told me, he tried to stamp me. He's like, brand me, you're going to have psoriasis for the rest of your life. And I was like, oh, what? I started crying in his office. He's like, well, what's the matter? It's just psoriasis. I'm like, no, you don't understand. Oh, I had asthma since I was a little girl, and I've managed it so well that I just take one puff every other day or something, right? Like it's still not out of it completely. Like it's deep for me. It runs deep. It's like karmic stuff, right? So I'm working on it a little bit every day. But the psoriasis, I was like, no. You're not gonna brand me, because I now become a statistic in your book of knowledge. Well, my book of knowledge, which is Ayurveda, says that whatever I give myself, I can undo it. And it won't take me that long to undo it if I catch it early. So that's what I did. And now, no psoriasis anywhere. Yeah, and I see people I have to stop people on the street, and I'm like, do you have psoriasis? And they're like, yes, I do. And I'm like, well, so did I. And they're like, no way. And so we get into this whole conversation of like, where do you then become the victim? Oh my God, I have psoriasis now for the rest of my life. This is horrible. Like, how am I going to function? This is so uncomfortable, and it's so itchy, and I feel so bad. Like, yeah, I was there. I felt it. I was like, okay, let me try everything they're going to give me. So I did everything they told me, all the pills, all the creams, all the sunbeds, and this and that, everything else. At one point, like, I think it was like, I didn't even try for that long. Let's say 5 months. I was like, okay, I'm done with these people. I'm going to do it my way. And so I totally went into going into meditation. I changed all my food. Then I went and I spoke to my family. I journaled as much as I could. I really accessed points of like, why do I have this? Like, where is the root of this thing? It just doesn't show up like that, because one day I just show up and I look in the mirror and I've given it to I'm like, I look at myself, the first words that came out of my mouth, it's like, oh, what the heck did I give myself? Because it's stress and anxiety. It really is. And so thank God it was only psoriasis. Like, had I ignored it longer, it would have then vibrated and created something else that was, really hard to get rid of. Not saying that psoriasis isn't hard, because I know there's a lot of people that suffer from that, but it's to get into the mentality of like, we have more power than we are actually allowing ourselves to believe. So if we're energetic, then what's to stop us from doing anything? Right? I don't know.
That's really powerful, because eczema is very difficult to get rid of. I have family members that have it, and super painful as well. And that, like, just, we can heal anything. We can heal ourselves. It's so beautiful, to be able to, I feel, come to this place of really connecting to ourselves and releasing the stuff that we've held onto, the stories or maybe our perceptions of how we had to be in the world, and can really just set those down, take off the backpack full of rocks, and really just be free. And what keeps coming up all day is the emotion of what you're in, and really focusing on that. Because if you're in the heavy emotions, or you're in your stress, or the worry, then more of that's coming. But if you can find a way, and as Adele said earlier, like, when you close your eyes and you're looking from your inner eye, the life that you want has to be more vivid there than what's out in front of you for that, for what it is that you want to come or call in. And I think that, yeah, it just all ties together, and it's so beautiful. It's just coming home. It's coming home to ourselves.
One thing to really remember, and this really really rang true for me a lot, is if you are in a specific state. So let's just choose like depression, because a lot of people are depressed,
Yep.
you know, especially with the situation we're living now across the world, and which we won't really mention because we won't give that any airtime. But that specific issue that's happening around the world, there's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of stress, there's a lot of depression. Okay, so if we have to see ourselves as we're going into it. Our energy going into something like that is not like I'm empowered and I'm confident and I love myself and I can overcome anything. It's like, oh my God, I'm so scared. I'm so upset. I don't know what to do. I'm getting cut off here. I'm getting cut off here. I can't do this. I can't do that. I'm all by myself, you know? And so the isolation and the unavailable resources creates you mentally and emotionally. Physically, your cells are starting to shut down, right? You're now going into contraction, as opposed to when you're in love, or in love with yourself, or in love with someone else, right? You're open up like this, and you're like literally an antenna giving off vibes of love, right? So when you're doing the opposite and you're depressed and you're scared and you're angry and you're like this, it perpetuates. If we want to get out of this, we can't stay in this to then bring in the love and the joy and the this, right? We really have to change our energy. And energy is emotion. Emotion is energy in motion. We have to, if we're depressed and scared, or well, depressed is more, if we're depressed, there's what's the emotion? It's dark, it's sad, it's down, right? So where's the fire? We have to bring that in. We have to find it. We have to recreate it. We have to do something to get us out of there. Then we have to change states. You can't stay in the same state and expect a different outcome. It doesn't work like that. So it's really like to push yourself to be like, oh my God, okay, I will go for a walk today. You know, when you're outside, maybe it's hard, but you've now changed your environment. You've now changed your energy, even if it's a little tiny bit, right? Be in a state of gratitude. Everyone knows you can't be in two emotions at the same time. It's impossible.
Right.
You can be in one right after the other, but you can't be like both of you, like, I'm happy, I'm sad, I'm happy, I'm sad. No, it's like you're happy or you're sad. Once you can start to flip the emotions like that, then you're starting to get a little healthier. You're starting to acknowledge and be like, okay, let me see how I can change my energy so that I can actually change myself. And once you start to change yourself, which I was mentioning earlier, it's the butterfly effect. It's like it starts to affect everyone around you. So all of a sudden, you may notice you don't fit in anymore with this group of people that are depressed. Maybe you need to change your environment completely. And so you may lose friends. And if you lose friends, you might find yourself alone again. But that's only because you're going to find your tribe, your new tribe that vibrates with you at a little bit higher frequency, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more. And then you're like totally loving yourself off.
Yeah. Part of what you were saying before, of like whether you're happy or sad, one thing that I had heard was, you know, if you're in a beautiful state or a suffering state, and to just take hold, like right now, just think about yesterday. How many hours were you in a suffering state versus in a beautiful state? And that can kind of just even be the gauge of where you are. And if you find that more of your day, either when you're waking up or more of your day is in this suffering, heavy kind of state, then reach out to a community for help. If it's ours, we welcome you. There's, you know, different ways that you can come in. If what we're saying resonates, then come. We're going to teach you how to be in that more empowered and beautiful state of bliss and happiness by shifting some of the things that are in your life, or the perspectives, or the way that you're looking at it. And yeah, just to be in that space, because we're not meant to struggle, and that's not supposed to be our whole day. And I know that society is kind of, you know, shone a light on that, of like, you have to work hard or struggle and all of those things. It's like, now we take that step back, really trusting ourselves, right? Back into the feminine, of like, it's safe to be in your feminine now, and to operate from that energy. And yeah, just being yourself, but being comfortable to speak your own truth in any situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like well, I know the moment that you're not in a high vibration, love, happiness, joy, bliss, like just content even. As soon as you get out into the lower vibrations, you're no longer in alignment. You're no longer in alignment with who you really are. We are designed to be happy. We are designed to be, okay with our lives, and not even just okay, like past comfortable. Like if you're in a comfortable state, like that's kind of dangerous. Comfortable is, for me, is like you're letting things slide. Like it's good to say, yes, I have reserves and I'm good. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you, like not necessarily finding, you just getting by. Like it's a level of mediocrity. It's okay. Like I'm okay. For me, that's, you're sitting on the fence. You're not actually, like, you're not bad, but you're not good either. So you're just kind of existing, right? That's like a low lying level of like just existing, just surviving. And for me, that's what I really want to empower and instill in people is like, go for it. You can do far more if that's your calling. If you feel like, I mean, even if you're a stay-at-home mom and you have 3 kids and they drive you nuts all day, like your calling is to show up and take care of them. Your calling is not to be like, oh, I can't, I have a headache, Like to me, that's not functioning at your highest and best. So it's to, and I'm not, I'm not shunning anyone down for any of that stuff, but I'm just saying like there's a difference between like a really like okay energy versus really like, oh, I feel great. This is my role. I am empowering my children. I'm teaching them. I'm going here. I'm doing all these things with them. Or laying back and going, honey, get me some tea, and I'm teaching them how to make tea. Like there's so many different ways of approaching that. And so it's all about like really knowing who you are at the end of the day. What can you do? Who are you? It's always about that, getting back to what is your purpose and what is your mission, and forgiving yourself for keeping yourself in a pattern that maybe wasn't ideal for you. It kept you in a box.
Yep. Heading.
I have a story like that. You have a story like that.
Yep.
My story, I literally was like, spoke to the person that I feel hurt me the most. And the episode in my life that I was like, banked myself on, that was like, oh, I'm like this because this happened to me. Oh my God, woe me. And then I spoke to the person about it and they're like, wait, what? They're like, I don't actually remember that. And I was like, what? You don't remember? I was like 31 years down the toilet, like literally a slap across the face, So I learned my lesson in one phone call. One phone call. I was like, whoa, that's incredible. I really need to like shift fast so that I can like find myself, because then you identify with that. As humans, we're addicted. We're addicted to drama. We're addicted to drama. We're addicted to feeling bad. Like why we want to feel bad. We could have 100 good things happen to us. One bad thing happens and we're like, oh my God, what happened? Why did that happen? Da-da-da. We're addicted to it. It's crazy. We have to let that stuff go and just be okay with being okay and being like totally in love with ourselves. Yeah.
So good. Awesome. I think we can wrap up if you're good with that.
Yeah.
I had a point, but it's been a long day for me.
I know.
So, what was I going to say?
It's been a long day for you.
Yeah, if it comes back, I'll share. But we're just super excited for this program and building community and being able to be in a safe space where you can share, you can be vulnerable. So we teach for an hour, and then there's space where you can ask your questions, and it might be around relationships, it might be around whatever it is that you're feeling, or maybe something that happened to yourself when you were younger, or how do I break through this, or we're here as we heal in community. And so we're just here to lift each other up, but to provide this exciting space where you can come connect yourself. It's going to be eventually, as we grow, it's going to be around experiences where we're going to be able to meet in person and have these kind of beautiful experiences and spiritual, where you're connecting to other people. And it doesn't have to be around sex or dating or anything like that, but like how fulfilling it is to connect with someone else as your own raw self, and anyone else who's in the room as their own self, and create whatever's meant to come in that day or in that conversation or whatever it is. But the whole point is that you'll walk away feeling fulfilled. You're going to feel like you gave, and then you were able to receive, being open and safe to receive as well. And it's just going to be really beautiful.
I think you also walk away a little lighter. Just a little lighter. Just a tiny bit, right? Like your backpack, you're like, unload a couple of pounds from there and be like, wow, I can't believe I shared that information with strangers, But we won't be strangers if you come over more than once. And that's ideally, we would like for you to be a part of our program for some time, so that we can actually help you with the shift, right? The shift doesn't happen just in one call, but a lot can happen in one call. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we're here for you, to support you. We're here to guide you. We're open. We don't judge. We put in our own experience in there, so you don't feel alone. And everyone else shares too. So it's really beautiful community. And I think at the end of the day, that's the most important thing, is to create community, create relationships with other people, even if they live like across the world, right? In another country far away. It's like we all have this beautiful commonality that is like incredible. It's incredible how we can connect with someone who lives in Africa, or someone who lives in, Asia somewhere, and South America. And it's incredible how similar we all are. And somehow we just feel so separate, with all this stuff going on, even more so now. So we're here for you.
I think for today, what we'll do is we'll end, and I just want to share again the story or the card that I pulled this morning, because I think it's all about, it says share your voice.
Oh, beautiful. I love it.
Coming out of the cave. And this is a good wrap up of the whole, our whole chat the last couple of days, but also, our little bit here for Naked Alchemy is really, it's time to come out of the cave. It's time to either shine of what you're here to do, or really just to, find yourself and be happy in and of yourself, and then maybe with another person, whatever it is that you're looking for, and also in your business or in your relationships with friends, just to be in that space. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you're frozen, Karla. Oh, there we go. We're taking turns. So anyways, yeah, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in. We are just grateful for this space. And the next time we're going to share on the Conscious Business Showcase is the end of October. So the last Friday and Saturday, the 29th and the 30th, we will be back with more amazing speakers. And just thank you for sharing the space. Virginia as well. She's been holding the space for us in the back. And yeah, we just thank you, wishing you a great day. And until next time.
Wait. I have to say one thing. I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much. You're a powerhouse here all the time. We have to edify you, and how a lot of these things is your vision and your power of your heart to kind of create all kinds of beautiful things so that people can come together. Your Conscious Showcase is awesome. I mean, I've been on it already twice. This is my third time. And the other women and other men that come on here are incredible. Like, these people are like blow me away. So, and this is all coming fruition. They're coming through you. And so we have to say thank you to you as well.
So, thank you.
Love you.
I appreciate that.